Good afternoon. We are coming together this evening for a personnel hearing. I'm sorry. Good evening. We're coming together for a personnel hearing where we have a quorum, 5, on February 12, 2025, 5:30 p.m. I'm going to go ahead and turn us over to the attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, my name is Cody Keys. I'll be conducting the hearing on behalf of the board tonight as hearing officer. There's a personnel hearing. The parties are here. I think most of you are familiar with the ground rules of the hearing. The district, through Mr. Kazay, will present the case first. He has several witnesses. The employee, Mr. Donald Allen, is represented by Mr. Austin Porter, and Mr. Porter will have an opportunity to, of course, question those witnesses and call his witnesses on the employee's behalf as well. I'll keep up with the time. Each side will have 90 minutes. So presumably, if all time is used, we would be concluding the hearing in roughly 3 hours. At the end of that, you will be able to retire an executive session and make your decision. Same decision that you'd always be able to make with these. You can accept the recommendation of the superintendent, which is to terminate the employment contract. You could modify that, or you could reject that. Post-learns, you're aware, and I'd say this for the benefit of Mr. Allen, that the hearing must be open to the public. And of course, at the end of the hearing, you can retire into executive session. I know that's familiar to everyone. Mr. Allen or Mr. Porter, any questions as far as the format tonight?
No, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Austin Porter Jr. I'm here on behalf of Don Allen. The only thing, Cody, I would ask is that any witnesses should be sequestered. And so that's the motion I would have on that.
What's your, first of all, I don't know how many, I'm assuming you've got multiple witnesses, Mr. Kazay. What's your position on that?
Yes, sir. I have 5 witnesses. My first blush feeling is that the rules of civil procedure don't apply to school board hearings because the rules don't say they do. And as Learns made employee termination hearings open to the public, I'm not sure that the request of the rule is proper, even though I don't inherently have a significant objection to it. I just don't know that it's proper in this forum.
Do you have, well, and that's fair. I mean, in the post-learns, these are all open, but I understand his question. But is it even going to be a problem? And logistically, I mean, do you have multiple witnesses that are in the room now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're, well, speak to that, Mr. Porter, because that hadn't ever been raised before, although I understand what your concern is. The problem is,
Sure. I mean,
with the statute, the teacher fair dismissal being repealed, the law now, we're just left with the open meeting format, and I'm concerned about telling a witness to leave an open meeting because that would be the concern.
well, I mean, we're talking about a witness as opposed to the public.
Right.
The witness is really not a part of the public. The witness is here to testify in the proceeding. And in order for it to have a fair proceeding, and obviously I'm assuming that everybody wants to provide a fair proceeding, then it is important that the witnesses be sequestered so that the witnesses are unable to shape their stories. I mean, in court, that's the way we do it all the time. But if there is someone who's not a witness, and they're free to stay in here. And so we're just asking that the rules be evoked, that the witnesses be sequestered, and that they be called to come in as they are being called to testify.
Okay. Yes, Strong.
I was just going to say, is there anything that we could do to stop the people from going out and watching the live stream anyway? I mean, because and become a member of the public while they're in the waiting room or whatever that, I mean, I don't have a dog in the hunt as to whether we do or don't, but.
I would certainly imagine that there are probably rooms where witnesses can be placed in where there are no screens or no live streaming that's going on. And so,
your phone can,
and also the board can direct the witnesses not to view any type of live streaming in order, that goes on. And so I'm just saying, for the issue of fairness, then I think that's very important that we have the witnesses sequestered.
Ms. Hatter.
In the past, we have asked for witnesses to be outside. I do get the point of what is being said, and it's to have an organic, authentic retelling of whatever happened and questioning. I don't have a problem with sequestering them to a room, whether we use our, thank you, conference room, and place them there, and then have one of staff to go and get them from there. And then my request would be for them to leave their phones or any type of electronic devices with do we have security out there? We do. Okay, whoever is the security person out there, leave those phones there, or place them on right on the dais, but put them in a secure location.
So your position, I'm assuming, remains the same, Mr. Kazay, on this? All right, I'm trying to work out a solution that's good for everybody without violating the law, and I'm not a judge, so I can't force anybody to do anything, but I recognize Mr. Porter's position on this, and I'll try to balance it with this being a public meeting. How many witnesses at this point are you going to call?
At this point, I plan on calling all five.
Five.
One of whom is the employee.
Okay, so excluding him, he'd have an absolute right to be a part of the proceeding, and then disregarding your first witness, that leaves 3 other individuals. So who's your first witness going to be?
Liz Hoffman.
Ms. Hoffman's here? Okay, and then are the other 3 in the room?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do this. I'd ask the other 3 if you would leave the room and not watch on the live stream, but I want to be real careful because, I can't force you to not be a part of the proceedings because it is a public meeting, but I recognize we're trying to do this as much as possible to be fair to the employee. So I'm going to ask that you leave the room and not watch the live stream. Once you're called as a witness, you can stay for the proceedings. But I don't have the power, I want to be real clear, I don't have the power to exclude you from these proceedings because they are public. So with that, would those 3 witnesses be willing to not participate in the proceedings at this time until they're called as a witness?
And for the record, we listed, of course, the employee, Mr. Allen. We also listed Dr. Broadnack, who's my understanding won't be here. Jordan Eason is a witness we listed, Lieutenant Mike Green, and Kamisha Washington. Our witness list somewhat overlap with the district's witness. And so Kamisha Washington, Lieutenant Michael Green, Jordan Eason will be the witnesses that we're calling in our case, in addition to Mr. Allen.
Okay.
I have a question. Do you have the same question? Yeah, that was my same question. Go ahead and ask that.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Ms. Eason needs to be in here to complete her job duties. That's the only thing.
Well, we have the chief sitting right there, so if she did,
Okay.
we have the chief sitting right there.
Well, and she's the district's representative, so
Yeah.
I'm going to allow her to stay. So I'm going to go back to repeat. Of the witnesses they called, but aside from Mr. Allen, who can remain, aside Ms. Easton as the district's representative, and then the first witness, those remaining witnesses would step outside of the hearing at this point and not watch on any broadcast, and then when you're called in, you can remain in for all other purposes. I think that's the best compromise I can strike, Mr. Porter, by
I'll go with that.
not violating, stepping on the wall too much.
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
I understand that Ms. Easton is going to be the representative of the district,
Right.
and so that's fine. So she can be here.
Okay. Any other preliminary matters by the attorneys? Any other questions, board members? Okay. Would you like to share documents at this time, Mr. Gazay and Mr. Porter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gazay, could you just recite for the board the recommendation of the administration?
Yes, sir. The recommendation of the administration towards Captain Allen Social Security is termination in 2 parts. The superintendent's letter lays out failure to follow procedures and protocols and adhere to district policy following awareness of a serious incident that occurred on September 19, 2024. Specifically failed to notify the appropriate individuals of a serious incident warranting an official investigation, and refused to cooperate in investigations conducted by your own department, the Safety and Security Department of LRSD, regarding the September 19, 2024 incident that was initially unknown and an October 2nd, 2024 incident which precipitated the investigation. And then second, failure to take any action prevented a timely investigation and compromised the well-being of students. These actions constitute serious misconduct.
Okay. You prepared to call your first witness?
Yes, sir.
You may do so.
Thank you. The district calls Captain Don Allen. Hey, Captain Allen. I've got a packet of materials on the witness table there that I'll ask you to look with me with, and so I wanted to make sure that you had those handy. And I'd like for you to turn to numbered page 6. The numbers are in the bottom right corner of the pages. Can you identify that document for me, sir?
Look like it's a job description and duties for the captain of the Safety and Security Department.
Okay. And let's just walk through that for a second. You're a 12-month, 245-day employee, is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. And you meet all qualifications to hold that position of safety and security captain. And then under essential duties and responsibilities, I'd like to look with you because I want to make sure that the job description is accurate. Number 1, assists, informs, and advises the Director of Safety and Security in all matters pertinent to the safe operation of the Little Rock School District. Is that something that you do in the course of your duties?
That's something I've done in the course of my duty, yes.
Okay. And number 2, directly supervises grade level lieutenants. Is that something that you do in the course of your duties?
No. Actually, I never directly supervised grade level lieutenants. Actually, lieutenants came into play after Ron Self got there. We were never called lieutenants. They were actually called supervisors, just like myself.
Okay. And did you oversee the work of the supervisors before they were rechristened as lieutenants?
Actually, kind of yes to the question, because actually, ever since I've been in that department, it was always been the director, and then I actually fell on the director as far as the pecking order within
Okay.
our organization, our department.
Very good, thank you. Let's see. Number 5, assists school personnel in the investigation of personal injuries, assaults, violations of controlled substance statutes, weapons laws, etc. Is that something that you do in the course of your duties?
Yes.
Okay. Number 6, assist all building principals and department managers in the development of building security plans.
I did up until the last couple of years. Actually, our department hired an emergency management guy, and actually that was his part, the duties and responsibility.
Okay.
Like he was hired.
Number 7, maintains all records pertinent to security personnel.
No.
Okay. And where did that go to?
Actually, those are somewhat clerical duties.
Okay. And okay. And would you turn with me to page 8, please, sir? Can you identify this document?
Yes, that's appeared to be a resume.
And is that your resume?
Yes.
Okay. And you list on that, and I want to walk through this, and I want to accurately reflect your work history with LRSD, sir, so correct me if I go astray. Is it accurate to say that since August of 1998, you've been a supervisor of security personnel?
That's pretty close.
Okay. And was that supervisor, did that predate the use of the term captain?
Right, actually, back then, my official title was Coordinator of Pupil Personnel Safety.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the job titles have changed, but your role has been largely the same over that time?
No, it's not safe to say as my title has changed, my role has changed as well.
Okay, so when did you become captain?
I became captain after Ron Self was hired as the Director of Safety and Security.
Okay, and so about what year was that?
Approximately 10 to 12 years,
Okay, so a good long while.
yes, a
Okay.
decade at least.
Okay, and then you list your duties on page 8. Does this list of duties that you've indicated on page 8 going into page 9, is that accurate?
And your question in reference to the duties,
Yes, sir.
can you repeat it?
Is what you've listed on your resume an accurate recitation of the things that you've done in your role as captain?
No.
Okay. What's inaccurate about what you've placed on your resume?
As of today, my supervisor position basically as captain is maintaining all the high schools.
Okay.
And then beside that, I coordinate all the drug testing for the Little Rock School District. In other words, transportation, their monthly drug testing, and all the support groups, which consist of employees that drives and operate school district vehicles.
Okay.
They're on the random list, and we get a list from the drug testing site once a month, and I coordinate that.
Okay.
All the other stuff, as far as some of the things that deals with the certification with the state police department, I no longer do.
Okay.
Scheduling ID machines, pictures for staff, and once upon a time, there was student and staff, I would coordinate that. Actually, we used to go out and do ID badges for staffs and students at the request of the building principals and stuff, the schools that wanted ID badges for their students and staff.
Yes, sir. Okay.
The supervising of the fire security officers actually deals with when we had district-wide security officers that would go out and monitor the bus stops areas and request for any type of assistance that may have arose overnight or during the school time. That basically would come through me, yes.
Okay.
But I no longer do that.
Okay. And then moving down page 9, you were a district-wide security officer from 1996 to 1998. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then you began as a school-based security officer in August of 1993.
That's correct.
All right. So that is around 30 years.
32 to be exact.
Yes, sir. All right. And then on page 10, these are various trainings and achievements and certifications that you've attended. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's see. Down towards the bottom of page 10, Council on Education and Management, how to conduct an internal investigation.
That's correct.
You did that training?
No, actually, that was part of the classes I attended upon being assigned to supervising. Actually, our department, ever since I've been there, basically I've taken the role of conducting all the personnel issues for the Little Rock School District.
Okay.
And actually, during the time that I initially started investigating, the current director at the time, Bobby Jones, actually, through the CGI, I was signed up and go to how to conduct investigations, internal investigations, to go along with the job duties and responsibility that I had. And also, Bobby Jones, the former director, spent 25 years in organized crime with the Little Rock Police Department. And some of the things that he learned as to how to do investigation was actually, he passed them on to me.
Very good. And then, would you look with me at page 12? Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And is this an email from Ron Self that you received on or about June 18 of last year?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that point, and Mr. Self was the former director of safety and security, is that right?
Up until this past September.
Okay. And so this email talks about changing some responsibilities for each member of the leadership team. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And in that email, Mr. Self writes, Don, all outlying campuses will be transferred to your command. Some you already have, ALE, Metro, and Adult Ed. Did you receive the ALE, Metro, and Adult Ed with this email, or did you have them prior to?
I had all these schools prior to.
Okay. How long have you been working with the ALE?
Ever since I've been in this position.
Okay. So 10 or 12 years or more?
Actually, I don't recall what year, but once upon a time, I would take care of all the schools from elementary on through secondary.
Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, Ron designated me to take care of the high schools. Mike Green would take care of the middle schools.
Okay. So this is not recent. You've been working with ALE for some time.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And would you look with me at page 13, please? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is a notification of a disciplinary meeting that appears to bear your signature. Is that your signature, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, if you would turn with me to page 15. Can you identify what appears to be a screen of text messages, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And are these text messages that you exchanged with Ms. Washington with Safety and Security?
Yes.
Okay. And for your responses are on the left-hand side of that screen, and Ms. Washington's are on the right-hand side of that screen. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Washington texted you on or about October 23rd, or actually you texted Ms. Washington on or about October 23rd, asking the administrators at Hamilton want to know if you're finished with the investigation.
No, I did not send that text.
Okay.
Actually, the text in question, Dr. Vincent called me in reference to the time of to see how much longer that before the investigation was going to be concluded.
Okay.
So actually, I went into the office and asked Shamika if Kamisha was working or somewhere out or not at work, and I told her that actually I had received a phone call from Dr. Benson in reference to wanting to know how much longer they were going to be on the investigation. And apparently, Shamika texted Kamisha and said that I had inquired about wanting to know how much longer they were going to do on the investigation, and that was he was calling it in reference to a phone call that she sent the text that I had inquired because Dr. Benson had called me and wanted to know how much longer.
Okay. Now, and I want to make sure I state this right. Is it fair to say that there were 2 investigations, one investigation for an incident that occurred at Hamilton in September, and one incident that occurred at Hamilton in October? Is that right?
To my knowledge, that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I feel like I'm walking a little backwards here, so if I go astray, help me make sure I accurately get your experience. But is it fair to say that on October 2, a security officer physically restrained a student, and that restraint of that student led to the first investigation, what I'm going to refer to as the first investigation right now? Does that sound right?
That sounds partially right. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And that in the process, is it fair to say that in the process of the investigation on the October 2nd incident, that an earlier incident in September came to light, and that led to an investigation of that September incident where a security officer physically restrained a student?
Yeah, that sounds correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall Ms. Washington responding with these text messages on setting a time to speak with her involving the security officer and the male student on the October 2nd incident?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then at the bottom of page 15, there appear to be 2 text messages. Are those your text messages?
Yes, they are. And actually, it's a correction on the from the first one. Actually, it should have been said, it's your responsibility to start at your responsibility. Yes.
Okay. I understand autocorrect gets me all the time. Okay, so your response to Ms. Washington's request to meet was that you didn't witness the event on October 2nd involving the security officer and a male student. And then you directed Ms. Washington to the assistant director.
That's not all the way true, because actually, when I got the information on October the 2nd, I had just left the office.
Yes, sir.
And Mike Green called me and told me about the principal secretary, Ms. Bailey, had called at the request of Dr. Broadnex that he wanted a copy of the video footage. So I had told Mike, I said, I'm close. I just left the office. I'm gonna go over to Hamilton and look into this situation.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I did. I went to Hamilton. The first individuals I came in contact was the 2 SROs. That was Officer Middleton and Officer McDaniels. They were in their office. And I went in their office, and Officer Middleton had the video footage of that day incident involving the security officer and a student. She showed me the video footage. And after looking at the video footage, she asked, my sergeant wanted to know, what are y'all gonna do? So I said, if you referring to putting him on administrative leave, I said, that had to come out of HR. And so she said, well, I need to get a statement from him. So I located Officer Starr. He was in Dr. Vincent's office, and he was in there actually preparing his statement. I went in there and told him, meaning Officer Starr, I said, when you finish your statement, the SROs want a copy of it. After I left Officer Starr, I went in the main office and made contact with Dr. Broadnex, Mr. Knight, and Ms. Bailey in one of the offices adjacent to the main office.
Okay.
And when I made contact with them, I talked to Dr. Broadnex and everybody in the room about the situation. And I asked Dr. Broadnex, had you notified Joy Neeson. He said, I tried to call her, but she didn't answer her phone. So I instructed him, I said, send her an email just to make sure you cover yourself, to let her know what was going on.
Okay.
And he sent, actually, I saw he had his secretary, Ms. Bailey, sent her an email. After that, I left the office, and Officer Starr was in the hallway. And I made contact with Officer Starr. I said, Officer, and we talked one-on-one. I said, it's a possibility that you getting ready to be placed on administrative leave. Dr. Broadnex is waiting to hear from Joy and Eason. And I said, so you're probably going to be placed on administrative leave. And he understood. He said, okay.
Okay. And so, well, actually, let me ask, did the security officer at Hamilton, were you a direct supervisor of Hamilton? Did that security officer?
That's
report to
one
you?
of the schools I actually cover. Actually, the principals are actually the security officers, they're direct supervisors.
Okay.
Not the other, yes, the principals are the security officers, direct supervisors.
Okay. Well, let me, and I just want to make sure I understand it. The email that Mr. Self sent in June, where he says all outlying campuses will be transferred to your command. Is it fair to say that your command included ALE?
Yes, it's fair to say that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you would turn over with me to page 16 of that text exchange with Ms. Washington. Do you recall this text exchange? Page 16.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And she states that she knows that you weren't there at the time of the incident, but she wanted to ask some questions, and you responded with, what do you need to ask me? And she responded with, she wasn't going to communicate about the investigation via text and would like to set a time to speak with you because that'll be part of her official report. And then turning over to page 17, at the bottom, the last text message at the bottom of the page, is that yours?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did Ms. Washington send you any questions via email?
After I emailed her a statement, yes, she did.
Okay.
But I did email her a statement, though.
Okay.
Actually, I text messaged her a statement, I emailed her a statement, and I verbally gave her a statement in reference to the October the 2nd incident and also the September 19th incident.
Okay. Now,
And actually, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no.
Actually, she had called, when I'm talking about Commissioner Washington had called me on October the 14th from a 539-0201 number
Yes, sir.
and talked to me about giving her a statement. And I was at Southwest at the time when I received that phone call.
Yes,
The phone call lasted for close to 6 minutes. And so when I got home that evening, I text messaged her a statement in reference to our conversation that evening.
Okay.
When I get to work the next day, she emailed me or texted me again, said that she was waiting on to hear from me. I said, I sent you a text message statement from that phone number that you called me from the previous evening, which was October the 14th. And she's response was, Mr. Allen, I didn't call you from that number. I don't know anything about that number. And so her name actually popped up. That was a number she used to have when she was initially hired as an investigator. She's only been an investigator for the last six months or so. And that was a number also, the text messages, whenever she was going to take off from work or be late, I had text messages in there that she had sent me from that. And she made me seem like she didn't know anything about that number. But her name popped up when she called me. Okay. Matter of fact, I even said something to one of the secretaries in office. I told the secretary, I said, she called me the day before and indicated that that she needed to get a statement from, and I sent her a statement, and she said she never called me from that number.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about page, let's see, let me make sure I've got it in the right timeline here. On page 21.
And that was the email or text message that I had sent her on that phone. And also, I sent her that same email, said, this is what I did. Then this is reference to October the 2nd. Where it said, I did everything according to Little Rock School District policy and proceeding regarding the aforementioned incident and date, including making sure that Dr. Browness contact Jordan Eason. Dr. Browness called her via telephone and sent her an email with negative results. That's what I actually sent to her.
Okay. So is this email that you sent at 5:50 a.m. the same content as what you're saying you sent via text the night before?
Yes, I'm not for sure it's verbatim word for word, but it's pretty close.
Okay. Okay. Now, if you would flip over to page 19 with me, please. And this is an email that Ms. Washington sent you at 8:49 a.m. Do you remember receiving this?
Yes, I received those questions actually after I had sent her that email statement.
Okay. And after she sent that email at 8:49 in the morning, could we flip over to page 22? Is this an email response that you sent to her at 11:21?
The top part of that sounds familiar. Yes, sir.
Okay. But you did not via email respond to numbered items 1 through 7 that she had sent you that morning. You relied on the comments that you had made at 5:50 earlier that day. Is that right?
That's correct. And also, I kind of felt like it was kind of obvious that she was not trying to get information from me as far as a witness. It was almost like she was trying to covertly investigate me in reference to this incident.
Okay.
Because there was other individuals that provide statements, and I'm quite sure it's part of your exhibit. I'm not trying to get ahead of anything.
Yes, sir.
But the investigation from September 19th and October 2nd, she lists individuals on there that she interviewed, and on the front page, in that language above the name, the following individuals I obtained taped and written statements from. So it's obvious you had an opportunity to give tape or written statement. I'm not for sure why I was being haggard about giving a tape recorded statement, and other individuals that had ties to this case, they either wrote out statements or gave tape statements. And like I said, I did 3. I verbally told her, I wrote out, I sent a text message statement, and I emailed a statement. So it ain't like I wasn't trying to cooperate. I was cooperating to the fullest.
Okay. And then on the October 2nd incident, because that was the one that you were called over to Hamilton and you physically...
No, I was not called over to Hamilton. I went over there on my own. I was not called over. I went over there on my own after I received a phone call from Mike Green. I went over there on my own because actually I was in proximity of the school. I had just left the office.
My mistake.
No, you good. I'm just letting you know. I wasn't called over there.
I understand. But you arrived at Hamilton and spoke with the security officer and at least learned something of what had gone on. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I got the information. I got the information that actually I needed to make sure that all bases had been covered in reference to this incident. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Is it fair to say that the security officer at that time placed hands on a student at Hamilton, and the student was injured when he was placed on the floor by the security officer? Is that accurate?
You talking about the October 2nd incident?
Yes, sir.
At the time, I didn't know if there was any injuries involved in that incident. When I looked at the video footage, and after looking at the video footage, I couldn't determine whether or not the student had sustained any injuries or not. And after talking to Dr. Brownx, partially talking to Dr. Vincent, no one in the administrative team over there gave me an indication that the student was injured.
Okay. But you did tell the security officer at that time you're likely going to be placed on administrative leave,
Yes, sir.
and shortly, or at least some point thereafter, an investigation was begun of that October 2nd incident. Is that right?
That's correct. And actually, it was done after official notification came out of HR from Joy Neeson that actually usually with one of our security officers, the notice of allegation is given to the director, but since we didn't have a director at the time, I'm assuming that it was given to Liz Hoffman, the assistant director.
Yes, sir. And do you know about when the September incident out at Hamilton came to light?
September 19th.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it came to light on September the 19th.
Okay. And describe how it came to light, sir.
With me,
Yes, sir.
September the 19th, I received a phone call from Michael Green. Michael Green told me that there was some video footage of an incident of one of our security officers restraining a student. And I told him, basically, on what he told me, I said, make sure you preserve the video footage. And because in time past, anytime I get information about that, if it's something that I believe that's going to be a personnel issue, regardless of our security officers or teachers or staff, that's one of the things that we all are known to do. Because a lot of times if parents get to complaining about something and there was some video footage and then we tell them that video footage no longer exists, then parents and everybody else get the assumption that we're trying to cover up. So it's common practice that anytime information like that come to me and I pass it on to the person that was responsible for recording the video footage, which is Mike Green, that's one of the things that I would share with, tell them to do. Now, part of this is when Mike Green gave his statement, he tells the investigator that I said preserve the video footage just in case the mother come back and want to start a ruckus. Those words I do not use as a supervisor. Ruckus, I didn't even know the nature I didn't know what type of mentality the parent had in reference to the incident.
Yes, sir.
And so I would never use the word ruckus, but that's what he's put in his statement when he gave it in reference to his conversation, allegedly his conversation with me.
Okay.
And while I was on the phone with Mike Green on September 19th, I had a missed call. It was a 352 prefix. And when I hung up from talking to Mike, I called the number. And I said, and it was a lady that answered the phone. I said, someone called me from this number. And she said, hey, Don, this is Miss Bailey. And Miss Bailey is Dr. Brownx's secretary. She said, Dr. Brownx want to talk to you about an incident. And she said, I got a hold of Mike Green before she gave Dr. Brownx the phone. She said, I got a hold of Mike Green because Dr. Brownx want a copy of the video footage to show to a parent in case she came back. And I said, okay. Had Mike Green been transparent and told me that when he called me, I would have never told him to preserve the video footage because apparently Ms. Bailey, which is Dr. Brownx's secretary, had already called him and told him and asking for the video footage. But he wasn't transparent and he was untruthful with me. He didn't tell me everything. If he'd have told me that Miss Bailey had already called and asked for a copy of the video footage, there would have been no need for me to tell him or instruct him to make sure we preserve the video footage.
Okay.
So when I talked to Dr. Brown next,
Hang on a second, Captain. I want to be mindful of my time, and I don't want to
I
step on
apologize.
your-
I ain't trying to.
No, you're good.
I'm
I just
trying
don't
to
want to step
fast
on, I know you've got testimony you want to get out in your direct, and I want to be wise with my time, so I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
trying to cut you off, but I just want to. Is it fair to say that that September incident with a security officer and student involved the student being put to the ground with the security officer kneeling on him, and then the security officer pressing him against a wall with his arms around the student's upper body, chest, neck, something like that?
You described the video footage to me that, as of right now, I have yet to see.
Okay. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your time. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Porter?
I think I used some of my time for direct.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. Allen, in my understanding, you've been employed by the Little Rock School District for some 32 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've been employed there in safety and security for that time period?
Yes, my entire time, 32 years, has been tied with the Safety and Security Department.
Now, you were asked some questions about your resume. I believe your resume starts on page 4, maybe page 5. Do you recall about when, I'm sorry, your resume is on page 8, I'm sorry. Do you recall about when you prepared this resume? Was it some time ago?
This resume probably was prepared when Bobby Jones was the Director of Safety and Security, which probably would have put it somewhere in the early to late 90s.
Okay, so this is an old resume, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
And since this resume was prepared, you said in the early 90s, or, I'm sorry?
Early to late 90s.
Early to late 90s. And so your job duties have changed significantly since you prepared this resume, is that correct?
That's an understatement, but yes. It has
Okay,
changed
all right.
significantly.
All right. Let me, it's my understanding that at one point in time, that was Ron Self, he was the Director of Safety and Security, is that correct?
Yes.
And who was the person who fell right up under Mr. Self?
On our organization chart, which is, our organization chart, the Safety and Security Organization chart, the organization chart shows Ron Self as the director. Right under Ron Self, it would show me, Don Allen, as the captain.
Okay.
Right under me, it showed Lieutenant Green and Joshua Long as lieutenants.
Okay.
And under them, it would show sergeants, which are actually all the supervisors in the high school. That was actually the organization chart in our department.
Okay. And so there was a time period, I guess, obviously, when a person by the name of Elizabeth Hoffman was hired as the Assistant Director of Safety and Security, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And of course, you weren't considered for that position, is that correct?
No, I wasn't considered, and actually some of the dialogue that Ron had said openly in the office about me, I knew he did not want me in that position.
Okay. And do you recall approximately when it was that Elizabeth Hoffman became employed by the Little Rock School District as the Assistant Director for Mr. Self?
It's been less than a year, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. And after, of course, Ms. Hoffman was hired for the Assistant Director position, do you feel somewhat slighted by that?
Absolutely, because actually, shortly after she was hired, Mr. Self sent out an email, and actually we all have call numbers. In other words, Mr. Self was 100, I was 101. And actually, when we go in and out of schools, when we're actually checking on them, when you check in, you would get your call number, and then you would let them know where you are to check in and check out. For some reason, I don't think.
Let me direct your attention, Mr. Allen, to Respondent Exhibit B. Do you see that, Respondent Exhibit B?
Yes,
And what is the date of this particular email?
October the 11th
What year?
of,
Do you see 2023?
2023, yes.
Okay, and so this is an email from Ron Self to you and Mike Green, is that correct?
Myself, Mike Green, and Greg.
Okay, all right, and then, and it also, it lists Dunn, meaning you, as 102, is that correct?
That's correct.
The call number 102.
That's correct.
And before this email, you were at some point in time 101?
I was one-on-one actually for the last 10 or 12 years, however long Ron Self was there.
Okay, so you were directly under Ron Self.
That's correct.
And then, of course, after Ms. Hoffman was hired, then, of course, you went from 101 to 102.
That's correct.
Okay, and as a result of course, you being overlooked for the position of the assistant director, what did you do in response to that?
I actually filed a EEOC complaint.
Okay, and when did you file that complaint?
It was October of 2023.
All right, and so you filed an EEOC complaint in October of 2023, and let me direct your attention, sir, to Responding Exhibit C. Do you see that?
Yes,
And can you tell the board what Responding Exhibit C is?
it's a determination of charge from the EEOC and notice of your right to sue from the EEOC.
Okay, and what is the date of this charge?
May 20th of 2024.
All right, and of course, the EEOC sent out the standard letter that says, we looked at your complaint, we're not saying that your case doesn't have any merit, but if you want to file a lawsuit, you're free to do that, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't file a lawsuit, is that correct?
No, I did not.
All right, and so after the EEOC letter of determination that's dated May 20th, 2024, did you begin to experience any kinds of acts of retaliation from Mr. Self?
Yes, I did. Actually, again, this letter was issued, and I'm quite sure Mr. Self got a copy of this either through somebody through HR or either Kelsey Bailey, his supervisor.
Okay.
This letter was actually submitted in May. Mr. Self did my annual evaluation in June. And
What year? The following month?
The following month.
Okay.
For the very first time of 32 years of being evaluated, I received what I believe was a negative evaluation.
Okay. And so also, can you tell the board what other retaliatory acts were taken against you? Well, first of all, let me direct your attention to Respondent Exhibit D. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Respondent Exhibit D? First of all, do you see a date on this?
It's June 18th, 2024.
And this is from who?
Ronald Self.
And it's addressed to yourself, Mr. Green, and Elizabeth Hoffman, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so as a result of this email that was sent out on June 18, 2024, can you tell the board how your job duties and responsibilities changed?
In this email that Mr. Self sent, he said that the superintendent had directed him to shift the investigators from under my leadership to Liz Hoffman leadership.
Okay, so at one time you were over the investigators, is that correct?
I've been over the investigators for the last 29 years.
Okay, and then after you filed your EEOC charge, after you got your right to sue letter, then you get an email saying you're no longer responsible for the investigators. That's being shifted to Ms. Hoffman, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what other changes occurred as a result of that?
Beside him shifting my job duties off to her, I started getting the signs that actually he was actually taking work from me to eliminate my job.
Okay. At some point in time, prior to Ms. Hoffman, you did have some duty level of responsibility within the safety and security department. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Actually, before Mr. Self arrived, I supervised the district-wide security officers. I scheduled all the ID badges. I did the PSO training. I ordered clothes, I took care of the fleet, and all this actually, along with some other duties. And and when he got there, he took away a lot of layers of my responsibility and then created a lieutenant job, which he hired Joshua Long for.
Now, after the email of June, I believe the email of June 18th of 2024, were you given information by district administrators as to how they are supposed to handle any kind of security issues at their particular schools?
Yes, this kind of came into play somewhere after Ron had announced that he was resigning.
So he resigned sometime in September of 2024?
He resigned in August. He made the announcement during our in-service the first week of August.
Okay, so in August of 2024, what did Mr. Self say at that time during the in-service?
He announced that he had put in a 2 weeks notice and that he was leaving.
Okay.
And the 2 weeks turned into a month and a week.
Okay, all right. And so did you get some information from the district administrators as to how they're supposed to handle any kind of security issue? In other words, if they had any issues with any security at their particular school, what were they supposed to do?
I received information through building principals when I was out visiting the schools. Several principals told me that Mr. Self had sent out an email advising the principals and the support groups, if they have any security concerns or issues on their campus, to contact Elizabeth Hoffman.
And this would have been sometime during the fall of 2024, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was, again, after you had gotten your right to sue letter from the EEOC, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and so once you received that information, how did that strike you?
Well, it struck me like with everything else was going in line. Basically, I was an individual that almost felt like no longer existed.
I remember Judge Miller using a term once. He said that you were just simply an empty suit. Is that how you?
Kind of how I was feeling.
Okay. Had no authority.
No.
Okay.
None whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I didn't mean to cut you off. There's a particular high school where we have supervisors, and the principal had an issue with something one of our security officers said to a teacher in reference to kids being in the hall. And apparently the teacher sent the principal an email in reference to it. So the principal comes over to the security office desk. I was there and the security supervisor was present, and he comes over and say, I just contacted Ms. Hoffman because the security officer said something inappropriate to the teacher about students being in the hall. And you're looking at the supervisor of the security of that particular school and the captain of the safety and security department, that he just basically overlooked us and went directly to Liz, and it had something to do with the email that Mr. Self sent out prior to him leaving.
So administrator was basically bypassing you.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
They were told to go, if they had any issues, any concerns about safety matters, a security issue, and then they were supposed to directly report to Ms. Hoffman. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
they were not only bypassing me, they were bypassing the supervisor on the school campus.
And I think you indicated early in your testimony that the building principals were the direct supervisors for those security officers who were assigned to those schools. Is that correct?
Typically, most schools, high schools, where there's security supervisors, the principals don't directly supervise. Actually, they designate one of their APs, because the principals already have a whole lot on their plate.
So
And
one of the
actually,
assistant principals.
We put, yes, they assistant principal.
Okay.
We put supervisors on campus site. Therefore, if the principal or AP or anybody had issues, we had a liaison that could be a spokesperson for the security officers and the administrators.
Even though you held the title of captain, did you have any type of disciplinary authority for any of the security officers?
No, I did not.
Right. Could you issue any kind of write-ups or any kind of disciplinary action to any security officer?
No, sir.
Okay. And so when the incident, I believe on October the 2nd of 2024, you indicated that for the first time you heard about the incident that took place on October the 2nd of 2024. Is that correct?
Repeat your question.
Yes. Yes. Something happened on October the 2nd of 2024. Correct?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that you were at the safety and security offices, I believe, which is located at 3001
3001 South Pulaski.
3001 South Pulaski. And of course, Lieutenant Green's office is at that security office, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Hoffman is also at that security office?
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Green's office is roughly, what, 2 doors from Ms. Hoffman?
2 doors from Ms. Hoffman, yes, sir.
And so when, on October the 2nd, I believe you indicated that you had just left the safety and security office and you were on your way to the Hamilton, is that correct?
No, sir. When I initially left the office, actually I was on my way to Southwest.
Oh, okay.
Actually, without fail, I would go out to Southwest probably on the average twice a day.
All right. Now, even though the email, and I'm talking about Respondents Exhibit D, it says that all outlined campuses would be transferred to your command, ALE, Metro, and Adult Ed. And of course, it also said that Mr. Green was in charge of the middle schools, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the ALE program, there are both middle school students as well as high school students, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so, even though it was at the ALE, it was your understanding that if there were any issues involving middle grade students, then that would come within the purview of Mr. Green, is that correct?
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not correct. Actually, I was actually signed to the ALE, and actually, like I said earlier, I've been assigned to the ALE ever since I've been supervising secondary schools.
Gotcha.
But we were both taking care of ALE because they had middle and high school students in there, and they still currently do house middle and high school students.
Okay. And so, when you received, you indicated that you had just left the safety and security office, and within 2 minutes, you received a phone call from Mr. Green, is that correct?
It wasn't long at all. Actually, I actually turned off of Pulaski onto Martin Luther King, and actually hadn't made it 2 blocks before when Mike called me about receiving a phone call about some video footage requested from Ms. Bailey, the principal secretary.
And this was October 2nd, 2024.
This is October 2nd, 2024, yes, sir.
And when you received that information from Mr. Green, then what did you do after you got that information?
I drove to the school, ALE.
Hamilton.
I drove to Hamilton, ALE,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And of course, you were able to see a video, is that correct?
Yes, on the police officer's desktop computer.
Okay.
SRO Middleton, actually, she's the one that actually showed me the video footage.
Okay, all right. And after you saw that particular video footage, it's my understanding you told Dr. Broadneck, and of course, who was Dr. Broadneck? Was Dr. Broadneck over the ALE program?
Dr. Broadneck is my understanding is principal of ALE.
Okay, and so you told Dr. Broadneck that he needed to do something, is that correct?
Yes, actually, I didn't specifically go to him to tell him that. Actually, I went in there to talk to him about the incident.
Okay.
And while talking to him and speaking to him, actually, I asked him, had he contacted Joy Neeson again? And that's when he told me that he had called her, but she didn't answer the phone. And again, I told Dr. Broadneck to make sure he sent her email. And again, like I said to the gentleman that was interviewing, asked me questions first, I advised Dr. Broadneck to make sure the email be sent to Joy Neeson. And actually, Ms. Bailey, his secretary, was sitting right there in front of her computer, and she sent the email right there while I was standing there looking at her. She sent the email to him.
Even though you told Officer Starr that he may be placed on administrative leave, you did not have that. You did not have the authority to put him on administrative leave.
No, I did not.
Where did that have to come from?
They had to come out through Joy Neeson out of HR.
Okay, and it's my understanding the next day, of course, Officer Starr was placed on administrative leave per Jordan Neeson. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, Officer Starr called me himself and said that he had been placed on administrative leave.
Okay. Now, one of the allegation that is brought against you as far as in the termination letter, you are accused of not informing administrators about the incident that took place on October 2nd, 2024, as well as September 19th, 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct. Actually, I was accused of colluding, interfering, and not willing to cooperate.
Okay. And based on the information that you received from the district administrators, saying that if there is a security issue, was it your understanding that Broadneck would contact Ms. Hoffman?
That's correct. And the scenario I gave about the principal, it wasn't the ALE. It was another high school.
Okay, all right.
So apparently the email did go out because the principals that I was dealing with the exception of a few, that's what they were doing. They were contacting Liz Hoffman and talking as though she was the go-to person, and we had no input or no type of security suggestions that they would benefit from.
And so based on your understanding and also the email, in your mind, you have been, whatever authority you had been long stripped of that authority, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so that's the reason why you never even contacted Ms. Hoffman.
Yes, sir. Actually, I mean, actually it kind of weakened my authority.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Lieutenant Mike Green, his office is just 2 doors from Ms. Hoffman, and he saw the video. Do you know whether or not he even told Ms. Hoffman about the matter?
I don't know, but before Ron Sepp left, a video footage of any type of issue dealing with security, actually Mike Green would go in there and give them to Ron, and actually I wouldn't even know anything about it. A lot of all security officers, when they got notice of allegations or they were being investigated, if Ron didn't go through me to sign them, if he signed them himself, I would find out later on, because typically at the end of that, the report has to come across my desk.
Okay.
Actually for critique and make sure everything was in chronological order, everything was grammatically correct. It made sense. If I see something, read something, and it don't make sense to me, the next reader, it won't make sense to them as well. So that was a part of my job as supervising the investigators.
Okay. Let me direct your attention, sir, to District Exhibit 18, page 18, in the thick packet there. You see that? Page 18.
Yes.
And of course, this is an email from Kamisha Washington, who is the investigator, and that was sent to you, Mike Green, and it was CC'd to Ms. Hoffman. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And of course, according to the email she sent you, it says, "Good afternoon, Captain Allen, Lieutenant Green. I'm reaching out to you both concerning the incident occurred on October the 2nd, 2024 in Hamilton. The incident involved Security Officer Starr and a male student. I'm reaching out to you to see if you would be willing to schedule a time to talk about the incident." Did I read that correctly?
Besides, let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, and I was going to get to that too. Let me know your thoughts.
Yes. Yes.
So
you're
basically,
correct.
she said she just kind of left it up to you. If you were willing to talk to her about it, then give her a call, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so there was no directive from Investigator Green that you needed to talk to her. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And now, and I believe you indicated, and I want to direct your attention to District Packet, page 36.
I'm there.
Okay, and I believe you testified earlier that on October 14th of 2024, you communicated with Ms. Washington, is that correct?
Yes, via telephone.
And so you spoke to her over the telephone,
Yes.
and you told her what you knew about the 2 incidents, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and then also you sent her a text message,
that's correct.
okay, and also, and also stating what your position was and that you followed all of the protocols of the district, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as your attorney, I asked for a copy. I sent an FOI request to Ms. Greta, what's her name,
Greta Freeman.
Freeman. And I sent that on Friday. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what I asked for in the FOI?
You requested the telephone information on 539-0201 number, dated October the 14th.
Okay, so I asked for them to provide me with any text messages, telephone logs from the number of 501-539-0201. Is that correct?
That's correct, along with my number.
I also asked for your number as well. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
501-539-0204.
As a matter of fact, I received an email today from Miss Greta indicated They don't have any information. Does that come as a shock to you?
Under the circumstances, yes. Actually, part of what you're referring to, I only found out here recently that Valerie Hudson is no longer doing four-year information. Matter of fact, I had called Ms. Hudson about another concern that I had on trying to forward some information, and I found out then that she was no longer handling 4 years, that she was working directly out of the superintendent's office.
Because if we had gotten the text messages that you sent on October the 14th, 2024, it would have shown that you were at least trying to talk with Ms. Washington and tell her, give us some information. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, you didn't witness any of these two events. You didn't.
No, not in real time, I did not. No,
Okay.
no.
All right. And so, and then of course, Ms. Washington sent you a text message asking you for information, and you told her, look, I told you what I know. And let me direct your attention to page 16. Do you see that?
Yes.
And of course, you asked Ms. Washington to send you some questions that she wanted to ask you. Is that correct?
Yes.
She was hesitant at first, but she finally sent some questions.
She sent them to me.
All
Yes.
right. And when you saw these questions, now it was your what was your understanding as to the subject of the investigation? Who was supposed to be investigating?
Officer Paris Starr.
Okay. And so when you got these questions, and I'm directing your attention to page 22 and 23. Do you see that? And
Yes.
They're also on page, let's just go to page 19. This is the full one. It's a full set. And so, page 19, do you see that?
Yes.
And when you read these questions, did it strike you, Mr. Allen, that these were not just simply questions of inquiry, that they were really interrogations? Is that correct?
Yes, I felt that way. I felt very strongly that way.
For instance, on page 7, number 7, it says, is there a reason why you didn't report the incident to your supervisor/director? Do you see that?
Yes.
So that's, you kind of being accused of something. Do you see
Yes,
that?
yes.
Now, whenever a person is being investigated, due process requires, the district due process policy requires that the individual receive a notice of allegation. Is that correct?
A notice of allegation, also detailing what they're being accused of.
Did you ever receive any type of notice of allegations from any person within the Little Rock School District
No,
prior to you receiving a letter from the superintendent recommending your termination? Did you receive any kind of notice of allegations?
no.
Okay.
No, I did not.
All right. And so when you look at these questions, obviously it strikes you that you are being accused of something. Is that correct?
That's correct. Actually, I'm not trying to get ahead of you or anything, but for some reason this mic is, I'm not for sure.
Is it still putting out? I don't know, maybe.
I can hear myself now, but it seems like it's fading in and out.
Okay. Okay.
According to my ears, I might be wrong.
All right.
But I was issued a notification of a disciplinary meeting via email by Kelsey Bailey on November the 19th.
And I believe, sir, so you received on November the 19th, and of course, you did cooperate in the investigation. You provided whatever information you could to Ms. Washington. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes,
And I
sir.
believe you indicated that there were people who were allowed to give a written statement, and you provided a written statement.
I provided a verbal statement, a text message statement, and an email statement in reference to both incidents.
And yet you are being accused of being one of the reasons why you're being, I'm sorry?
Can you still move closer to the microphone? Stay low still, you know, so people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's people in streaming
Better watch it.
land.
Yeah, better watch it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I thought I was being pretty
we
loud.
can hear you,
Yeah, we can hear you.
but the hundreds of people,
I have an audience.
Right.
yeah, hundreds watching.
And so, Mr. Allen, when you received, sir, the your notice of disciplinary action, and of course, you saw that you were being accused of failing to cooperate, when in fact you did cooperate, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you received this information about your termination recommendation, about disciplinary actions, without ever receiving any type of notice of allegations, is that correct?
That's correct. Actually, again, go back to November the 19th.
Right. And again, so that's part of basic due process. If a person is being accused of something, then the policies of the Little Rock School District is to let that person know what they are being accused of by way of a notice of allegation.
That's right. You have a right to know that you're being investigated, and basically it's a notice of allegations, and also it details what you're being accused of.
And when you receive these questions, then all of a sudden you realize that looked like you became the target of an investigation. Is that correct?
I felt that way early on in the investigation. I almost feel like I was trying to tap dance through the tulips without stepping on one.
Okay.
Because I kind of felt like, again, I was covertly being investigated. Right. And I was not the subject of the investigation.
And sir, shortly after you received your right to sue letter on May 24th, I believe May of 2024, it's dated May 20th of 2024. Shortly after you received that right to sue letter, you began to experience acts of retaliation up to now including a recommendation for your termination. Is that correct?
Yes.
All within a 4-month period of time, 3-month period of time, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's all I have.
Mr. Gazay? I have no regret. Okay, board, any questions for Mr. Allen?
I just have a clarifying question. Attorney Porter, was this your direct,
Yes,
are you
I just
gonna,
went
you
ahead and
put it
used-
together?
Yeah, to try to
Okay.
save some
It felt
time.
that way. I appreciate that. Truly, I
I want to
do.
try to be cognizant of the board's time.
You can come back tomorrow and hang with us.
Yes, I mean, if you want, we,
In court, I can go on for several hours, but
Mm-hmm.
I've been given a limitation by my good friend, Mr. Keys.
you know, I appreciate you packaging that and being concise and considerate of the time. So I guess I do have some questions. Amen? Okay. Okay, well, that's a district question. So I'll roll that off. Mr. Allen, is it normal?
You used 29 minutes.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
You got an hour left.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
All right. Is it normal for, let me put let me put this in order. With Mrs. Washington, what is she to you, the one in the line of authority? Is it a peer? Is it a coworker? Is it a subordinate? Who supervises her? Is it you or is it someone else?
Actually, I was supervisor of the investigators up until June, when prior to Mr. Self sending that email out saying that the superintendent had shifted, giving them a directive to shift the investigators from under my leadership to Liz Hoffman.
Okay, and so like that's after the letter from the EOC came out.
Yes.
Okay, so is it normal for a subordinate to interview or interrogate a supervisor?
If you're an investigator and you happen to be in that line, I won't say line of fire, but if they need to interview in reference to something that's pertinent to the Little Rock School District personnel department, yes, it's not uncommon. No.
Okay, and so when you were engaging with Ms. Washington, was it from like a peer-to-peer type engagement, or, which I heard in testimony, that it went towards a integration type interaction. Then at what point did you say, you know what, talk to me only in email? Like, when did you feel that shift?
Actually, I never sort of felt that shift. I just kind of felt like what I had provided to her, as far as what I did on September 19th and October 2nd, I kind of felt like there was no end to this back and forth dialogue. I felt like I could never give anything in writing to satisfy her well enough where she could move on from me and to go ahead and finish her investigation.
Okay, and then at what point have you ever communicated with Ms. Hoffman after this? Because I know Ron was already, I think he was probably gone by November. Was he already out of our district by then?
He left the first week of September.
Okay, so doing this timeframe of investigation, at any point, did you speak with Miss? Is it Hoffman or Kaufman?
Hoffman.
Hoffman.
No, I did not. Actually, it was a bad rift, and it still is a bad rift in that department. Actually, prior to her being hired and after she had been hired, actually, her communication directly to me was very limited. And actually, I think it was by design by Ron Self, because he probably had shared some things to her about me to make her sort of not, the board coming in contact with me at all possible. As a matter of fact, good example, one of the investigators that didn't handle this case apparently Liz asked her, can you tell me what all you do as an investigator, or what all your job entail? And the investigator told her, you have to talk to Mr. Allen about that. And this is from the investigator's mouth to me. She said that Liz's response was, I'm not going to talk to him. I don't want to talk to him.
Okay. And my last question before I get back in the queue is, hey, I'm the same person. Who was running the department? Because naturally, the director moved on. There's an assistant director in place. So who was running the department in the interim?
We didn't have an interim director. The assistant director was the next person up. Okay,
it feels disjointed. It feels like if there's it feels like an ugly quilt. Like it's supposed, quilts are supposed to be heavy, and this just feels very light and thrown together. And so at no time did you speak to the head interim assistant director. There wasn't an interim director. So at no time did you speak to the authority of safety and security. There was absent of authority.
And what period are you talking about?
Right during this investigation.
No, I did not. Matter of fact, she never approached me about anything related to that. I kind of felt like she was actually communicating. She was talking through Commissioner Washington, the investigator, to me.
Okay.
And not only her, I felt like there were some others, because actually, again, I understand you just can't overnight be an investigator. It takes some training. It takes some on-the-job training. It takes you going to school. And when you're dealing with personnel issues, you're dealing with very sensitive issues. You got employees' jobs that's hanging in the balance, and the minute of wrong information that weakens the integrity of the whole report.
Okay. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Hatter. Any more questions from the board? Yes, sir. Rose.
Captain Allen, did you apply for the assistant director's job?
No, I did not.
Why?
Actually, I knew he didn't want me. Actually, how all this came about was Ron text message. I can't remember exactly the day and time, that it was a meeting of urgency, is how he called it. And when I went in that meeting, it was him, meaning Ron Self, Michael Green, Joshua Long, and Greg Stanger was in the office. And he basically said that Joshua Long has announced that he was resigning, and he was one of the lieutenants. And Ron said, I've been given the opportunity to hire assistant director. And again, I knew he didn't want me, so no, I didn't apply for it. No.
Okay. I'm just a little confused, now I'm a lot confused, about terminology and how the terminology lines up with the table of organization. It said you're in command of a school. What does that mean? The people who work there, if they're reporting to one of the assistant principals, what are you doing?
Actually, I go out and supervise I go out and check on the schools, the high schools. Part of it, if you have security officers that don't show up for work or they're going to take off for various reasons, normally at a high school, the supervisor will call me and say, hey, we're going to be shorthanded today. We need help. And actually, my primary job when I go out there, I played the role as a security officer.
Okay.
That was part of it. And if I couldn't get the dispatcher, we have mobile officers that actually assigned to take care of certain areas of the school zones. We got officers that's assigned to the north side of town, east, west, south, and so on, and they have schools in that zone that they basically take care of. So if we can't get anybody, we shorthanded on the mobile unit, and hey, if I'm available, I go out there and try to assist and basically get in the trenches with them.
Okay. And those continued to be your responsibilities after Ms. Hoffman was hired?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all I've got.
Thank you so much for your time. I wondered, is there a copy of, and maybe I missed it in looking through this packet, but is there a copy of the statement that you say that you sent over via email anywhere in our materials that you have seen or noticed? I know that there's reference to it, but I know I haven't actually seen the statement that you sent over that checks some of these boxes.
It's in there somewhere, 'cause actually it was two investigations done at the same time. And actually, part of the investigation from September 19th incident is tied into the October 2nd incident, and part of October 2nd incident is tied into September 19th incident.
21, maybe 21.
Page 21.
Page 21.
I'm so sorry. It's so hard when we get this, 30 pages of very dense material. So
I'm sorry, who said page 21? Who said
I don't
that?
think that's on,
That-
I don't think that's.
That's 20, is it
Yeah.
24 where it
Is
has
it-
all the interviews on it?
Well, no, I'm talking about, so on page 22, it says, the email from you, Mr. Allen, says, I sent you an email this morning that should cover those questions according to several principles, Ron sent any blah, 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 blah. I don't think anything, is that email anywhere that we can see that to really see? Because I think one of the questions we're being asked about is whether you complied with the investigation appropriately.
Back up one page.
That is the
That's
whole
it?
email? Okay,
Yeah.
that is everything.
Is there anything else?
There's,
Look at page
It is, because look at it's 5:50 in the morning. And he says later that day, I sent the email this morning.
Yes.
So
We hear Mr. Porter's clearing it up.
Their question is,
I don't think they can hear you without the mic. No, you're good.
Mr. Allen, I guess their question is the email that you sent on October 24th on 2024 at 5:50 a.m., is that in response to the questions that Ms. Washington has sent you on page 22?
No, actually, I think this email was sent prior to me getting those questions.
Okay. And so it's my understanding that you had already provided Ms. Washington with a statement back in October, on October the 14th of 2024, is that correct?
24.
Yes.
Okay, and their question is, where is that you sent a text message.
Right, I sent a text message to a number that she claims she never called me from. But again, that's that 539-501-539-0201 number.
And their question is, if you go to page 22, these questions, these interrogation that were sent to you, you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so their question is, did you specifically respond to each of these questions?
Or did you provide a thorough statement that might have answered those questions somehow, somewhere? Because on page 21, that does not, in my eyes,
Yes,
does
I
not.
understand.
Okay, answer.
The only thing that's not in there is the fact that I looked at the video footage at the school. But everything else, actually, I did. I did everything according to policy and procedure.
Well, but that's not really what hurt. I'm just saying that you had not answered the questions, though. Is that correct?
And Ms. Strong, and
Okay. Well, okay.
Ms. Strong, and I guess his response would be, once he received these questions, he saw that he was being the target of an investigation
Okay.
without the allegations,
Without having a clear allegation
of being
of one he was,
accused of things. So as a result, since he never received allegations of what he was being accused of doing, then he
Right.
did not feel it was appropriate for him to specifically respond to these questions. Is that right, Mr. Allen?
And right, and also to piggyback on you, that email that Mr. Self sent out of the changes for the upcoming school year, Liz's name was attached to it. She knew I was assigned to the ALE program.
Okay.
Her name was attached in that email.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's like and so you didn't answer the question because of your due process. Sorry, I remember what Pam Smith said. Talk directly in the mic. Okay, and so what I'm taking away from this is that you did not feel the need to answer the questions because your due process was being infringed upon, to where you didn't get the notice of allegations to go through this process, and it was part of what you stated was like a retaliatory deal based on your EOC.
Yeah, again, like I
Okay.
think this is my third time may have using this word during the time I've been sitting up here, but I kind of felt like at times I was being questioned because I was covertly being investigated. And so I was kind of new, although I wasn't the subject of the investigation, but at times I got the impression I was the subject of the investigation.
Yeah, they're good questions. You're just trying to get your timeline cleared
Right.
up.
I'm just trying to understand the timeline, and so at the initial, I mean, this is, just after, I think it seemed not very long after everything kind of came to light, right, on 10/24, and the student, the activities that happened with the student, the 2 times, and the staff member, those had occurred, and that investigation of what had happened with the student was being investigated, but you felt you were being investigated as well along with
At
this.
times,
And so
at
you-
times I felt that way, yes.
So are you saying you chose not to participate in the investigation of the student because you felt targeted in?
I never said I felt like I wasn't participating in the incident.
Okay,
I was just kind of careful about how I worded things because I knew
Okay.
there were loaded questions, and I kind of felt like if I said the wrong thing, it was going to be pulled out like actually it was going to be used against me.
I think the hard part, I will just say for me in reading this, like I don't think that the email on page 21 answers the questions you were being asked in order to comply with the investigation, and that I think is where I'm struggling a little bit. And you also have the right, if you feel that you are if there is not appropriate due process being followed, have the right to raise your own case about that. But that doesn't mean you don't have to participate in an investigation that ensures the well-being of the students. Would you agree with that statement or no?
I agree, and actually I never said I didn't participate. I mean, the word participate came from you, not from me. I never said I didn't participate.
Well, you didn't answer the I guess my point is that you did not answer the questions you were asked to answer. Can you, well, you say, if you can show me where you answered the questions that were on page 22 to 23, then maybe I'm missing where you answered those questions. If you can point me there, that would be helpful.
Number one, were you made aware of the incident on October 2nd? Yes, I was. I made aware by Michael Green.
But did you answer that in responding to Ms. Washington anywhere?
No, I did not.
You did not answer. You did not participate in answering Ms. Washington's specific
I did not
questions.
answer the question. No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you.
You, Mr. Adams?
Thank you. Mr. Allen, I want to throw a few ideas and see if I'm following just the logic and how things have been presented, that the concern that was presented by you and your attorney is that that you didn't have an allegation put to you, so you weren't being so you were concerned about these kind of questions, that you were being investigated, but you didn't have the due process of being informed that there was an allegation against you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is and with your experience as an investigator, you may be able to help me with this. I'm trying to put myself, and I know we're going to hear from some other people, and they may clear this up, but it feels a little bit to me like, for me, trying to understand a chicken and egg kind of a question. When do you have enough information to know if there's an allegation? And so if I was in an investigator place and I was trying to find out, I was concerned that something had gone wrong, and I was investigating, asking questions of the person who was mostly involved with it, in the direct involvement. And I was also wondering, was this handled well? And then I may ask questions for a supervisor. I may not have any allegation to give to say, this was not done right or not. I'm trying to find out enough information to know if there would be an allegation. So I'm wondering, it feels to me like we're in that limbo place about trying to explore and gather information to see if there's a problem or not. Can you help me understand that?
Oh, I heard what you said, but I wasn't following along with what is. I'm trying to help me understand what are you trying to ask me.
Well, I guess maybe I'm asking from your experience as an investigator. Are there some times where you ask people questions just to try to get information, but you don't have an allegation, but you're trying to get information to see if possibly there was some wrongdoing done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not how it felt like to you in this case. Is that correct?
Felt like.
It didn't feel like somebody was exploring just to try to find out information. It felt more like they were targeting you. Is that correct?
At times I felt that way, yes, sir.
Okay.
Not the entire time, but at times I felt that way.
Okay. Could it be possible, do you think, that part of the intent was to explore the situation, to gather more information, to try to get a clearer picture, to see if there was any wrongdoing done?
On the questions that she sent me?
Uh-huh.
Who did you notify on October the 2nd? I made sure Jordan Eason was notified. Did you view the video footage of the incident? Although I didn't answer it, but yes, I did. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not trying to be sarcastic or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But me looking at the video footage changed the dynamics of the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mike Green looked at it.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just.
Liz Hoffman looked at it.
I'm just saying that as somebody listening and trying to make sense of it.
Hold up, Mr. Porter. I'll let you when he gets finished.
I'm struggling with kind of a chicken and egg place about, where is the information gathering and where does it cross over into, I think there's some allegation here, and how do we get to that process? And that's just part of what I'm trying to sort out.
I understand. I understand. Like I said, I've investigated I supervised the investigators.
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah.
I've been down here in board hearings when you was on the board.
Yes.
Dealing with personnel issues, including all security
Yes,
officers.
sir, I'm familiar, and I appreciate your service for that, and I remember you in those positions, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
So, yes, sir.
Hold up, Mr. Porter. I'm going to let the board finish, and then you have the advantage of knowing their concerns, and I'll let you readdress those. Ms. Hatter?
Okay, so of course we have all of this wonderful information from both sides, right? But really, for us, these two pieces of papers are the main thing. So where I'm at and trying to understand, because I heard you talk very little about.
She's looking at the termination notice.
Yes, I'm looking, sorry.
It's the first page of the district's packet.
Yes, so if we look at 1 and 2, on page 1, and then if you look at 2 and 3, which is what they details out what 1 and 2 is, like, everything else is great, like, it's made to make us get caught up in the story and all that greatness and pull out some stuff, but what I want to know is, it says you fail to follow procedures and protocols to adhere to district policies following your awareness of a serious incident that occurred on September 19th. And it goes into details. A is fail to notify appropriate individuals of a serious incident warranting an official investigation. My question to you is, did you fail to notify the appropriate individuals of a serious incident warranting an official investigation?
No, I did not. Actually, let me go back to September 19th and explain again how I got involved.
No. I'm going to go there. I'm just trying to clear. There's a lot, and so I'm trying to get to the main thing, which is just this. Like, all this other stuff is great, but let's just keep it the main thing. And B, it says refuse to cooperate in investigations conducted by your own department regarding the September 19th, 2024 incident that was initially unknown and an October 2nd, 2024 incident which I can't say that, it's too many, but thank you. The investigation. So it's basically saying like it held it up or whatever. So did you do that? Did you refuse? Hold on, just let me take a breath. Okay. I didn't want to go into a stuttering pattern. So did you refuse to cooperate in the investigation conducted by your own department?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then it jumps down and it says on number 2, your failure to take any actions prevented a timely investigation that compromised the well-being of students. Your action constituted serious misconduct. So what is your interpretation of number 2?
Which one is it references? September 19th or October 2nd?
It doesn't reference it. Doesn't reference it. It just says your failure to take action prevented a timely investigation and compromised the well-being of students. Your actions constituted serious misconduct.
On October the 2nd, is the day that incident happened. Is the day that I went over to the campus and actually made sure that Jordan Eason was notified, made sure that the security officer had written his statement and gave a copy to the police officer. I made sure all our policies and procedure had been following up to make sure that the security officer was on notice that he was possibly getting ready to be placed on administrative leave on October 2nd. September 19th, and I go back to that again, on September 19th, I was out at Southwest High School when I received that phone call from Michael Green telling me about the video footage. At the time, I had not seen the video footage. I still have not seen the video footage. And again, once I got off the phone for talking to Mike Green about the video footage, Ms. Bailey, his secretary, called me and said she had spoken to Mike Green and she had asked him to give Dr. Browners want a copy of the video footage to show to the parent if she come back to and wanted to look at it.
Okay, so is October 2nd and September 19th two separate incidents, or is it one?
It's two separate incidents.
With the same individuals?
Same security officer, two different students.
Okay, and so in this incident, it is the security guard that has a infraction or issue.
Accused of using excessive or unnecessary force.
Okay, and so like the root problem there is that security guard, is it Star?
Yes.
Is that the one that's referenced here and there?
Yes.
Okay, so where do you come in? Because like you wasn't at the campus, you wasn't involved, you didn't have to break up whatever situation it was. Is it that they're saying, like, what are they saying you didn't do? That's what I'm trying to understand outside of these questions, which you answered multiple times.
I'm literally over here with phone calls.
I'm
That's
sorry?
why I'm here tonight, over a phone call
What phone call?
that I received from Mike Green. And after I received the phone call, they basically said I didn't do anything after I received the phone call on September the 19th. I'm assuming because I went over to the campus on October 2nd. I went over there, and that was the day that particular incident occurred, on October 2nd. It was still fresh. Security officer was still writing a statement. The police officer was still directly involved in the incident. Everything was still fresh. It was still live. It's September the 19th that I did not go there. September 19th, I was at Southwest when I received that phone call from Mike Green.
Okay, so let me ask you this one on page 2, because there's holes in here, and you know there's an advantage because Ms. Hoffman is sitting in here, so she might fill in the holes after listening what you said and hearing what we're saying. So here we go. It says when we look at actions resulting in disciplinary actions, because you know what, when we get back there, we're going to look at this. So, and we're going to ask questions among ourselves about this, not all of this. So let me just bring you in and help me ask these questions. It says on here, and I'm just going to read this really, really quickly. On October 2nd, 2024, an incident occurred at Hamilton Learning Academy between security officer Star and student blah, 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 involving excessive physical force used towards a student. During the investigation into this incident, a previous and separate incident between the same security officer and a different student, also regarding excessive physical force towards a student, occurring on September 19th, 2024. Okay, so here they're saying, not to act like an old Baptist person reading and giving interpretation, but here they're saying we have an issue. There was an issue with the same security officer, two separate students, and here go the dates. Gotcha. Was brought to the attention of district officials. Which district officials? Don't know yet. More specifically, it was substantiated that you were made aware, so you, I'm assuming is Don Allen, was made aware of the September 19th, 2024 incident on the day that it occurred, and you viewed the video surveillance footage. So my question, did you view the footage surveillance video?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. So you're saying you didn't view it? Okay. Okay, then I will try again. I'm just trying to get some clarity. Thank you, Siri. However, you did not notify your supervisor. So we're going to pause right there. It says supervisor or HR. So normally with personnel, there's a chain of command. You told us earlier that you had no supervisor, even though you had a director, a assistant. You didn't say you didn't have a supervisor. Let me pause on this. You said that, let me just ask this. Did you notify your supervisor?
Number one, on September the 19th, I did not look at the video footage.
Okay.
I did not go over there. I did not look at the video footage. That information is inaccurate. And like I shared with y'all earlier, if there is a minute information in an investigative report that is inaccurate, that diminishes the integrity of the whole report. I did not go over there on September the 19th, and I did not look at the video footage from September the 19th. No, I did not. On the day that occurred, I did not. I promise, I did not look at that video footage under no circumstance. I did not, because I wasn't in a position to look at it. I was at Southwest. I couldn't have looked at it. I don't have the camera footage on my work phone. There was no way I could have looked at it. I wasn't there.
Gotcha. So, Ms. Allen, let me go here. So, when did all this come to head? Did it come to head in September, or did they start talking to you after the October 2nd date? Because they're pushing it all together to get us to focus, but it's a little confusing. I want to know, when did they start talking to you? Was it September about all this? October?
When you saying they, who are you referring to?
Whoever they's,
Officials from the school district.
officials from the school district.
The one right after that, paragraph right after that. There you go. Sorry.
So when did anyone from the school district start talking to you about these incidents?
On September the 19th, I talked to Broadnex about the incident.
When?
On September the 19th. Actually, I talked to him the day of that particular incident. I talked to Dr. Broadnex on the phone, on Miss Bailey's phone. I talked to Dr. Broadnex through Miss Bailey's phone, because actually she had called me.
But but Dr. Broadnex is not your supervisor or HR,
Dr.
correct?
Broadnex is the principal
Right.
of ALE.
So you learned that it occurred?
Yes, I
on
learned that
September
it occurred. Yes, I did.
Okay, because someone called you and told you
Yes.
that it occurred?
Yes.
Okay, and is that when you was at Southwest? I'm just trying to
Yes, that
connect
was
the
September 9th.
dots.
That's when I received a phone call from Michael Green, the CCTV coordinator and lieutenant for the Safety and Security Department.
Okay, and so then you went over to the ALE.
Not that day. I went on the ALE on October the 2nd. The
You
second
called
incident.
him. You called him on the 19th.
Mike Green was on the 19th of September, though, right?
Mike Green called me on September the 9th, but he denied calling me. But he called me on September the 19th in reference to the video footage from September the 19th.
Okay.
I feel like we need a timeline.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying, thank y'all, because I'm trying to get this timeline right along with you.
So can I just
Go ahead,
real
jump
quick,
in
just
there,
right
jump
there,
in.
just before we lose it?
Yeah.
So when you learned that there was an incident that occurred, what actions did you take?
Which one of the incidents?
September.
September is the day
Yes.
that I talked to Dr. Brownnex on September the 19th.
Right.
Dr. Brownnex said, Mr. Allen, the parent said she wanted to look at the video footage. She's supposed to come back and look at the video footage and see the video footage to determine whether or not the restraining was inappropriate, excessive, or unnecessary.
So what
And
steps?
I told Dr. Brownnex, keep me posted.
Okay,
For the
so,
parent to come back, meaning keep me posted if she come back and let me know the outcome of the, her coming back, the parent, the mother looking at the video footage, keep me posted.
Okay,
And I
so
did better
in
than
your-
that, actually. I followed
Okay.
with Dr. Brownnex 2 or 3 times, prior to the October 2nd incident. I followed up with him on phone call. I went by there a few times, because that being my science school, I went by there specifically to check with Dr. Brownnex to see that the mother came back to look at the video footage of that particular incident from September the 19th.
so in your role per policy, what is your responsibility there? That's essentially, I think, what the, looming question really is.
My role as
Your role as, what is your role, sir?
Captain.
Captain. In that role, what then are you responsible for doing? You learned that something occurred, so,
Yes.
okay?
When something occurs, and if it's brought to my attention, I take the necessary steps. But again,
What are those?
it depends. Give me a scenario, and so I can.
This is a scenario. September the,
September. so on
19th.
September the 19th.
Yes, what's your-
I was waiting on Dr. Brownnex to call me back to let me know that the parent looked at the video footage. At that particular time, there was no indication that the parent had said there was excessive or unnecessary force. She wanted to look at the video footage, and she kind of felt like maybe there was some questionable activity during the time her son was restrained. That was
yeah.
it.
Okay,
Okay.
Just really
Wait
quick.
Wait up, guys.
Just-
Miss Hatter.
okay, really quick. So, Mr. Green was over there, right? Tell me his role real quick.
No, he was. To my
How did
knowledge,
he get involved?
Mr. Green initially received a phone call from Ms. Bailey, Dr. Broadneck's secretary, that Dr. Broadneck want a copy of the video footage from September the 19th incident.
That's how y'all found out about it. That's how
Yes,
safety and security
yes,
got involved.
yes.
And so safety and security got involved not because of the star person. The safety and security got involved with the video because the secretary called Mr. Green, and Mr. Green called you about the situation.
Yeah, the secretary-
And then you said, hey, I'm right here at Southwest. I'll run over there real
No,
quick.
no, that's October the 2nd incident.
Okay, and so then you called Mr. Broadneck's?
No, I called that 352 number that I had a missed call while I was on the phone with Michael Green.
The secretary.
And Ms. Bailey, his secretary, answered the phone.
And that's when y'all had the conversation
Yes,
about
yes,
the incident?
yes,
So so here we go. So what was so what were you supposed to do in that? Because I'm trying to,
That's the question.
after you got the phone call and you called Mrs. Bailey
And spoke to Dr. Broadneck.
and spoke to Dr. Broadnex, and he said, hey, he basically repeated what he told Mr. Green. What was your
Now, I don't
response?
know if Mike talked to Mr. Green about the video footage. Ms. Bailey, according to my conversation with Ms. Bailey, she called Mike and said that Dr. Broadneck want a copy of the video footage. Dr. Broadneck did talk to Mike. Ms. Bailey talked to Mike at the behest of Dr. Broadneck.
Gotcha. And so there was a surrogate talking to Mr.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So when you talked to Mrs. Bailey, then talked to possibly Mr.
I talked to Dr. Broadneck
Broadnex.
through Ms. Bailey's phone.
So
Yeah.
what was your role in that? I mean, after you talked to him, did you have a responsibility to act on anything? And if you did, what would that have been?
Heather, I think his prior testimony has been that he had no responsibility.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Because-
understand.
Because Mr.
Why is it here?
Mr. Ron
Oh, no, guys, we're going off the rails a little bit. Let's wait, Mr. Porter, and let them ask, and
But
then
that
I'm
was
going to
his
let you
previous
clear it up. So Mr. Porter's position is he previously said he had no responsibility.
Okay.
But Ms. Hatter's question, and I'm going to let her ask it, is when you talked to the principal on September 19th and that call was completed, what did you feel your role was? That's the question from the
To me, it
board.
became the waiting game. Waiting
Okay.
to see whether or not the mother was gonna come back and look at the video footage. That's what it,
Okay.
that was my interpretation. Wait and let me see what the mother's gonna say if and when she come back and look at the video footage. So it became a waiting game between Dr. Broadnex and myself.
Okay.
Because that's the only thing I had was what had happened and the mother's response when she came on campus on September the 19th.
Okay. Ms. Strong?
Okay, so following this, after you talked with Dr. Broadnex via Miss Bailey's phone, and they said they were waiting on the mom to come up, how was the incident described to you? Do you recall that?
It wasn't.
The incident.
Other than Dr. Broadneck said, the mother felt that Star aggression toward her son was a little bit over the top.
Okay. Do you normally allow parents to determine whether the officers under your purview are conducting their job appropriately?
It all depends on the scenario. If
Okay.
a mother, father, somebody come on campus and accuse not only our security officer or any other employee, once they come up there and make that accusation and want something done about it, is at that particular point in time, it has to go to the principal. The principal has to send the information to HR for HR to authorize us to investigate that particular individual.
So the principal so that is so we're talking about a situation where on September 19th, there was a parent who was engaged and involved in their kid's life, right? What about what if this situation had happened and the mom was never able to be gotten a hold of, or mom or dad was not present or physically able to come to the school during school hours? Would you have just let this go, like this excessive force that was reportedly used on this child once the video? Would you have gone further and made sure that you watched that video?
I conduct myself accordingly. I mean, if I'm made aware, I conduct myself accordingly. Actually, yes. I mean, no, I wouldn't have waited on. It all depends on how
Okay.
the dialogue was sent to me or talked to me
Right.
over the principal or whomever it may be.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that, based on the information you received, that I want to make sure that you did all you should have done to protect this student. And so the other question I have, it's a two-part question, and the first part is, do you think that in the video, you did see the second video, correct? On the
Yes, I
second-
did. I saw the video from
Do you think-
October the 2nd.
Do you think Mr. Starr's use of physical force was appropriate in that video?
It was very questionable. Very questionable.
Questionably inappropriate, possibly inappropriate, is that what you
Yeah, the
would say?
video I saw that I looked on the SRO desktop computer, it shows Officer Starr walking behind a young man as he was walking down the main hallway toward the main office. And the entire time, Officer Starr, the security officer, stayed behind him. The young man goes into the main office as though he was looking for someone. He looked, and then he turned around as though he was getting ready to go back out the door. As he opened the door, Officer Starr placed his hands on him and placed him on the floor.
Okay. And the second part of that question is, what training, I know there was a list of a lot of your trainings in here. What training do you all receive on trauma-informed care and trauma-informed law enforcement in the course of your job?
Trauma meaning,
Trauma-informed care, meaning in dealing with kids who may be in an alternative learning environment, may be experiencing mental health or emotional or behavioral disturbances, other types of behavioral challenges. And those behavioral challenges may be due to things that have happened in their life. I don't know if that is the case here, but there are ways of helping to engage that I would hope our LRSC team is using that are informed by principles of what's called trauma-informed care to help support students in positive outcomes rather than, for example, using physical force immediately
Right.
upon kids whom that may be triggering for them.
in time
Or other things.
past,
Again, yeah.
in time past, our security officers have went through de-escalating
Okay,
training.
de-escalation training,
And
okay,
actually,
that helps, okay.
you know, basically try to talk the student down. I mean,
Okay.
that's something that actually not only our department, but that the district has actually put high emphasis on here in the last 3 or 4 years.
Great, okay.
That they actually
Good.
want us introduced to
Right.
talking students down before you go to putting your hands on them. But unfortunately, you was dealing with a security officer that wasn't in the district 32 days when this happened, but he wasn't unfamiliar. He had worked with us before.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But unfortunately, he got rubbed out when Dustin McDaniels.
Does that answer your question as to the
I think that answers my question. And just to tie a bow on all of that, kind of where my brain is, if you, after seeing the video on the second, do you wish that you had gone and made an effort to watch the video on the 19th? Do you feel like you missed an opportunity to make sure students were kept safe by not going to watch a video of someone on your team and how they handled a student when you heard
My
that they
primary
was-
focus on October 2nd was October 2nd's incident.
No, I mean, okay,
But let's just hold
But-
on. Her question is, after seeing the video on October 2nd from September 19th, do you have any regrets to not watching it on September 19th? That's the question.
It's hard to say because as of right now, I still have not seen the September 19th incident.
Okay.
I have not seen the video footage.
okay, thank you so much.
All right. Anything else from the board? Okay.
I just have one last
Ms.
thing,
Hatter.
just to make sure that we are keeping this straight, because we haven't seen the video, and so we're going off of hearsay on what is on the video.
I think
Normally,
it's going to be
we
part of
will
the record, is it?
See
Yes.
the video?
They're going to show it.
So my thing here is this, and because this is what I'm going to weigh in now, and if it comes up again, is this disciplinary action is based off of you viewing a video, possibly viewing, not viewing a video, and what is your response or your responsibility of viewing a video?
From September 19th, that's in your actions result of disciplinary sanction that you actually read,
Yep.
where the writer, which was actually Kelsey Bailey, but he actually was feeding off the investigator, Commissioner Washington. Well, Commissioner Washington alleged that I saw the video from September 19th, and I did not see the video from September 19th.
Okay, and so I'm trying to figure out what did you do wrong outside of not answer this list of questions right from your equal or
Yeah.
your,
Do you care, Ms. Hatter, if we put,
no,
I understand your concern, I'm just trying to facilitate. I know
Yeah.
he's got other witnesses that may speak to that.
well, I want to hear it directly from him because he's, I mean, because okay, I will, you know what? We can move on as long as if I need to call him back up to answer questions, I can call him back up. So yes.
In fairness,
Move on.
let's go to Mr. Kazay. You started. Do you have any, certainly you want to ask something after the board's raised some concerns. But you don't have to. I just wanted to give you the first option since you called the witness.
Okay. Based on the board's question, Captain Allen, you did not reinvestigate any part of the September 19th incident after what happened on October 2nd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And let's see. Then you never applied for the, I think Director Rose asked that you never applied for the assistant director position. Is that right?
Although I was playing the role as assistant director, no, I did not apply.
Okay. And then the only response that you made to Ms. Washington when she asked about any incident was on page 21 of the district's packet, that email you sent, and the text message that you testified was basically the same as the email, even though it wouldn't necessarily be the exact same words. Is that right?
That was some dialogue verbally that I spoke with her and basically, but yes, that's on this one right here. This is what I sent to her in reference to the October 2nd incident.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Porter?
Mr. Allen, I want to direct your attention to this district, page 1. Page 1. This is the recommendation for termination, January 6, 2025. Do you see that, page 1?
Yes.
Now, I believe you testified earlier that once you received notification from Ron Self, where he basically removed whatever authority that you had, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were also told, because of Mr. Self's directives, that if any of the building principal had issues with security, then they are the ones who's supposed to contact Ms. Hoffman, is that correct?
I was told by several principals of the high schools.
Okay,
Yes.
and so once you found out about the September 19th incident, you told Mr. Broadneck that he needed to do some things, is that correct?
On September 19th, my conversation with Dr. Broadneck was basically about the mother. Won't come back and look at the video.
And do you know whether or not the mother ever filed any kind of complaint?
The last time I spoke to Dr. Broadneck, I think was somewhere around October the 14th. That was during that time. Dr. Broadneck, I asked him about the mother. Dr. Broadneck said the mother came back, withdrew her son from the campus. He gave her son a clear clearance, and she was going to go and put her son in the night program, which is, I think, is a GED program on Baptist College.
So there was never any kind of complaint filed by the mother?
No, she came back and withdrew her student, and Dr. Broadneck gave her son a good clearance where he could get enrolled in the GED program on that night program on Baptist College campus.
Now, it says at subparagraph A, failed to notify the appropriate individuals of a serious incident warranting an official investigation. Was it your responsibility to notify Ms. Hoffman?
Based on the email that Mr. Self sent out to all the principals, I was on my interpretation that the building principal is supposed to notify Liz Hoffman, the assistant director. 'Cause that's the email that Mr. Self sent out prior to his departure.
And also Lieutenant Green saw the incident, saw the video of September the 19th of 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not his office is only 2 doors down from Ms. Hoffman, correct?
That's correct.
And what has been the practice of Mr. Green in time past whenever there's some type of questionable incident that took place?
Since Mr. Self was no longer there, then the video footage should have went from Mike Green's desk to Ms. Hoffman's desk.
But Mr. Green is not being targeted for termination, correct?
No, sir.
And yet he didn't know, do you know whether or not he even notified Ms. Hoffman?
I don't know, but that should have been actually the protocol.
Okay. All right. And then it says refuse to cooperate. Of course, we've already heard testimony about that. And then it says number 2, failure to take action. What authority did you have in reference to Officer Starr? What could you have done to Officer Starr?
As far as any type of administrative actions, I didn't have the leverage to do anything.
Okay. And so, and again, you told Dr. Broadnack, as it related to Officer Starr, that Broadnack needed to contact Miss Jordan Eason.
Jordan
Is that
Eason.
correct?
And that was on when I spoke to Dr. Brownix about contacting Jordan Eason, that was from the October 2 incident.
And it says your failure to take any action prevented a timely investigation and compromised the well-being of students. Again, you had no authority over Mr. Officer Starr, is that correct?
Not as far as putting him on administrative leave.
Okay. And then, and I want to go back to those questions on page 22. You see page 22?
Yes.
Question number 2, who did you notify of the event of October the 2nd, 2024? Again, was it your responsibility to notify Ms. Hoffman about the October 2nd, 2024 incident?
Again, I go back to the email that Mr. Self sent prior to his departure to all the secondary principals, and actually all the principals from elementary through secondary, including support groups, directors. He had basically put that ball in Ms. Hoffman's court as far as what I was told from principals. That
and again, as of October, during the fall of 2024, you really had no responsibilities, correct?
Basically, yes, that's correct.
And then, and let's look at question number 4. Did you visit Hamilton Learning Academy to speak with Officer Starr? Do you see the implicit questioning in that?
Yes.
It's suggesting that maybe you colluded with Officer Starr, correct?
Yes, that's the impression that I got, and I think that came out of the fact that when Officer Starr came down our office and gave a taped statement in reference to the September 19th and October 2nd incident.
So here you are in question number 4, you were being accused of colluding with Officer Starr, correct?
Right.
All right. And you felt that you were now the target of an investigation.
At times I did. Yes.
And without having the benefit of receiving any allegations of accusation, is that correct?
Notice of allegations, due process rights.
Okay. And then number 7, you see number 7? Is there a reason why you did not report the incident to your supervisor/director? That suggests that you didn't, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the reason why is because you had already been instructed by Ron Self that if the building principals had any kind of issues.
Wait,
I'm sorry?
Mr. Porter's leading pretty hard here.
Well, this is cross, so. All right. And so.
I'm gonna let, since he's crossing,
And so, again, you had already been informed by Mr. Self, by other building administrators, that if they had an issue with any of the security officers at their school, that they're supposed to contact Ms. Hoffman. Is that correct?
That's correct. Actually, that email gave the impression that our office was a one-man band operation, that no one else had the knowledge or know-how to do anything other than Liz Hoffman.
Again, even though you had the title of captain, You had no supervisory responsibility.
Right.
And Mr. Self had basically cut you out of the chain of command.
Exactly.
Basically stripped you of whatever authority or duties or responsibility that you had.
Basically, in that email, that's basically what it boiled down to, yes,
And it
sir.
came on the heels of, again, of course, you receiving the right to sue letter from the EEOC, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Okay, hold on, let me get this timer set. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, before we let you go, and we've had you for a long time, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding that in your role as captain, if you became aware of a concern from any of the security officers that were in the schools which were under your command, is, from what I understood with the cross with Mr. Porter, are we to understand that you had no responsibility to do anything with the concern?
If I spoke directly to a principal, and the principal had concerns through a parent about a particular situation, to the point where he felt like this was not going to go away, then I would advise him to reach out to HR to get official notice or allegations to go out so we can officially start investigating that particular officer. And that's for any, not only security officer, that's for any employee in the Little Rock School District.
Right. So if somebody else had a concern, then you would do that. But if you heard of a situation that could raise a concern for a student's safety on how a situation was handled, are you saying that you didn't have any responsibility or to do anything with that information?
If I had
on
no
your own?
firsthand information as to what you just said,
Uh-huh.
if there was nothing that was given to me, no substance, but if they gave me some substance and it was at a particular site, I would tell them to get with their building principal and file a formal complaint or say something that you feel like something that needs to be looked into. So each situation is a little different. I mean, I wouldn't just shun somebody because of an email that was sent out. If they brought it to my attention about certain things that I knew that it was something that they felt passionate and deep about, then I would tell them the steps to take in order for it to become official investigation. I mean, I wouldn't do it myself because actually I don't have that leverage to do that. As a supervisor, I don't have that leverage to go out on a limb to make sure somebody get investigated, including our security officers.
Anything else, Mr. Adams?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking, Mr. Allen and Mr. Keys, I'm struggling.
But
With-
let me help you kind of clear this up.
Hold on.
In the 29 years that I've been doing investigation, it's not because of something that I said to an administrator that would want an investigation to be initiated. It always have come from people beyond me that when it get back to me, then it's our responsibility to investigate it.
So it's always in response to someone else's concern, not initiated from your own concern in your role. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We good, board? Mr. Rose? Yeah, we are. Are we good questioning? All right, you're done, sir. Let's take 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the next district witness. School districts use 37 minutes.
Good evening. Calling the meeting back to order at 8:07, where we will continue past the witness.
Mr. Gazay, you're a witness. Next witness.
Before you begin, Mr. Kazay, I'd like to ask you, because I don't know when else to ask it, why is Mr. Broadnax not here?
Mr. Broadnax is on leave, sir.
Okay. Good enough.
LRSD calls Liz Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, would you introduce yourself to the board, please?
My name is Liz Hoffman. I'm the Assistant Director of Safety and Security for the school district.
And how long have you been in that position?
I have been in that position since the end of October 2023.
And where were you before that?
I was a trooper with Arkansas State Police the past 15 years previous to that.
Okay. And Ms. Hoffman, let's try to streamline things a little, or let me try to streamline things with you. There was an event that occurred at Hamilton Learning Center on October 2nd. When did you learn about that?
The October 2nd incident, I was made aware October 3rd in the morning. The parents of the student involved in that incident came to the office, the Safety and Security office, and wanted to speak with someone about something that had happened with their son the previous day. And so, of course, I had them in my office and spoke with them about that, and is the first I heard about the incident.
Okay. And at what time did you learn that there was video of this incident?
Generally, the first thing I do when I hear about an incident is turn around and look at I have my cameras up at all times at my desk, and I turn around and find the video of what happened so I can review it before I do anything else.
Okay. And there was video of this incident, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to take a minute here to show you the video because I want you to narrate what you saw so that we can see what happened that date. And then hopefully, because this is kind of tricky, right? You've got an October 2nd incident.
Correct.
But then there's also a September 19th incident that happens first in time but is discovered second. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's
I would raise a point of objection. If I think Counselor is asking Ms. Hoffman to narrate or interpret the video under the silent witness rule, the video speaks for itself. She wasn't there. She didn't witness it. And so therefore, it would be inappropriate for her to give her interpretation, her impressions about what happened. The video speaks for itself under the silent witness rule. So that would be my objection.
But Ms. Hoffman is perfectly capable to comment on the actions that she took and directions that she issued after discovering the video. She's not going to narrate the video.
Okay, as long as she doesn't narrate the video, okay, that's fine. She can talk about what action she took.
Well, I mean, she knows the individual. Are they going to need to know who's on the video?
I'll be happy to tell you who it is.
Yeah,
so
if
you know
you'll-
what you're looking at, if that's okay.
And
I get the concern, avoid the obvious that the district the board members can obviously see, but then wait for Mr. Kazay's questions as to how the video, informed what you did, or
Yes, sir.
what you did after seeing the video. That way, we're respecting the objection from Mr. Porter that you're not telling the board anything that they can't see for themselves.
I understand.
Are we able just to
Yep.
see the video just on its own merit? And then if we have questions of who's what, then we can ask who is that person? Because if safety and security is there, we could clearly see safety and security because they'll be in uniform, and then go from there. I would just like to, if we can just blow up whichever one we're watching so we're not looking at all 6 small screens, that would be great too.
Somewhat related to that, can we watch it as many times? Can we ask to have it played
Yeah.
again?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm ready to see it in whatever version.
I mean, Mr. Kazay, it's your witness, so you present this how you want to present it.
okay.
And then the board will have.
All right. Jack, if we can cue it up. And board members, I do not have the technical capacity to blow up the individual panel, but I'd like to draw your attention to the lower middle.
I'll help you with that. The student, and I'm not
I
gonna,
just want to watch it just in its entirety without any narration.
Okay, let's do this. Let's show it, Mr. Kazay, and then replay it to ask your questions, and then we'll make sure the board has an opportunity to ask their questions.
Fair enough.
Are we able to restart that so we can see it again?
Yes.
I was
Jack, if
talking.
you'd roll that back, please.
No. You were talking?
I was talking.
just for information, it's all in the bottom 3 videos, since you can't take the top ones off.
All right, we've seen it a couple times. I've got some questions. Who's the guy in the pink shirt? Comes in just a second.
Yeah,
So who's the guy in the pink shirt and
Yeah.
the black pants?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, use your mic, Mr.
So-and-so.
Can you use your mic?
I'd like to identify the guy in the pink shirt who comes in after the
I am
patrol.
not aware of who the guy in the pink shirt is.
All right.
It may be a female.
The person.
It's a human?
It's a person.
Oh, okay, I can't hardly see it.
Doesn't matter.
I can see it from here.
So how many times do we need to watch the same thing? Is there something else that's going to happen after this?
No,
I think
ma'am.
we watched it like 5 times now.
Do we have clarification which one, is this October 2nd, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir. This is the October 2nd incident.
Okay. And the gentleman, the safety and security, is that the star gentleman? Okay, and he's already been dealt with and probably, okay.
Is he still employed though?
So have you
Board,
been
let's
blessed
go.
and released?
sorry.
Let's let Mr.
Okay.
Kazay ask, then I'm going to let Mr. Porter, and then the board can have the floor. Mr. Kazay, ask your questions of this witness.
All right, Ms. Hoffman,
This is
the,
more than we didn't watch.
What part did we not see? Oh, there's another part? What was in the other part?
Oh, it just looked like the person was moved. Was the person moved?
Because this is different angles of it, right?
Do you just want
Do we know if that
Kinda
person, who?
Let's do what
to, then take
Yeah.
the lead?
Suggest.
I mean,
Let's let,
it
again,
looks like the person.
We don't need to.
Mr. Kazay, ask your questions.
Ms. Hoffman, is that an appropriate restraint utilized by Safety and Security at the Little Rock School District?
No, sir.
Why not?
The one thing that we teach, since I have been at the district, is de-escalation. I watched this incident, like I said, after the parents came to my office. I said, let me review the incident and I'll immediately get back with you. I saw this and I think my response was, oh, no, this isn't good. There's no reason that he was thrown up. I don't know what happened before, but when I first watched this video, I said, that's not how we treat people. First of all, it's not how we restrain children. Because it seemed to me that Star used excessive force immediately. No matter what the child was doing, Star put his hands on that kid first. And so that was where my problem was.
What was the demeanor of the parents when you met with them?
They were unhappy but respectful. They, I think they understood that their child was at ALE because of his behavior previously, so they weren't irate. To me, they could have been if they wanted to, but they just wanted to know what was going to happen, and they had spoken with the SRO, the school resource officer at Hamilton, and were going to file a police report, and they just wanted to know what we were going to do on our end.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I told them, like I said, I'm going to watch the video. I said, do you mind if I speak with your son? He was out in the vehicle. They said, no, that's fine. I went out to the vehicle and I said, I just want you to understand that that's not how we treat people. And I apologize that, that you were hurt and that we'll get to the bottom of it.
And at what point did you initiate an investigation around this incident?
Timeline-wise, can I go ahead and give the timeline first of all? Because the investigation, I would have started the investigation on this immediately. While watching this video, Lieutenant Green walked into my office. This is like coffee time in the morning, so generally we talk about things, we talk to each other. Lieutenant Green came in my office, saw that, he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm watching a video of something bad at Hamilton. And he said, oh, is that from yesterday? I said, yes. And he said, oh, I have one way worse than that. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, there was one from a few weeks ago. I said, go get it right now. I said, do you have a copy of it? He said, yes. I said, go get it right now and you see it.
Okay.
And so then is when I watched the video of the first incident on the 19th of September. And I immediately called Jordan Eason at HR and said, we've got some problems.
All right. And Jack, could we pull that other? And board members, as we did last time, I'm happy to, however much time you want to see it.
So this is October 19th, or September 19th, I apologize.
Please.
That's the end of that incident.
All right, Ms. Hoffman, is that a restraint that is trained for safety and security at LRSD?
No, sir. That is absolutely against our policy.
Why?
The first thing, we do not, first of all, we use only the amount of force that's necessary to stop the problem. And also, there is a absolutely no chokehold restraint in our policy as well.
And when you saw the second video from September 19th, what did you do?
I had to take a minute because it made me sick to my stomach, to be honest. And I immediately thought, I don't understand why there was a second incident, because the first incident, the security officer should have never been there for the second incident to happen. And so I was upset that I didn't know about this incident, so I called Miss Jordan Easton in HR to ask her to immediately that we need to put this officer on admin leave and start an investigation.
And what happened as that investigation started?
When I called Miss Easton, she said that she was not aware of either of these incidents either. So we were on we conference called Dr. Broadnex at Hamilton and asked him why we didn't know about the situations. He stated that he had emailed Miss Easton, and she went back through her emails. I think she had an email from the secretary the day of the second incident, and she just let him know that he needs to let us know immediately if something like this happens. And then I wrote the notice of allegation letter and called Officer Starr in immediately.
Okay. Would this be the type of conduct that would need to be reported to the hotline?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Was it?
I believe it was not until, I'm not quite sure that I know that's in the investigation when it was reported, but I do believe someone at the school reported it at some point.
Are all members of safety and security mandated reporters?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you'd turn with me in the packet to page 14. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me what that is?
That is an email on October 8th, just let's see, updating Miss Eason that there was possibly 2 witnesses, and that Kamisha Washington, my investigator that was working it, that Mr. Broadnex had notified Captain Allen, because me and Miss Easton were still trying to figure out why we didn't know about either incident. And then a police report was done and the child came up. The parent of the child came to the school.
All right. And is that in reference to which incident? The October 2nd or the September 19th?
I believe the date is incorrect on that email. It says September 24th, but that's supposed to be the 19th of September.
Okay. And I think you testified to the last paragraph in that email previously. Is it your position that if you had known about the incident of September 19th, that the security officer would not have been in the building?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit about the structure there at Safety and Security. My understanding is that Ron Self was the previous director, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he resigned at some point recently, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know about the timetable of that?
As Captain Allen said, he told us an in-service in August, and he stayed till the end of August of 2024.
Okay. And on page 12...
Just kind of curious how she knew what Captain Allen said, that she's supposed to be sequestered. as to how she know what Captain Allen testified to if she's supposed to be sequestered.
I missed that. Did you ask what?
She said, she testified
I guess there's
that
an
Captain
objection.
Allen said.
Well, that's because she sat in the back. That's why I said Ms. Hoffman is still, is sitting here, and so she has the advantage of knowing testimony.
She wasn't supposed to be in.
So no, let's just
Yeah.
do this. She was here, she listened to testimony, and y'all just have to weigh that as a
Yeah.
board credibility, whether it's
Right.
for or against her.
Can I just say?
So go
that
ahead.
You guys said.
No, I don't.
I would have stepped out, but you said since I was his first witness to stay. So I have no issue with, I would have stepped out if you just.
Well, the first
Board,
witness
it's
was
true.
Alan.
Yeah, this.
Okay.
All right, board, let me just back up. I didn't have the power to tell somebody not to stay. I
Right, right.
recognize that she's saying she stayed because she thought she was going to be the first witness. Regardless, you'll have to weigh her credibility in light of that, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Kazay, go ahead.
And I didn't know who she was, I never met her. I didn't know who she was.
I was in the same boat.
I'm sorry.
I was in the same boat. I've never met her.
Ms. Hoffman, on page 12, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And that document says two things that are important for my question. One, that all the investigators would be transferred to your command.
Yes, sir.
All right. How many investigators are there?
There are two.
All right. And what does command of those investigators mean?
That means each of their investigations, when they are done with the investigations, they send them to their supervisor to edit them grammatically, make sure they have everything correct, go over there, and then we sign off on them. As the assistant director, I signed off on those, and I would send them to HR from my email, from my desk.
All right. And do you supervise their work?
Yes, sir.
Do they report to you?
Yes, they do.
So that's what command means at Safety and Security?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in the paragraph above that, where it says, Don, all outlying campuses will be transferred to your command. Some you already have, ALE, Metro, and Adult Ed. What does Captain Allen's command mean? Does he supervise those?
Yes, sir.
Do those security officers report to him?
Yes, in a security capacity, yes, they do.
And what do you mean by security capacity?
I'll say day-to-day operations. Principals make the schedules for security officers for the needs of their school. If there's anything that comes up at their school, day-to-day operations, they go to those security officers. They don't have to go through our office if it's something they need that's small. If they have any issues with their officers, they're supposed to let us know. And commanding of the high schools, and then in this email, Don got the outlying campuses, and so that means he's in command of the security personnel at those places.
Okay. So they would report to him on security matters? then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the event of the incidents that we just saw on video on October 2 and September 19, what does being in command then mean? On
Well,
those
you-
days, what's the commander's responsibility?
If anything happens at the school, so Mike, Lieutenant Green is in charge of the middle schools, he is in charge of the high schools. If anything happens at those sporting events, they are in charge of the schedules for those. They also, if there is an issue at the school, they are the ones that will respond to the school if it's not a major incident where we also need to respond.
Okay. Now, if you have a security officer put hands on a student and put them on the floor, what is the commander's responsibility there?
To be at the school and see what happened.
All right. So is it investigatory in nature?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned earlier that Lieutenant Green had come to you and told you there's another video from September. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. Why didn't you know about it?
That's a great question. I asked that when Mike, I said, why are you just now bringing this to me? And he said, well, Dawn told me to make a copy of this video and just to hold it. And that's what I did.
Okay.
And I said, okay. And then I knew that Officer Starr getting out of the school was the priority at that point, and I would deal with the rest later.
Okay. So, let's see. Now, when you tasked an investigator to look into this matter, those were 2 investigations, right? Because there are 2 reports.
Yes, sir. I advised that she do 2 separate reports because it was 2 incident dates so that it would be as clear as possible and not be confusing.
Okay. And what is the expectation of safety and security employees when an investigation is commenced?
Just like every other employee of the district, to cooperate and do anything that's asked of them during the investigation.
Okay, Ms. Hoffman, at the time, were you Captain Allen's supervisor?
Yes.
Did he report to you?
Yes, sir.
And have you seen, or actually, would you turn with me to page 15 of the packet? In that text message, Captain Allen messages to Ms. Washington that her responsibility is to contact you for further directions about the October 2nd incident, after asserting that he wasn't there to see it. And is that the proper procedure for an investigator to take? Would she come right back to you after a text like that?
I would think that he probably said that because I was her supervisor. He had been, and so he was saying, maybe if I couldn't speak, I'm not sure what she was saying, but that if he didn't witness, so to contact your supervisor is kind of what that says to me.
Okay. And as her supervisor, when she asserts, and I'm turning to page 16, please. When she asserts that she's not going to communicate about an investigation through text message, do you support that from her?
Yes, yes.
Why?
Because to me, if you're doing an investigation, texting it's on record because now it's texting, but it's not official. If you have official recording, all of our investigations, we record everything. And we write everything that's said so that we know we can go back and record it, see the questions that were asked, and have it all in a file. I told Investigator Washington, I said, text is not a great way to do that because we don't have things recorded. If you have everything recorded with everybody else, you need to make sure all of your communication is recorded.
And is that to make certain that everyone you interview is treated equally?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would you turn with me to page 18? You were copied on this email, blind copied on this email. Is this an appropriate way to ask employees at Safety and Security to participate in an interview?
Absolutely.
And if you'd turn with me to page 21. This is Captain Allen's email to Ms. Washington on October 24 at 5:50 in the morning. Is this responsive to the needs of an investigation to determine what happened on either of these dates?
No, sir.
Why not?
Generally, a statement is going to say, any statement that I've ever seen that's an actual statement about an incident is going to say the date, time, and what they witnessed or what occurred, step by step. Kind of like it's almost like a report you write for school. Any kind of statement It just basically lays out what, why, when, and where.
And do you have any knowledge on whether or not Captain Allen participated in an interview that would have been subject to recording?
No, sir, he did not,
How do you know that?
because Investigator Washington was not able to get him to cooperate or come in for an interview or speak with her.
Okay. Now, if you'd turn with me to page 19. Investigator Washington provides a series of questions to Captain Allen about the events of October 2. Is this typical of the investigatory process, or is this out of the ordinary?
This is out of the ordinary for a general
Why?
investigation. Generally, we have people cooperate when we ask for a statement. Can you please come in and meet with us? We would like to talk to you about an investigation. They say, okay. Can they come in? We ask them if they're allowed to have a representative with them as well. When she advised me that Captain Allen was not cooperating, I said, give him another chance. Like, just let's make sure we have every possible way to get our questions answered. And she said, can I email him the questions? I said, absolutely. Because she had shared with me that he emailed her and said, can you send me the questions? She said, is that acceptable? Is that okay? I said, absolutely. We can do it that way because at least they're documented.
Okay. Now, Captain Allen did not respond to these questions and did
No,
not set an interview.
No, sir.
Okay. And could you explain the captain-lieutenant thing? Because Lieutenant Green is lieutenant. Captain Allen is the captain. Does that mean that he is superior in rank to Lieutenant Green?
Yes, sir.
Does he have any supervisory or directing role of Lieutenant Green's work?
When I joined the department, there was, the lieutenant had just left. So there's 2 lieutenants, a captain, and the director. When I was hired as the assistant director, the other lieutenant position went away. So there was director, assistant director, captain, lieutenant, and then the sergeants. So chain of command, as in military, police, that's kind of how it was set up. That's why they have the descriptions as captain and lieutenant.
Okay.
Those are by name and rank superior to each other.
All right. So was Captain Allen empowered to tell Lieutenant Green to save the video but not circulate it?
Objection. That's a mischaracterization of the question. There was never anybody saying that not to share the video. He just said save the video.
That's your question. That's what you say. And I don't.
If Lieutenant Green interpreted that directive to be that he's not to share the video,
Now he's acting he's acting Ms. Hoffman to interpret and to get into the mind of Lieutenant Green. And Lieutenant Green is my understanding supposed to testify.
I withdraw the question. And pass the witness.
Okay.
Clock's ticking.
Ms. Hoffman, who has the responsibility to evaluate Lieutenant Green, to conduct his performance evaluations?
I believe last year, I think it was Mr. Self.
Okay. What about this year?
This year, it would be Director Elamine.
Director who?
Director Elamine. He's the new security director.
Oh, when was he hired?
I believe it was November of 2024.
Okay. All right. And so, in other words, Mr. Allen did not have any responsibility to evaluate or conduct a performance evaluation of Lieutenant Green. Is that correct?
Performance evaluation, no, sir.
Okay. So I am correct, correct?
sir.
All right. Nor did Mr. Allen have any responsibility to direct the work of Lieutenant Green? Is that correct?
Yes, he could have.
But who did Lieutenant Green report to? And I'm talking about in September of 2024, October of 2024, who did Lieutenant Green directly report to?
Direct supervisor would probably be Mr. Self.
No, I'm saying after Mr. Self left. So after Mr. Self left, then of course you assumed the interim role as director, is that correct, of safety and security?
Yes, sir.
And so when Mr. Self was the director, Lieutenant Green reported directly to Mr. Self, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And after Mr. Self left, then Mr. Green would have been reporting directly to you, Lieutenant Green would have been reporting directly to you, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
day to day, correct.
All right. And so so you, in essence, you serve as his supervisor, Lieutenant Green's supervisor, correct?
Yes.
All right. It wasn't Mr. Allen who served as a supervisor, it was you, correct?
Not direct supervisor, but also, as I said earlier, the rank structure.
Sure, I understand the
is
rank and
also-
structure, but I'm just saying, you can have rank, but those ranks can be meaningless. I mean, a rank can be like a person with an empty suit. Just because a person is captain, but even though Mr. Allen had the rank of captain, Lieutenant Green did not report to Mr. Allen. He reported to you as well as to Mr. Self. Is that correct?
He would report it to all three. I mean, he would do, if any of us three gave him an order or something to do, he's going to do what
But
they
you
say.
testified earlier, ma'am, that when Mr. Self was the director, Lieutenant Green reported to Mr. Self, correct?
Direct supervisor, yes.
Right. And then when Mr. Self left, then Lieutenant Green started reporting to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All
Same.
All right. And if you had, and certainly you did not expect Captain Allen to conduct any performance evaluations of Lieutenant Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Because he couldn't do that, yes?
That was not his, no, he didn't, I don't believe he had access to do that.
Okay. All right. And you testified earlier, ma'am, that all of the security officers are mandatory reporters. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, all employees within the Little Rock School District are mandatory reporters. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's
Even
correct.
yourself?
Yes, sir.
Even Lieutenant Green?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so if an employee of the Little Rock School District sees something or see a particular student who's been abused in their mind, then they are a mandated reporter. They have to report that to the Department of Human Services. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Even including yourself, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so when you, I believe in looking at the packet, I'm trying to get the page here. I had mine all marked up, I'm sorry. I believe you testified that when a parent, I guess, came to you, or at least it was brought to your attention on October the 3rd about the incident that happened on October the 2nd, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you indicated that, I recall in your testimony you said that if anything major happened at a particular school, then the building principal is required to contact you as the assistant director of safety and security. Is
Well,
that correct?
myself and HR, yes, sir.
Right, yourself and HR. So any kind of major issues, then you expect that building principal to contact yourself as well as human resources. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Such as if a student has been abused or if a student was attacked by a security officer, then you would expect that building principal to contact yourself as well as HR, yes?
Yes, and their supervisors.
Okay. And so since you were here for Mr. Allen's testimony, Mr. Allen testified that per run self, if there were any kind of issues involving security officers, then that building principal is expected to contact you as well as HR, correct?
I believe that email, if I recall, it was to inform the principals that he was leaving and that I would be assuming his role if they needed anything that he generally did, which is access control, camera systems, things like that, that they would need to contact me
Right.
due
Or
to
any-
his absence.
Right, and are any major issues that they may have with the security personnel? Because really, the building principals are really over those security officers for those particular buildings. Is that correct?
They're not their security supervisor. They're just their timekeepers, basically.
Right, right. And they can direct their work, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, the building principals can, correct?
Yes, they can.
All right, I want to direct your attention, ma'am, to page 34 of the packet by the district.
Okay.
Now, in the third paragraph, and this is, of course, when you were watching the video from October the 2nd of 2024, is that correct?
Is it,
Do you have page 34?
Lieutenant Green's,
Yeah, Lieutenant
Okay, yes, sir.
Green's statement? Yes, you see Lieutenant Green's statement?
the third paragraph in his?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And as I recall, now Lieutenant Green's office is basically, what, 2 doors down from your office, is that correct?
My office, Captain Allen's office, Greg's office, Mike's office.
Okay, 3 doors down.
Yeah.
And I believe you indicated in your testimony that regularly you have conversation with Lieutenant Green over coffee to talk about any issues that occurred. Is that
Well,
correct?
yeah, just morning, like I was saying, morning, everybody checking in.
Sure. And then, of course, according to Lieutenant Green's statement, he indicated that as you were watching the incident from October 2nd of 2024, Lieutenant Green blurted out, "That's nowhere near as bad as the one that I made," correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, he was referring to the September 19th, 2024 incident.
Found out later, yes, that's what he was referring to.
Right. As a matter of fact, Lieutenant Green viewed the video on September the 19th of 2024. Is that correct, ma'am? He viewed that video.
I believe on the 19th, he said he did view that one in that
Yes.
other investigation, yes.
As a matter of fact, he even made a copy of it per Mr. Allen. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
In other words, Mr. Allen said, look, we need to preserve that particular video in case there are some problems, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And so, and then, of course, in order for Mr. Green to preserve the video, he would have to watch it, yes?
Yes.
All right. And so once he watched the video of September the 19th of 2024, then he saved it, but he never came and told you about it, didn't he?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Green is a Caucasian male, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Right. And so he claimed that the incident that happened on September 19th was pretty bad, is that correct?
From his, yes, that's what he said.
And yet he didn't mention anything to you about it, correct?
Correct.
Did you direct your investigator to investigate Lieutenant Green, asking him why he didn't report it? Did you bring any allegations, accusations of allegations against Lieutenant Green?
The only allegations and investigation.
My question is, ma'am, I have a question on the floor.
Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Green has personal rights that are not properly brought in this venue, protected by the FOIA, and any action that was and was not taken is not properly brought here.
That's the whole point, I guess. Lieutenant Green is not the subject, is Mr. Allen. Let me ask you this,
Let
ma'am.
me say this, Austin.
That's the point.
I see your point you're making.
Yeah,
And I think it's made.
sure.
Could
Let
we
me ask
be
you this.
cautious to move on so we don't get into that?
Let me ask you this, Ms.
Murky
Hoffman,
area.
were you disappointed in the fact that Lieutenant Green did not bring this September 19th incident to your attention on that
Yes, sir.
day?
Yes,
You
sir.
were very disappointed in that.
Yes,
As a matter of fact, you could have issued some type of disciplinary action against him, is that correct?
he did get disciplinary action, sir.
He did not.
He did.
He did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But he's not being recommended for termination, correct?
No, sir.
And despite the fact that he's a mandatory reporter, he didn't report it to DHS, did he? On the date of,
I'm not sure if he did or not.
nor did you, correct?
Correct.
Once you saw the September 19th, 2024 incident, and you said it made you sick to the stomach, but you didn't report it as well, correct?
I made sure with HR that
But you
someone,
did
it
not
was
report it,
reported.
ma'am, didn't you?
I made sure it was reported by someone.
You used to be with the Arkansas State Police,
You're
yes?
right.
And the Arkansas State Police has a division
Child
within the
abuse.
Arkansas State Police that investigate abuse against children, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have, and I'm probably sure you know the people who work within that division, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You could have called them and said, look, you need to investigate this, but you didn't do that, didn't you?
I checked, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. All right. And so, and when Mr. Allen, again, when Mr. Allen advised Mr. Green to make a copy of the incident from September the 19th, 2024, that was a good thing that Mr. Allen instructed him to do that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, because tapes get recorded over. And so because of Mr. Allen's actions, we were able to have a video from September the 19th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, we still would have had it, but it should have been, everything should have been known on the day that it happened.
Right. And Mr. Green didn't tell you the date that it happened, didn't it, ma'am?
No one did.
Okay. I'm sorry?
No one did.
No, he didn't. Mr. Green did not.
Nobody at the school district did.
Right. Mr. Broadnax, as a matter of fact, per Mr. Self's instruction, Mr. Self said, hey, principals, if you have any major issue with securities, if something big happened, that building principal is supposed to contact you as well as HR. Is that correct?
As I stated earlier, that email was to remind people that he was leaving,
But he
not for only to say all the incidents. No, I'm not a one-person band. I'm not a one-man show. It was, they have a supervisor. You can contact them, which they did regularly.
But that email also told them, ma'am, that if they have any issues with security, that they were supposed to contact you as well as HR. Is that correct?
That was not the subject of the email, was not disciplinary. It was just if they have security issues, as in, like I said, badges, access control, things like
Do you
that.
still have a copy of that email, ma'am?
Probably.
Can you get that email to your counsel so I can have a copy of that? Would you do that for me?
If I have it, I sure will.
Okay. All right, thank you. I would like to see that. Now, Mr. Allen did not have any type of authority to place Mr. Starr on leave. Is that correct?
No, sir, that has to come from human resources.
It had to come from Human Resources. And so when you heard Mr. Allen's testimony that as it relate to the incident that took place on October the 2nd of 2024, Mr. Allen instructed Dr. Broadnax to get in contact with Jordan Eason. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Which was the appropriate thing to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you talk about all of these policies and procedures and whatnot, but none of that stuff is written. Is that correct, ma'am?
The Little Rock School District has a policy meeting.
No. My question is all of these security policies about what a security officer is supposed to do in a particular incident, none of those are in writing. Is that correct?
So we have a procedure manual
Yes,
for the
we have a-
security department.
Right. But as far as those policies and procedures, in other words, there's no written policy that tells Mr. Allen that what he's supposed to do in a certain situation. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, what policy? What written policy? Point to me a written policy that Mr. Allen was required to report to anyone about the incident that happened on October the 2nd.
Well, there's two. The security manual says that any security officer that witnesses an event at a school must notify their supervisor.
But he didn't witness it. He didn't witness it.
I apologize.
And he told you
Witness
that.
or know about an incident.
Uh-huh.
It's not, it's a general, if you hear or know or witness an incident where there may be an issue, you must notify your supervisor.
And Lieutenant Green didn't do that, didn't he, ma'am?
No, sir, he didn't either.
Okay. But Lieutenant Green is not sitting here. It's Mr. Allen, who's facing termination.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention, ma'am, to page 19. I'm sorry. Page 22. You see page 22?
Yes, sir.
One of the questions that Mr. Allen was asked, question number 2, who did you notify of the event of October 2nd, 2024? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Flip back to page 21. You see that?
Yes,
Mr. Allen said he notified Dr. Broadnet and told Dr. Broadnet that he needed to contact Jordan Easton. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
So those are two administrators that Mr. Allen notified as far as about the incident of October the 2nd. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that question is asked, yes?
Yeah, that question's answered.
Okay. And then it also asks, question number 6, are you the supervisor of the security officer at Hamilton Learning Academy? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Even though Mr. Allen has the position of captain, he does not have the authority to discipline any security officer. Is that correct, ma'am?
That's not true.
Is there a policy that says that he has the authority to discipline security officer? Is there a written policy?
Human resource, yes, the Little Rock School District, any disciplinary cannot come from our office. It can come through us, as in a notice of allegation would come through me, but also notice of, like a written warning can come from a supervisor. So Lieutenant Green and Captain Allen are both able to do written concerns, notices of warning, but they all have to
But not
come
a
through
disciplinary
HR.
action?
Correct.
Okay, so they don't have the authority to discipline a security officer?
Correct.
All right. And to your knowledge, ma'am, Mr. Allen was never provided with any type of notice of allegations. Is that correct?
No, sir, he was never under an investigation.
Okay, but these questions, and of course, as a police officer, as a trained officer, you are familiar, ma'am, with the concept that if a police officer is questioning a person and those questions begin to turn into interrogation, then at that point, the Constitution requires that officer to advise that person that they have the right to remain silent. Is that correct?
Legally, under police officer investigations, yes.
Yes, because we can start off asking a person questions, but then if those questions begin to turn into accusatory, then that's when you have crossed the line, and then that's when you need to notify the person of their rights. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, we're civilian investigators, not law enforcement, and we also, I don't believe these questions
I
questions
understand.
were also asked exactly the same questions to other people. So they're not directed at anyone.
I understand, ma'am, but we don't, and also the investigation included, it gave the people the option of providing a written statement as opposed to being recorded. Is that correct?
Both. They would do both. If they gave a written statement, they still were also asked questions and an investigation.
Well, I'm just looking at, let me direct your attention to page 24. You see that?
Yes, sir?
And this is from Commissioner Washington, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
She said, during interviews, I obtained written statements / recorded statements from the following individuals. Not everyone gave a recorded statement. There were some who actually gave written statements. Is that correct, ma'am?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Allen.
I don't believe, I think everyone on this list, but you might have to check with Ms. Washington, but I believe everybody on this list gave a written statement and it has an investigation on
Because
hand.
I saw some written statements, part of
They
the
have
investigation.
both.
Right.
Most of them have, when anyone receives a notice of allegation, they're supposed to write a statement.
Right.
And
Again,
he
Mr.
was
Allen
involved.
never received a notice of allegation, so therefore he was under no obligation to provide a recorded statement or a written statement, correct?
Those are both ask of anyone that's involved in an investigation.
Ask, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, Ms. Washington said in her email to Mr. Allen and also to Lieutenant Green, she stated that if you are willing to provide a statement, you can do so, correct?
Yes, sir. She was trying to be kind.
Sure, I understand. In other words, I mean, we have her email, and we have her letter, and it basically stated that if you're willing to give a statement, they're free to do that, correct?
Correct.
Only a person who is under some type of investigation who will receive a notice of allegations are obligated to provide some kind of written or recorded statement, correct?
No, sir. We have a policy that you, in the Little Rock School District, that you need to cooperate with investigations
Sure.
at all times.
Gotcha.
Board members, any questions for Ms. Hoffman?
I have, just, I'm gonna make it real quick. So the procedure, and/or policy or protocol that, he failed to follow.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, what is that?
Do you need the numbers or the,
I mean, you can give me a summation, it's really,
there's, the- like I said, the, let me look at that, where the termination letter. Notify appropriate individuals of serious incidents. This is also two, there's the board policy, and there's also the security manual that we have, that I don't believe we have a copy of it, but it says you must notify a supervisor in any instance there's an issue at a school. There was no communication to me that any incident happened. And then also the policy that says you must cooperate with an investigation, and that was not done in any manner.
so I guess, one other question. So Mr. Green nor, this gentleman followed the policy of notifying the appropriate person, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. However, perhaps, well, I don't want to talk about him, it's not my business. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hatter?
Alrighty. I do recall a policy you're talking about. It was a problematic policy because of this reason right here, and why, the certified PPC spoke against that policy, because it infringes, because it's unclear, and people need to have their due process, and the policy infringes, or at least the idea of that, what the PPC felt, as well as I did, felt that it infringes, and it was a gray area. So this is a great demonstration of what they were warning against. So my questions are, I'll skip over that because I think that was already asked about whether or not you filed a complaint or notice with the hotline, right, since you did view it on the 3rd, which was the Monday, which was the morning after the 2nd, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I made sure that both incidents were told to the hotline separately.
Okay. Okay, that was answered. You already addressed whether or not the 19th and how you found out. Okay. I think I'll get back in the queue. Oh, here we go. This is, here go a question that wasn't asked. With the investigation, and you're talking and saying that Mr. Allen didn't participate in the investigation, when technically it sounded like he did participate when he said that I followed all protocols and processes, or giving a response back multiple times. So my question is, did you expect him to give an account based on the narration of the video that he possibly saw on the 2nd? Because he wasn't there to witness it, so he couldn't say what he witnessed. All he could do is give a narration like anybody else would on the video. So, and
No,
so
ma'am,
would you
I don't expect anybody to narrate a video that they are watching. That's like hearsay, secondhand information. The only thing we expect of somebody's statement is if he said, oh, I received a phone call on this date, somebody told me this, I made sure I called this. So there's what we did, just like I said, who, how, when, why, on the date that you were asked, whatever that may be. Not saying that anything on the video, just your actions on a specific date for what happened.
Okay, and I think my last question on this is, it is around supervisory roles that you have, or you had during that time. at some point, I do want to see the safety and security manual, because I don't recall us ever voting on that or seeing that manual, but we could have, but I would like to see that again. Okay, so with the supervisory role, I heard very little interaction around you engaging, doing this process of talking directly with Mr. Allen, because he would be your direct report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to know, why didn't you talk directly to your captain in title, right, your captain, about an incident, and why did you go to a lower rank, because you were talking about rankings, so why did you go to a lower rank and spend more time talking about an incident instead of talking directly to your captain?
Can I ask you who you're speaking of, who I talked to?
You only mentioned Green, so was there anybody else you spoke to?
I never spoke with him about the incident. Immediately once I knew about it, I quit communication because I'm in their department. So I don't want to interfere in the investigation in any way. So as soon as I found out about it, I called HR and I made sure to take myself as much out of it as I possibly could to not interfere with an investigation. So that everybody was treated equally, even in our department, no matter what your rank is, everybody's a person, should be treated the same.
Gotcha. I think that this and maybe you will feel a certain way about this. This is like one of the things about safety and security, how it was trying to become this pseudo police department, and it's not that. They are W-2 employees who can be to where a legal complaint can be filed against them for roughing up a child, same as anybody else in the district. And I think that, would you say by the safety and security department taking on this pseudo law enforcement role and terminologies, that it is clouding judgment about when to engage? Because it seemed like it appears that there was a stalemate happened with Ms. Washington having interactions and having conversations with Mr. Allen, and she came to you, but then you didn't go to Mr. Allen to see what was the issue.
Right, I'm not, because to me that's interfering in the investigation. If I went to the principal of a school, if there was an investigation in a school, say these weren't security officers.
I get it. No, I get it, but I'm also keenly aware and sensitive and living in reality that safety and security, no matter how much people want to try to make it a pseudo police department, it is not that. And then I think that sometimes it clouds things, but the policy that you referred to, invalid, I do understand that policy, and it does create gray areas. But I appreciate your testimony.
Ms. Hatter, I will say, when you say, did I speak with him, when this investigation was turned in, I had Lieutenant Green and Captain Allen both in my office for about 2 hours, and we just had a conversation about, hey, I have 20 years of experience in negotiations and communication, so I'm huge on communication, and I was like, we have to fix whatever this is. We've got to communicate better. We've got to talk about things. You've got to tell me if something's going on. So we did have that whole conversation.
So how did you end up here firing him, then supporting the firing, then right, if you're big on communication and then you see that there's a lack?
Human resources.
Right, but you would have a say, because human resources, just, for you to understand this, human resources doesn't say, okay, Betty Boo, I'm getting ready to terminate you and is that the way it happens? Is that how human resources in Little Rock School District work? They just go pick out a person and say, I'm about to terminate you? But that's a direct question. But so is that how this happened here?
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, go ahead.
You gave the instructions to the investigators to begin an investigation.
Yes, sir. When they get a notice of allegation, that starts an investigation.
That starts the investigation, or you start the investigation?
Well, the notice of allegation is signed by the staff member, And then
Okay.
that's given to an investigator and they start it.
All right. You had 2 investigations going on.
Yes, sir.
There weren't 3. There were just 2.
Just two.
I'm sorry. My other question's over here somewhere else. Do you believe that when Ms. Washington concluded her email on page 18 to Captain Allen, I'm reaching out to you concerning the incident that occurred. I'm reaching out to see if you will be willing to schedule time to talk about the incident. Do you find the addition of that next line, let me know your thoughts, to be mitigating to an instruction? I mean, it takes away it turns it into not an instruction, doesn't it?
See if you'd be willing. I'm not sure on this what,
Page 18.
I see that, yes,
Okay.
sir. I'm just saying, I don't know when I believe that email was sent after she had already communicated.
It said on 23rd at 1:40.
I will say Investigator Washington was concerned because Lieutenant Green and Captain Allen were her supervisors, per se, in rank structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was her direct supervisor.
Yeah.
So she was extremely,
Well, it looks to me like, I mean, you said that you told her at some point that you didn't think that using text messaging was a good idea with this.
Yes, sir.
It looks like they spent a day text messaging until 1:40 in the afternoon that day. And that's when she sent an email. Now, you said that she asked you if an email would be okay, and you told her that'd be great, because it's got a paper trail, an electronic paper trail.
yes, sir.
But you say she's being very careful. So when she, later that same day, she quits being careful, don't you think? She's at
Is
1:40,
the-
she wants to know his thoughts.
And
That's not a very good line.
unfortunately, I can't speak to her.
I know, but I can speak. Let me know your thoughts. It's not a very good line for instructing somebody you want them to do something. She seems to have figured that out by 8:49 when she gives him puts the questions to him, says she wants answers individually. And that's when he says that he did everything according to Little Rock School District policy and procedure regarding the aforementioned incident and date, and he feels, rightly or wrongly, he feels that's satisfied that he's answered the questions in that he had witnessed the incident. He told Mr. Broadenax, there were some things that took place, and he testified to those things, and they might not have directly answered some of the questions. In fact, they might not have answered a couple of them at all. But he feels like he had done that well, that he had done the right thing.
I apologize, I'm trying to get the dates of these emails in order.
I think they're in order in the packet.
Okay.
They seem to be.
The
No, they're not.
5:51 a.m.
5:51 is not, they're not in order in the packet.
Correct.
I apologize.
So I think that the questions were in response to the 5:50 email from Mr. Allen was the one in the previous page where she did ask the questions. Because those are the questions that she had for, I believe,
That's right,
both.
that's right.
security
I have
personnel.
misread AM and PM, my fault. I had one more, that was mostly commentary, not questions, I shouldn't have done it. I have one more. Why do we have in this packet, I guess not a question for you, I guess that's a question for Mr. Kazay, and I'll have to ask it at a different time. I'm done, thank you.
Mr. Adams.
Thank you. Ms. Hoffman, I'm taking from your testimony that two of the major concerns you had, one is that these concerns were not brought to you, and the other was that there was not the kind of cooperation that you would expect in the investigation.
Yes, sir.
So is, the other part that I'm trying to understand is the role of a security supervisor. Can you tell me more about what the expectations of that would be? Particularly I'm thinking especially about if you hear about an incident, you weren't there, but you heard about a potentially concerning incident that happened in September. as the role of a security supervisor, what would be the expectation for what somebody should do in that role?
So just for reference on their role, security supervisors, we'll take Mr. Allen example of the high schools. So we have security supervisors at each high school, and they report to Captain Allen. All of the security officers at the school report to their supervisor on site, and then those report to Captain Allen. He's also in charge of all the athletic events and the overtime for all the athletic events, and also the drug test. So each one of our supervisors, him and Lieutenant Green, have schools that they are the supervisor of, but they also have multiple other things. Like Lieutenant Green has fire alarms and, panic alarms, things like that. Anything that was to happen, and I will say, when Director Self was here, there was, I know he had a lot of things that came to him directly, but if there's anything that's happening at the schools, that supervisor should be notified, whether it's by their security officers, whether it's by the principal, if they have a good relationship, whether they don't have a good relationship. They should know, and everything should filter up to the top, just so we know about it. If these parents would have come in and I would have known about it, I would have already had an answer. I would have known they were on an admin leave, but that didn't happen, and that's the communication that buckled. They're just like I have a supervisor, I have to tell them everything. If I know anything, I tell them. So that's the chain up and the chain down to me.
For the event in September, the written information we have reports that Mr. Allen saw the video on the 19th. Mr. Allen testified that he did not. Whether or not he did or not, from your expectation, if you heard about a concern of that significance, what would you expect the supervisor to do?
I would have hoped in a situation that they would have immediately said, hey, because this is what happens on a general day. Hey, we had a situation at Hamilton, there was a fight. Or, hey, especially involving a security officer. Even if it's not involving us, hey, there's a fight at Hamilton, a child's going to the emergency room, or a child's getting hurt. We know about that even if it doesn't involve a security officer. If it involves a security officer and there's an injury, we immediately need to know about it so that we can see everything's going on and notify HR if we need to. Now, our security officers put their hands on children every day in one of our schools. We don't know about every single incident of that. But if there's an injury to a student or an injury to a security officer, that immediately should come to our desk.
Was there an injury in September?
And the 19th, yes, sir. He went to the hospital.
Okay. Last question. Mr. Allen testified on the video for the October 2nd that based on seeing the video that the security officer's behavior was questionable. How would you assess the behavior?
The first time I saw that video, I immediately, questionable is a good way, but questionable as in that's excessive force. What was going on? It's an immediate question response of what happened, because to me, it doesn't matter what a child says. It doesn't matter what someone says. What matters is what you do about it and the actions that you take. The de-escalation part is in training. They have that. This officer wasn't in service, and that's my specialty. That's what I talked about. It's an immediate, you need to be on leave because we need to figure out what happened. And to me, it's excessive force.
I'm sorry, I said one more question, but you said something I wanted to get clarification on. You said that in the September 19th incident, that the student was injured and went to the hospital.
Yes, sir.
Was the student injured on the October 2nd incident?
I do not recall an injury on the 2nd, if they reported an injury or not on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Strong, you had another question.
I hadn't asked one yet this time.
Well, another question tonight.
I have two questions, actually. Okay, so the first one, I'm looking at page 25.
Okay.
And there, in the second paragraph on page 25, I believe this is regarding the September 19th investigation. or the investigation of the September 19th incident. It's reported here from it looks like there was an interview with Dr. Broadnax. It says, I had a conversation with Dr. Broadnax on the 9th, reported that he notified Captain Allen, one of the supervisors, but Dr. Broadnax stated that he had completed a CIS incident report, but then it was not to be found. What is a CIS incident?
CIS incident system is our internal Little Rock School District incident system.
Okay.
That is for anything in the district. Everybody has access, teachers, principals, security officers, everybody in the district, anything that happens.
Was he the person that was responsible for filing that, like, official, and was he the person responsible for filing that official report? And if he had done so, would it have come across your desk in like a report type of way?
Yes, ma'am. So we get, myself and the director now currently get emails. I believe Captain Allen also gets emails because his name was on the CIS reports. We get an email anytime a report is submitted so that
Okay.
we can look at it. And that, they can delegate that. I know Miss Bailey does a lot of them
Okay.
at the school. And they can also, depending on, a lot of times they'll have their security supervisor do it. It just depends on who it's referring to most of the time.
Okay, but none were submitted at all
No,
for
ma'am.
the incident on the 19th at all?
No, ma'am. Neither
Okay.
incident, I believe, has a.
Oh, wow, okay. I have not made it through the 60-something pages of reading of very dense material and interviews yet, since we just got this when we arrived. Okay, so, but in general, like, if something happens on a campus, the principal will be the person who would file that CIS report.
Or delegate.
Or delegate, or clearly
In their
delegate it
office,
to
yes,
someone.
ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so that was one question, and then secondly, the second part of that one is really just about the ethical responsibilities. There was blue shirt dude and purple shirt dude in that picture, and then there was the security, Mr. Starr. I think their names are in here somewhere, but are all of those people mandated reporters?
Yes, ma'am.
And only some of those people report up in your chain of command, correct?
Only the security officer.
Right, and so nobody reported this at that time to the hotline?
To the hotline, the day after admin leave was placed, when I called, it had been reported. Now, they can't
So
tell you who
when
reported it.
whose admin leave?
On the officer. When Officer
So when
Starr was put on
Officer
admin
Starr
leave.
was put on,
Yes.
he was put on admin leave after the 9th, though? After the second incident?
Yes,
Sorry,
ma'am.
sorry,
Yes.
sorry, I'm getting my dates mixed
So
up.
the
Okay.
19th incident,
Yep.
unaware until the 3rd,
Right,
if it
right.
was filed.
Okay, and so just to tidy up and make sure I understand the picture of all of this, no report was made by anyone to acknowledge that that was not appropriate, and potential child abuse at all until after the 9th. Okay.
Yes,
Correct.
after the incident on the 2nd, yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Sorry,
On
I
the
keep
3rd,
saying the 9th because the report, I think, says the 9th. Okay. The second piece of my question, okay, so I am now looking at page 34. And at the very bottom of 34 is I think it is the investigation, and this is the attempted conversation with Captain Allen for what happened on the 19th of September. And it goes into the top of page 35. And so this it looks like from the very first communication, just to ask to sit down and talk about this, he was super defensive, it just says Captain Allen got very defensive, raised his voice and said he was unsure why I believed he knew anything about that incident, et cetera, et cetera. And then going down, barking up the wrong tree, and again, kind of referring back to that, the child's mother never filed a formal complaint. So what are the ethical responsibilities of Captain Allen in both doing something about the incident he heard about, ethical and or policy-related requirements of that, and secondly, is this defensive defensive response appropriate when an investigator in his own department asks him to sit down and talk about?
Personally.
Yes, what happened?
Which is all Miss Washington can tell you how she felt.
Yep.
What I felt from her and what I just, I was like, make sure you write everything that was stated.
Yep.
It was.
objecting what she's testifying about what she may have felt from another person.
Well, I said I can't. I can't say.
No.
Already testified that she can't.
Okay, so I do have the two questions about the ethical responsibility piece first, and then I am curious about whether this type of defensive response is appropriate in general, not maybe this specific response, but whether a defensive response to an investigation, given our board policy that people comply with that if that is appropriate.
To me, it's not appropriate to be defensive in any way.
Okay.
I think cooperation is also not being defensive. I understand if you could be defensive but cooperate anyway and just aren't happy about it. But I was constantly said, I don't know why he's talking to me like this. I don't know what to do, things like that. Ethics wise, I think, the ethics policy for the school district as well as our job is to provide a safe place for these children who aren't safe other places. That is why I took this job, is to keep these kids safe when they're not safe on the streets or safe in the schools. That's our responsibility as a safety department, security department, is to make sure that they're seen and heard, and if something happens to them that's not correct, that we handle it.
Okay. Can I ask one other question just for the very big picture of this?
Yes, ma'am.
And this, I may get an objection from you on asking this question. What happened, what is the status of employment of Mr. Starr, Mr. Broadnex, and other people who were involved in this? Am I allowed to ask that question?
Not really, but we'll
Oh.
try to figure it out.
I don't know if
I just kind of I think it would help me understand, I am asking myself questions. Are situations being applied equitably across the employees? And I am asking those questions, and without knowing what happened to the other employees, it's really hard for me to make to understand that.
But I think that
I
too,
get it.
we
I get
probably,
it. Well, hold on, everybody.
The question is it being applied equitably? No, because Lieutenant Green is not in the seat. So it's not being applied equitably.
All right.
Is Lieutenant Green still employed?
And he's a
yeah, he's
witness.
gonna testify.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Does the district, I know putting this in the district in a difficult position to talk about personnel, so if you can't, I'll explain to the board that personnel is a touchy subject. We know Mr. Green's still employed because he's presumably a witness.
Okay.
You've said earlier the principal's on leave. Are you going to leave it at that?
Yes, sir.
Because
Okay.
that's a lot to say anyway.
We're here on one matter today.
Yeah.
And y'all know where,
And not to conflate,
Well,
not to conflate those, we don't want to take whatever happened to those individuals and unfairly place it on him and say, this is what we're going to do, because I think the attorney just said it's not being equitably distributed because we have another security that witnessed and watched the same videos, and he is not being up for termination.
and Mr. Porter's made that point, he's made it well, but
Okay.
y'all just know the district administration has to be cautious
I
not
know,
to
sorry.
cross the
I
line,
know.
so we'll leave it
I
at that.
felt like that question was probably not okay, but
Mr. Carter, go ahead.
Really quick, do we feel like Ms. Washington's ability to perform her duties in a way that was,
She's testifying
Yeah,
next.
she's testifying.
right, but you're the supervisor, and
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
really for you. Because I don't want to get into a narrative, but really my question to you is, do you feel like the strategy and/or structure that was used to capture the information within the investigation was sufficient to elicit the responses that were incumbent upon the big picture to really capture, kind of to lend to Mr. Rose's piece? What are your thoughts? That's really not a directive, if you will. So I'm wondering if, that may have compromised. Do you feel?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Washington is, I don't say this, one of the most intelligent people that I've worked with here. I feel completely happy with the investigations that she's done. She's very professional. She's very appropriate. And if she has any questions about her training or what she knows or how to do an investigation, she asks before she does it. On this one, as I said, she was in an uncomfortable position because she's worked with these people But the most important thing to me was professionalism and making sure that you do the right thing. She did everything that she thought was right, and I stood behind her, and when I read the report, I said, you got all the facts, that's your job. And we, like, you know, was asked previously, do you do this on normal investigations? Do you email questions? We've never had someone that said, I don't want to answer your questions. So she really tried to get all the information.
And I'm not suggesting she's unintelligent. I'm not suggesting anything like that.
I was just throwing that out.
I mean, it is a different dynamic when you are asking questions of someone who is in a different, you know, the hierarchy there really lends to discomfort, as you indicated,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So in my mind, it really does not provide an opportunity for the process to play out in a way that is really clear.
Yes, ma'am.
What are your thoughts? I mean, I'm a clinician. That's what I ask my clients.
Right.
Okay. So that's not really a directive, if you will. So I'm just wondering if you feel like, as a supervisor, that perhaps it could have been done differently.
From the way I saw her email and the way I read it is, I'm going to combat defensiveness with kindness. I do understand what you guys have said about let me know your thoughts isn't like a directive. I know that she was uncomfortable giving a directive. However, she did say, can you interview them? No, ma'am. You're the investigator. You interview everyone, so it's non-biased. So that's, and that's, you know, I came from on that.
That's good. Mr. Rose was first in the queue.
I was about to say that I was afraid that Ms. Wesley was about to get into the wrong forum for her question.
No, I'm not.
We need to someday.
Well, I don't want to go too far.
Ms. Hatter?
Here we go. So that was a great segue, Director Wesley. I appreciate that because it goes directly into my question. Given that you are Washington's direct supervisor, your employee came to you and said, hey, I'm, you know, as she says, I can't read it, but there was some friction there in doing the investigation. Looked like 3 weeks after the September 19th incident, right? So as a supervisor, as a good supervisor that want to take their employees out of a awkward situation, given the fact that she was tasked by her supervisor to interview someone, as right as you said, the rank and order, because ranks mean something.
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you take on the leadership and just interview Mr. Allen yourself? Because I recall you saying you have X amount of years of investigations, and so why did you not see it as right as the responsible and the accountable thing to do to interview Captain Allen?
Two things, two answers.
As long as it's honest and
Yeah, very
transparent and
honest.
authentic, I'm here
That's
for
the
it.
only one I know how to be. Number one is integrity of the investigation. You cannot have two people, one that is not assigned as an investigator, although I am the supervisor, to complete an investigation and answer and ask questions to one person differently than you can another person in our investigations. And as a general rule, in any investigation, you want it to be non-biased and the same person to complete all the questioning. The second thing is, I, at the beginning of the year, sent both investigators to train with internal affairs at the state police, because that's what they do, is get uncomfortable and ask people in high ranks questions, and it's a weird situation. So I'm glad that I did that for her, but that's part of the training is, as an investigator, sometimes you are tasked with asking people above you hard questions, and you have to be able to do it as part of the job.
Right, but given the fact that, because I just heard you say you sent her to training to do that, and so she was still new, given the fact that it wasn't going the way that she felt or even you felt that it should be going, I would think that more of a leadership role would have been to sit with either to conduct the investigation, because I believe I heard you say that all of the folks received the exact same questions. And so if everybody received the exact same questions, it wouldn't really matter who is asking the questions, because this is not a nationally certified law enforcement agency like LRPD or anyone else. These are staff that are W-2 employees who are not certified law enforcement. So maybe perhaps looking at it through that lens would have yielded a different response to be able to have a more interview that had a little bit more integrity and comfortability there. So I was just curious on like why you didn't, right, as the leader of that department in the interim time, step in to interview Mr. Allen. So you answered my question. It was a training opportunity for her to.
This investigation wasn't a training opportunity. I was just speaking to the uncomfortableness, but integrity-wise, it's absolutely integrity. I can't say that word.
I get you.
The integrity of the investigation. If I sit in on one person, why is it?
No, then I understand that. Then I was just using your words. You said that this was a good opportunity for her to interview people above her.
Well, the
different ranks.
training was the opportunity, so that
Good deal.
you know it's uncomfortable.
And then this is the exercise. I get that. So my last thing is, and this is truly my last question. You being a supervisor and safety and security supervise security staff on the campuses, but not really, which is confusing because how many supervisors do they really have? They have to report to the principal, who is their direct supervisor, who is able to direct their work, but yet and still you have this, I'll just use Mr. Allen, you have Mr. Captain Allen that will go to these said campuses, but he doesn't supervise. He's just there to patrol them, I guess. And so, but yet he doesn't have the responsibility, or it seemed like it is a pseudo responsibility, but yet now we have the accountability of him doing all of these reportings based off of him viewing a video on the 2nd. Unclear about him. He didn't see it on the 19th based on his. So my question to you is, and then I know you're not, the director of safety and security, but it's really splintered on how these employees would report to whom, because the question still remains, what responsibility did Captain Allen have? Because he is like us. He's watching this video when he's seen it. You're having coffee with the guy and he's like, what, you think that's bad? Boy, let me show you over here.
What?
And so you only knew about the 19th because it became I got one better. Well, let me show you this. And then it triggered these other things after the fact. So I have questions, more questions, but it's not for the setting. But I do appreciate you being here.
That raise anything from the lawyers? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Oh, you still got stuff? I'm sorry. You didn't jump up fast enough.
He's tired. It's 10 o'clock.
I can't jump up that fast.
Why did you always tell the judges you try to limit your comings and goings?
That's right. Now,
Say what?
Ms. Hoffman, is my
Hey, real fast
understanding-
on Austin.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's my
So-
understanding that, I'm sorry?
On Austin, you're at 57 minutes,
57
and
minutes?
the district said an hour 12.
And believe me, I won't use those 50.
Yeah. Well, you got 33 left.
All right. Now, Ms. Hoffman, just to be clear, it's my understanding you supervised those 2 investigators, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And although you testified that you tried to stay out of the investigation, you really got involved because Ms. Washington showed you some questions that she was going to send to Mr. Allen. Is that correct? And you said that that was okay.
Yes,
Okay. So you really were kind of involved.
I
Yes?
was not involved in the investigation.
I understand. And again, as far as all of these expectations, as you testified earlier, whenever it comes to any major issues that happen, it's the building's principal responsibility to get in contact with safety and security as well as HR. Is that correct, ma'am?
That was said, that was in an email. All building principals and supervisors of any department should notify HR and the head of security.
Right. But we don't, that was Mr. Self email, but as far as any kind of written policy, is there a written policy within safety security that directs that?
Yes, that all security officers, no matter your rank, should let your supervisor know of any issues that arise at the school.
Right. But my point is, Mr. Allen reviewed a video on October the 2nd of 2024 about that incident. Is that correct? He reviewed it on October the 2nd.
Yes, he's saying, yeah, I think he saw the
Video. Right. In other words, he saw the October 2nd video incident, the day that it happened, which was October the 2nd, correct? Right? And you saw it on October the 2nd?
3rd.
The 3rd. Okay,
sir.
you saw it on October the 3rd.
Yes, sir.
And so, and of course, Mr. Allen testified that he told Dr. Broadneck that he needed to contact you as well as contact Ms. Eason in reference to that incident. Correct?
I believe the email said.
Oh, no, I'm talking about email.
I believe his statement said contact Ms. Eason, yes.
Right, and contact also you as Ms. Hoffman.
I don't think it said that, but it might have. It said just making sure that Dr. Broadneck's contacted Jordan Eason.
Right, but
So not-
but it was your testimony earlier that any major incident that happened at a school, you expect that building administrator to contact you as well as to contact Jordan Eason, correct?
And the supervisor, I don't think that's what I said. I think I said that his email said anything that happened at the school.
You mean he, meaning Self?
I apologize, yes.
Self.
Mr. Self, yes.
Right. And so Self, as a director of safety and security, basically instructed building administrators that if anything major happened involving security issues, that they would contact him as well as contact Jordan Eason, yes?
Well, him was not because he was leaving. So that was, the email was as he left, and I'm
And
going
then
for that
and then
email
it
for
flowed down to you, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Am I done?
You're good. Are we good to keep going, plowing through?
Yeah, let's get through
Okay.
I've got 18 minutes, is that right?
Yeah, now, you know, some of that was taken up by the board in the video, so I'm going to cut you off short,
I
but
understand.
maybe you have like
Short
25
process
minutes.
To figure out who I can get on.
Okay.
So I need to think on that for just a
So board, he needs a quick recess because he's got to trim his time quite a bit to comply with y'all's rules.
Okay, that's a good deal.
Are we off audio? Jordan? Jordan, are we off audio?
So we're back. We're going to call the meeting back to order if we could. And I'm going to go ahead and default to our facilitator.
Mr. Kazay, your third witness.
20 minutes to go, Mr. Hearing Officer. I'm going to call Kelsey Bailey. I don't know that I'm going to have time for the district to get to the other two. Hey, Mr. Bailey, would you introduce yourself to the board, please?
I'm Kelsey Bailey, Chief Deputy Finance and Operations Officer for Little Rock School District.
And what is your relationship to the Safety and Security Department?
Safety and Security is one of my departments that reports to me.
All right, and Mr. Bailey, if I could draw your attention to page 2 in the district's packet. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is a letter drafted by you to Captain Allen indicating that you're going to recommend to the superintendent termination of his employment with Little Rock School District. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And Mr. Bailey, could you walk the board through how you arrived at making that recommendation?
So it began around, Liz Hoffman called me over to her office about the incident that happened, I believe, on October 2nd. So video was there, and the other incident about the September 19th video as well. So once I saw that, I mean, at that point, investigation was to begin. Had to wait to of course, anytime you find out about a serious incident, anything happening with a student or staff like that, you report to your supervisor. As soon as I got back to my office, I talked to Dr. Wright, so that's my immediate supervisor, so informed that possible, we had some harm done to a student based on the video I witnessed, that possibly investigation would need to happen at that point. So at the conclusion of the investigation, I got the results. I looked through the results and started going through that investigation on both of them. I mean, I read it thoroughly about 3 or 4 times, so you don't write terminating recommendation lightly. You're going to look at all the facts, especially when you have employees. I've been here 16 years, so I've worked with these folks as well. So Mr. Allen's been here longer than that. But when you're going through here, you're looking at what's happened, things that could have probably been prevented, and how did we even get to this point, and then you look at your disciplinary action and sanctions that you'd be recommending.
And what in the reports was most persuasive to you in making this recommendation?
So based on the investigation, as I recall it here, so on the September 19th incident, when you go back and if you look at it, if you look at the witness statements, I know from Dr. Broughton, that statement, he said he contacted Mr. Allen during the incident at that point. The next part down there, you can look, it's a lot between there, but when you look at the actual security officer star, at that point, he said Mr. Allen was contacted as well and actually came on site that day. That's what's actually an investigation point. Anything that happens, so I have a lot of departments that I supervise. Anytime I have a directed leave, of course, I'm going to be interviewing. I meet with the leadership. I had a call meeting with leadership of safety and security on September 9th. I think Mr. Self official day was like the 2nd or 3rd. It was right after Labor Day as far as record. He was out of office at that time. So I met with leadership at 8:30 that morning on the 9th. And I informed all of them that Liz is the second in command. I'm the one that actually put assistant directors in place. That was one of my goals, to actually have transition plans on the director. So it wasn't Mr. Self to put it in, but it was me. At that point, I told them if they have any incidents come up, any major incidents, I should be made aware of. Liz should be made aware of. I told them if they didn't feel comfortable with Liz on a certain situation, I'm not saying Liz, but Ms. Hoffman was in the room as well. I said, report up to me. I mean, principals call us all the time. So after then, I might be bird walking on that, but after then, looking through the different pieces on here, I mean, if you look at y'all have seen the video, no question that we have to protect our students. We lose students. The first thing parents are saying is safety. We're not protecting students. I mean, we're not going to have students. So when you look at the video and see what happened, that we could have prevented the second occurrence from this security officer actually putting his hand on another student if the September 19th was actually addressed appropriately. There's no doubt we have in these leadership roles, and this is a leadership role, whether it's your director, your captain, your lieutenant, or assistant director, those are leadership roles. That's who I meet with. So it's no way that an investigation shouldn't have been launched as soon as it was that incident occurred or leadership was made aware of. So, and I wasn't made aware of it. Otherwise, it would have been launched at that point. So, or at least suggested. So going through here and looking at those incidents, it was a failure, a large failure on our side to actually protect our students. I don't take that lightly at all, no different than I take somebody fraudulently or stealing money from the district. I mean, I actually take that even more serious because it's affecting our most precious asset, which are our students. So.
And on, if I could draw your attention to page 3 of the packet.
Yes, sir.
The third paragraph from the bottom that begins within the investigation, you end that paragraph by stating about storing the disk. However, this is not protocol or practice when an incident of a student assault occurs. As you are aware, the LRSD does not investigate or only look into a matter in the event a parent makes a complaint. What weight did that conclusion bear on your decision to make this recommendation to the superintendent?
I mean, we definitely failed the second student because the second student incident shouldn't occur with the same officer. On the first incident, it should have been investigated as well. So, and it was worse than the second occurrence, the second known occurrence. I won't say the second occurrence because I don't know if that officer had done this in additional times, but it's not the protocol just to store a disk when you see something like this happen. Of course, we all are mandated reporters. When I talked to Ms. Hoffman, I did reiterate that this needs to be reported, all the incidents, and to verify that somebody has reported it at that point. But that wouldn't be the protocol or practice for an incident or student assault occurred to just put a video or store the disk until a parent calls and take action. So.
And as you reviewed the files, you write on page 4 in the bulleted items as to the factors that led to this recommendation and are alarming. Your final bullet point is that you refuse to cooperate with your department regarding an investigation. Did you find the email contact that Captain Allen had with the investigator to be cooperation?
I don't feel like it was cooperative. Anything dealing with a student, we should fully cooperate. I mean, it's our responsibility, safety and security. The first word in there is safety. Safety is not security, it's safety. So protecting the students and being safe and the students are our number one goal in that situation. So, I mean, the board passed an actual policy within the last 12 months about participation in investigations. And it involved the student as well. So, and I think that was the premise behind that. So.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Keys, where am I at on time?
Hey, so you got like 6 minutes left.
Pass the witness.
You've got 10 minutes left. As in, Mr. Kazay has 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey has 30.
I'm sorry. Mr. Bailey, I assume that the Little Rock School District is an equal opportunity employer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the Little Rock School District has a duty pursuant to federal law to treat all employees equitably. Is that correct?
On the Fair Labor Standards, FMLA, whatever, yes, sir.
Are you also entitled, are you familiar with Title VII of the Civil Rights Act?
Yes.
That basically says that no employee should be discriminated based on their race, sex, national origin, religion. You're familiar with that particular law?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated in your testimony that you read the investigation 2 or 3 different times. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Lieutenant Mike Green?
I am, yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the fact that Lieutenant Green viewed the video of September 19th, 2024 on that date?
I'm not familiar that he reviewed. I read through the investigation. I'm assuming he would have to review it if he made a recording of it, so.
Right, you said you read it 2 or 3 different times,
Yeah.
right?
And I'm going to sustain that, Austin. You do need to try to keep your questions.
But you are aware of the fact, sir, that Mr. Green did not report
Mr. Keys.
the incident? I'm sorry?
Yeah, I mean, I sustain that, Austin, because you need to try to keep your questions responsive to his direct, because you didn't list him as a witness.
I did.
You've listed him as a witness?
No. I'm sorry, not Mr.
Okay.
Bailey. I listed Mr. Green as a witness.
Okay.
Okay, I listed
Yeah.
Mr. Green as a witness. Well, but he opened the door. He said he reviewed the investigation.
Yeah.
And so therefore, he read it 2 or 3 different times. And so I'm asking him, was he aware of the fact that Lieutenant Mike Green viewed the video on September 19th, 2024, when the incident happened? And I believe you testified that he did, yes?
Mr. Guzay, what were you going to respond to that?
We're not here on Mr. Green or anybody other than Captain Allen. We didn't open the door to Mr. Green. We didn't elicit testimony on Mr. Green. We elicited testimony on how Mr. Bailey arrived.
Let me direct your attention, sir, to page 34 of the packet. Page 34.
I sustain that. I mean, and I think Austin's going to make sure and keep this to germane to that issue.
You see page 34, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you read this, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
I didn't memorize it. I read it, though.
yeah, but you said you read it 2 or 3 different times.
Yes, sir. And I still didn't memorize it, but I read it.
Right, and this
3
white
times.
employee said that he saw this video on September the 19th, 2024.
My objection, this is exactly what you have already ruled on and exactly outside the scope of the direct.
Yeah, Austin, in all fairness, I don't think he went into that particular issue on his limited questions.
But he went into the investigation. And so therefore, since he said he read the investigation, I'm free to ask questions about the investigation. He said he read it, he said he made a decision based on it, and I'm free to ask questions about it.
So okay, let's do this. Keep your questions to his investigation and any problems that he had in his investigation.
No, he didn't make an investigation. He said he read the investigation.
But then
and so I'm entitled to ask him questions about what's in the investigation. He read it, he made a decision on Mr. Allen to terminate him or recommend him for termination based on this investigation. And so that's my question.
Hey, Mr. Key, Attorney Key, I do want to, I'm having flashbacks of when we had Billingsley here.
Well,
And so my point is, point of privilege, what I want to say is, I want to make sure that like we are not doing like we did with Robert Robinson, where where part of the administration was able to present theirs and everybody wasn't able to have wasn't able to present their sides clearly and fairly. So what I'm hearing, and I'm just saying what I'm hearing, just so we don't get in this back and forth like before, I'm hearing attorneys saying that the door was open with reference to being able to read a investigation by the person that is recommending termination. And I'm hearing, Attorney Austin, is it Austin or Porter?
It's Austin
Porter Jr.
Okay, because I'm hearing
That's
both
fine.
Austin Porter,
Let's
and I'm
do
like,
this.
I know that Mr.
For the
okay,
sake of
wait,
time.
No, but
And I'm
I
not
wanna-
trying to stop Mr.
I know,
Porter. I'm just
but
trying to
I wanna
keep it
finish
fair.
What I'm saying, is just so it's clear, the pin in this is, Mr. Porter is saying it is open, it's fair game because it was opened, it was breached. I get the whole point of trying to protect, but this body, this is the only time we are a neutral body. We are not supporting the district and we're not supporting the employee. We are hearing this. And so with that, we just need to, in my opinion, right, since the door has been opened fairly, and it sounds like he is asking questions based on what, well, once he get it out, we don't quite know all the way, but it sounds like he's starting to ask questions based on what he heard. So if the door was open, it makes it fair game, regardless if we like it or not, because a lot of stuff was said that I thought maybe someone would object to, but no one did. So I'm just saying.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hatter. Also, in order to streamline this, I think you've noted my concern. Try to keep it to the investigation without digging, going towards the one employee. Overall, his investigation, how he came to that and the decision, what he reviewed, and any errors that you see in that, obviously point that out, since he ultimately made a decision based on his review of that investigation.
You reviewed the investigation that was put together by Ms. Washington, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You looked at it, read over 2 or 3 different times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did it bother you that a white employee also viewed the same video on September the 19th of 2024, but yet nothing happened to that employee? Did that bother you, especially as an African-American man?
It wouldn't have mattered if he was green, yellow, or
But I'm saying,
whatever
sir, did it
was.
bother you that you had a white employee who saw a video on September the 19th, 2024, that you say was really bad, and that you say if action had been taken, then the second incident would not have happened? And so we know that Mr. Green failed to take action because he didn't tell anybody about it, correct? That's what you read?
That's correct.
All right.
Board, any questions for Mr. Bailey?
And you consider Mr. Green to be part of the leadership role because he was a lieutenant, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you expect your leadership to take action when they see things that could be deemed as being abusive to a student, correct?
Correct. All leaders. Yes, sir.
Just one quick question.
Hold on, let Mr. Porter
Oh, I'm
finish.
sorry.
Sorry, that's all.
All right.
Just one quick question.
All right.
Am I right?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're up.
Real quick. To that, if I could, I think it's important for us to understand, how we came to this decision. So we came to this decision, the administration came to this decision to recommend termination for this employee, but not this employee, under similar conditions. I want to know, what is the difference?
So the investigation is correct on here, based on, going through an interview, and Mr. Allen had the ability to be interviewed as well. Chose not to, in whatever form or fashion, to fully cooperate. Based on Lieutenant Green, first of all, based on the principal, Dr. Broadnax, he said contacted Mr. Allen. So that was the first point of contact on the incident that occurred. At that point, safety and security should have been on site, like we do always. We have a text, they're on site always when there's any kind of incident of a smaller magnitude. At that point, Lieutenant Green in the investigation said Mr. Allen contacted him to make a video. Mr. Allen actually supervises the ALE. He has for a while. So I'm not sure why Mike Green would go over there without, Mr. Allen even being involved at that point. So if that's the case, on here, Mr. Allen directed Green to make a video on that. There's some sanctions on Mr. Green as well. But at the point of going up, nothing was reported to Ms. Hoffman, nothing was reported to me as well. So when you have leadership that's second in command up until probably a year ago, it's disheartening that you wouldn't take it to the next level, especially when you have somebody that supervised investigators in the past. So they know the protocol at that point,
So he was made aware before Mr. Green, is that what I hear you say?
Based on Broadnax, he was contacted at that
Okay,
point.
so I think we have some different accounts of that.
I think it's in the investigation if you look at Broadnax. So.
Strong had her hand up first.
Who?
Strong, you had your hand up first.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Bailey. I'm looking at your letter on page 2, and in the second paragraph, it does say, kind of midway through, more specifically, it was substantiated that you were made aware of the September 19th incident on the day that it occurred, and you viewed the video surveillance footage. I can't read, it's too late. Mr. Allen said that did not happen. Is there a possibility that is an error in your letter? I just want to clarify, or can you highlight where it was substantiated?
Well, based on the investigation, if you look at the report from Starr, he said that Mr. Allen came to Hamilton. I'm not sure what the page it is. I have to get back on.
It's at the bottom right corner, isn't it?
I have to find the actual investigation.
Is it page 14? I don't know what we're
Are you
looking
talking
for.
about in STAR's report?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
STAR's report starts on 36
Thank you.
for the 19th event. No,
No, that's not it.
that's when he was interviewed, but I think I think that is in the section on the 19th, the investigation of September 19th.
Am I able to get my document so I can correspond it to this?
Do what?
Let's see. Let me make
That's,
sure.
that's fine. It looked like maybe on page 38, I don't, at the bottom, this is where it says at the bottom, here, I just found it. This is where it is, and I had missed this sentence. At the bottom, the next to last paragraph on page 38, it says, Officer Starr mentioned that he believed Captain Allen also viewed the video footage on that date and then left the premises.
And so.
That is in Starr's statement, okay. So that's where that's what you, upon reading this report, were able to, or I guess I'll let you talk.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is that accurate? I think what she's
Yes,
asking.
ma'am. And typically,
Okay.
if you're gonna request a video, if that was true, if you request a video, you're gonna watch a video. I'm not gonna request a theft or something or a video from somebody and save it and not watch it and investigate it. I said you assume.
Right.
Yes.
So you can't testify about something.
I was, yeah.
So that was what led you to make the statement in
ma'am.
your letter, that it was substantiated, that is helpful, thank you.
So we're clear, your letter that said that Mr. Allen, Captain Allen watched the video came from that
Yes, sir.
summary in the investigative report. Is that clear to the board?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. That helps me understand that statement.
So, my question.
Do you done, Ms. Strong?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hatter.
Okay, so first I'm going to ask about the creation of the letter. So these are going off of the reports, which are hearsay, because we are going over whether or not someone viewed the video or knew if they viewed. And as my fellow director just said, the person that is at the center of this, that Mr. Starr, he's the one who kind of created the whole incident by using excessive force. I mean, putting the student at risk and even the district with great liability with the way he conducted himself. So he's saying that, so his credibility to me is not much, right? It's more like maybe like a penny with a hole in it. So I want to know, like, if we're only going off of these witness statements, which is hearsay because all these people were not there. In the video we saw who was there. So how was this letter created with these 4 pages? Was it created going through the report and just creating this termination? Because substantiate, that means to me that there's proof, like there's substantial proof that this is what you're doing, this is what you've done. So how is like this letter and all this created?
It's based on a report. So if you go back to page 25, the first part talks about Dr. Brodnax. And you can read the first paragraph up there where he made. Say-didn't witness became involved by Dr. Willie Vincent of the incident occurred in Dr. Brodnax provided. And then he had another conversation with Dr. Second and reported on September 19th when he learned of the incident, he notified Captain Don Allen, one of the supervisors at LRSD's Safety and Security Department. When you go, you got it based on an actual investigation. I wasn't there doing the investigation. I wasn't there doing the incident as well. So it's apparent that we were notified, and I'm saying we because Safety and Security is one of my departments. We were notified of an incident and we didn't follow through on it. No different than I recommended Starr for termination as well. So, but not before you all because he resigned.
Well, my only concern, one of my concerns here is, one with this letter, is that we keep referencing people that are not here, that we cannot ask questions to. And these people are all compromised. Not saying that they would give alternative facts or recall differently, but it's hard for us to, basically you're asking us to go off for hearsay and people's interpretations of what they feel happened or should have happened, and then there's different consequence levels, right? So I'm still trying to figure out what was Mr. Allen's responsibility, because it was testified earlier, you was in here, he doesn't have supervisory roles. He got the title, and we know how that works. We have many people in the district that have supervisory, authoritative type of titles, but they may not actually have that in practice. So I do have a question about page 4. Y'all, it's late. It's 10:22. I've been up since 5:30.
Can I address your supervisory role thing as well? Yes, comment?
Sure, yes.
All safety and security officers, I mean, this was made clear probably about 8 or 9 years ago that they report to safety and security, because it was a disconnect on whether they reported to principals or reported to safety and security department, similar to custodians as well. So all safety and security officers are advertised and interviewed by safety and security. They're appointed in place by safety and security. Principals may have some input. Now, if Principal X needs 2 security officers at door Y, yeah, that's what they're doing at that point. But ultimately, any disciplinary action of safety and security officers roll up through safety and security, not the principal at the school. The principals, the people they're located, they're responsible for teachers, custodians, and parapros and other folks in there. But safety and security reports to the Department of Safety and Security. So in those supervisors, you have, like it was said, you have usually high schools, you have a supervisor there. Those supervisors directly report to either the supervisor or to the captain at that point. So.
Okay. Excuse me.
So the role, I mean, you have a role of a captain. The captain was second in command, so he has supervisory responsibilities. And that's been the case since Bobby Jones. When Bobby Jones resigned, Bobby Jones reported to me as well. So I feel the position as director of safety and security and hired Mr. Self too. So. Okay.
So I do appreciate that, but all night we've heard, coming in the beginning as well, that once Ron Self hired someone, he restructured all that. And so going off of what used to be or what typically is versus the reality of it, it's kind of like the job description or the resume, how it's over almost, 30 years old, and the duties. I mean, I get all that. And
I think you all heard about who actually does an evaluation.
Yeah, and it's but Mr. Allen doesn't do any evaluation.
No, I don't think you correlating supervision with evaluations, because you're gonna.
No, I'm not. I'm not. With the principal, and I'll put a button on this principal piece. With the principal, I could see how that is confusing, because we heard from Ms. Hoffman, who said that the principals are able to direct the supervisor, the staff, which you guys are almost speaking kind of past each other, because, and then right if there's an issue at the school with the safety and security, the principal is able to handle it and then go tell safety and security about it, and then they'll come and investigate it, which really, it creates a possibility of doubt, because it's in translation of what really happened. I mean that is y'all situation. That seems confusing, and if that was, I would hate to have a situation like that I reported to. So my question here on page 4, right where it says bullets, I didn't quite understand this when it was talked about earlier, but it says, and when everyone has it, say amen. Okay, so where it says, as the captain of safety and security, you are responsible for ensuring allegations into an incident are reported to all applicable personnel, and that an investigation occurs. Several factors led to this recommendation and are alarming. So number one, or bullet one, it says, and I'm gonna stop after I read the bullet, so it's 4 of them, it's because I would like for you to tell me about this. There is an appearance that you purposefully colluded with others to downplay or conceal the incident to keep it from coming to light or to prevent an investigation into the matter. Can you explain that, please?
So as you look back through the investigation with the interview with Dr. Broadnax, I believe, I think it was multiple references talking about if the parents didn't have any concerns or do anything, I mean, based on the saving the video as well. So typically that's not protocol for safety and security. When an incident occurs of this magnitude, an investigation is following. So I'm not sure if this was something that just happens at Hamilton. It seemed to be almost like a culture when we looking at it, but I'm not sure on that. But as far as colluded with others based on the actual information in the investigation where we weren't gonna say anything unless the parents.
Okay, so are you aware, based on testimony earlier, where Lieutenant Green called Mr. Allen after receiving a call from the school? So I'm trying to figure out where is this colluding at? How did you come to that?
So my recommendation is based on a written investigation, not based on any witness statements today. So Mr. Allen had a different, I guess, take on that. I mean, when we had the actual disciplinary meeting, he didn't mention anything about Mr. Green calling him about this incident. He had this, I gave him all this information, the whole investigation report at that point. We had an opportunity if he wanted to review it at that time as well. So that's the first I heard of that tonight. So anything that I put in writing was, you have it in writing that's justified based on the investigation. It's not based on any hearsay that I had. It's whatever's in black and white before you.
Well, the disadvantage, just like my fellow director Strong said, you know, we got this after we were seated, so there's no way we could sit and read 62 pages, which actually serves as a disservice to the employee that is coming before us, because we haven't read this to even reference this to this big packet, so we're at a disadvantage here. So I'm just going off of this letter. So can you, okay, the next bullet is 4, and I'm going to go really fast through these. You were informed by Lieutenant of the Safety and Security that the incident was serious in nature. However, you took no action. And this is directly off of the letter for termination recommendation, the 4th page. So how do you feel that he took no action? Is that for September 19th or October 2nd?
September 19th.
Okay, and then you do realize he was not at that, okay, at that building, okay.
So based on here, I mean, you informed, I mean, based on the investigation here, so if you supervise that building or whatever you supervise, if an incident happens, you're made aware of it. If you're supervising that building, it's me as responsible as supervisor to take action at that point and working with the administrator.
Gotcha.
Nothing was done. No follow-up, no incident reports in the CIS system. I mean, I'm gonna be following up on something.
Well, okay, so this whole supervisory thing really got me, because if the star person reports to the principal and Mr. Allen he have these buildings that he have to go see about, I mean, the whole structure is just weird. But the 3rd bullet is, you attempted to justify aforementioned bullet items by stating multiple times that the mother did not file a complaint or cause a ruckus. I don't know, this statement ruckus, I don't know many people who look like me of Mr. Allen's age who says ruckus. Now, granted, I'm out from the West, but my folks is from the South, and I've never heard that come out of their mouths. But can you help me understand that he attempted to justify aforementioned bullet items by stating multiple times that the mother did not file a complaint?
It's going to be based on the investigation as well, where they talked about the parent not filing a complaint, said he followed up with the administrator, I believe, 2 or 3 times or so, had multiple conversations on there, and nothing was done. I mean, got to look back at I don't recall everything in here, because like I said, told the attorney, I didn't memorize the whole investigation. And I don't know if he said Ruckus, I wasn't part of that conversation, so.
Oh, thank you. I love my directors because they are listening at 10:32 p.m. I appreciate y'all because, baby. So the question is, and this is just to double back and then I'm going to hit my last bullet. What was the difference in disciplining these safety and security officers? Like the star person, we totally get. I mean, he was, we gave grace to allow him to resign because, my goodness, the family could have came after him on those things. But then with Green and Mr. Green and Mr. Allen, they both watched this video, but only one person sit before us in termination. Why is it that there is a difference in treatment?
Based on the investigation, if it's true, if Mr. Allen contacted Green.
If it's true, yes.
I'm saying if all this could be a lie, I guess you have all these testimonies not truthfully. So if from the factual point of on September 19th, if Dr. Broadnax, the leader of Hamilton at that time, contacted Don Allen, if that's true, that's what he said. He contacted Mr. Allen, which would be the appropriate contact because he's over ALE. If that happens, it seems like, based on here, the next step would be for Mr. Allen probably to look at video. Well, the next step in my mind would be for you to come to the school and actually and look and see what's going on at that. And that's what Starr said actually happened. I'm not sure, but the next point, I don't know why Ms. Baylor would call Mr. Green if the principal had already made contact with Mr. Allen. That doesn't make sense to me. But it doesn't have to make sense. I'm just going back based on what's here.
Yeah.
Based on the investigation, it said that Lieutenant Green said that he was contacted by Mr. Allen to make a copy of the video.
Yeah. So my whole thing is that we are taking one man's word over the other, and we're trying to place value on one word. It's almost similar to, us walking down the street and getting stopped, and then we have someone to vouch for us. And depending on if law enforcement, really, choosing what value, who words have more value is really right where we're at on this. Okay, that's questionable. I'm really shocked that we're here on this because it just don't seem right. But the last one is you refuse to operate with your department regarding an investigation, but he did cooperate. He did. From what I understand from both sides, that he did engage. It may not have been at the level that folks wanted, but he did engage, which, as you remember, the policy we passed, there was a lot of debate about that, about overstepping folks' rights and having legal representation, getting into gray areas. This is a great example of that. So how was he supposed to cooperate?
I think you have experts who probably done a better job than I probably could explain to you based on here. But I think just being cooperative on any ask on there, it shouldn't be any resistance based on this. This is a student involved. This wasn't an investigation of Mr. Allen at this point. We investigate. If you're going to do a thorough investigation, you're going to call everybody in. So this is just one of the outliers based on this investigation. No one knew this was actually going to occur. I did want to know how we didn't know about the 19th, but I didn't interject in the investigation at all.
Yeah.
Dr. Wright didn't as well, so I informed my supervisor. He didn't inject in the investigation. We waited for the investigation to finish to look at the report.
Yeah, but, and I'll just put a button in this because, do we have witnesses after you? Do we have witnesses after him? Jeez, so we get 2 minutes with those. Okay, so my question, real quick, or to put a button in this, Mr. Allen wasn't there. Mr. Green wasn't there. But yet we're holding them accountable for things when they wasn't there. I mean, even Mrs. Hoffman seen the video the morning of the 3rd. She didn't pick up the phone and call investigation or call her contacts with Children Protective Services over at the ASP. Like, it seemed like there's a constant passing of the buck here. And the only question I'm really trying to answer in my mind is, where is his accountability in doing this? Because multiple people seen the same thing. And it does make me believe that because of him filing that EOC and they said proceed with legal, you're able to proceed with legal, it does appear to be retaliatory, because after 32 years, and two, it's something that our district have gotten into that is not good practice, to where we're going to be, it's just another person in line to sue us. So I just think that, I don't know what's going on right in our district right now, but at the same time, I'm still trying to figure out and do my due diligence and seeing where these things have been met, because you haven't said how he's colluded, how he downplayed. You haven't said the serious in nature and how he was supposed to have responded off of interpreting a video to send to a hotline when the main leadership of the department didn't even do it. Her and Jordan, from her situation, from her testimony, they were saying that they was too busy trying to figure out why didn't anyone tell them, when the question should have been, forget why we don't know, how about we go ahead and we move forward and do what haven't been done and figure out why later. So this whole thing is just interesting to me, but I'll put in mind that.
There's no question there. Is there any other questions from the board? Mr. Adams?
Yeah, I just want to make a point of order. Ms. Wesley and Ms. Keys, could we ask the board to ask questions and not argue and make commentary? I think our job is to ask questions, to get the information that we need to make a decision. It is not to argue the point in this room. We will argue the point in that room.
Well, I'm
But
going to
not,
get clarity.
but that is not point, it's not necessary to argue the point in this room.
Yeah, very well taken. I mean, the job of the board is really to sit as a jury and take in the information and ask questions so that you can have all the information. When you go back, you can deliberate and make your commentary.
But it is also here to get questions. So if someone,
Ms. Hatter, really though, you're consuming the whole meeting with your commentary, and you're not allowing the parties just to get all the information to you.
so
that you can-
I'm consuming the whole meeting?
It's for the position
And so like
of the
that is
chair.
but you know, the thing
But I'm not
about,
trying to argue with you.
either am I, but you made a statement that have elicited my response. I'm not arguing and taking up this meeting. What I'm trying to do, very clearly, very succinctly, because the district is the one that was very neglectful.
But again, that's your
Hold up.
commentary, Ms. Hatter.
I know, but now I am responding to you saying that I am consuming this room. I know I have a big personality, and I know I take up space. But what I'm saying is, the district gave us 62 pages after we sat here, and you expect us to be fair and just, and just go along and read and try to figure this thing out. We have said multiple times, not just Vicky Hatter, but multiple times we have said we are trying to figure this out, and so we can be fair and just. That's why I went back to these 4 documents here, so I could base it off of that. And so before you make your opinion about me,
This is really not the appropriate time, Ms. Hatter.
but guess
Could we
what?
have this
You said it,
conversation
so you said
outside
it.
of this setting?
well, you should have said it outside the setting.
Okay.
But I've said what I'm going
Any
to
more
say.
questions? Ms. Strong, go ahead.
Mr. Bailey, I am looking at page 4 of the document one more time. On the second bullet, under the alarming, several factors led to this recommendation are alarming. So the second bullet was, you were informed by the Lieutenant of Safety and Security that the incident was serious in nature, however, you took no action. Can you say with confidence that there is a written procedure for escalation, and is that procedure 100% clear? Because I have not seen like physical proof of that tonight, and I would just like to hear from you on that as the chief deputy. Thank you.
As far as to take no action?
Of what the action should have been. Would Mr. Allen have known exactly what his action should have been from a clear written policy or procedure?
I don't know about policy, I don't have that reference in policy now, but clear action based on his role and based on job description. And I mean, he's testified that he supervised investigators.
Right.
So you know when an incident creates a need for investigation.
Okay.
But you remember what Mr. Walker used to say. Do you have any writings?
If it's not in writing,
I don't
think
have
it's
it
right.
before me right here, so no more than,
Are there writings
let's see here.
in a policy manual?
Well,
or
it's
in training
stated
manuals?
policies right below that when you look at
I
LRC
guess I'm
policies here,
reading.
yeah.
I know, but that's the disadvantage of us getting it. We cannot properly give due diligence.
I think the
Ms. Strong?
point, I was just going to say, I think the point of this is that the policies are not 100% clear on the escalation procedure, which I think is fine that it's not in a district policy. I do think it would be helpful to have seen that procedure document as part of this so that we can best understand the training and written guidance Mr. Allen has received on escalation to help us know whether or not he should have been the one to take action. Because I will say that based on what I read in here, it seems like he thought Mr. Broadnax took the action, at least based on the testimony in here. Like you said, referring back to this, it seemed like he might have believed that Mr. Broadnax had kind of been handed the next step of to-dos on that. So
Did that
we can
raise
talk
any?
about that in there.
I know, but you know, that was funny how when my colleague just said that and provided commentary on what she thought, you had nothing to say.
Thank you, Ms.
But
Hatter.
we can move on.
Any more questions from the board?
Maybe it's 'cause-
No more questions from the board. Do you have any more, Mr. Kazay, for this witness? Mr. Porter has questions for this witness.
Mr. Bailey, let me direct your attention, sir, to page 49 of the packet. And of course, this is Mr. Starr providing a statement to the investigator, and he's talking about an incident that happened he's talking about the October 2nd, 2024 incident. Is that correct, sir?
I believe so, yes, sir.
I mean, he says it right here.
Yeah.
Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then if you look at the next page, on page 50 at the bottom, it says, Officer Starr reported that after the incident occurred, meaning the October 2nd incident, he contacted Dr. Vinson, Dr. Broadneck, and he believed they contacted Captain Don Allen. And then he said that he believed that he saw, I'm sorry, where that incident about, he saw the video. Oh, okay. You were reading, yeah, I'm sorry, here it is.
What page?
Page 50, I'm sorry, thank you.
Bottom.
Thank you.
This is the one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw where he read, where he talked about that he believed he saw the video.
This is the one on the 9th, in October.
Were you aware of the fact, sir, that Mr. Allen indicated that he never saw the video from September 19th of 2024? Where did he say that?
I think this is the investigation.
This is Starr's investigation.
No, I didn't this is, so that is the October 2nd investigation. This was all, everything after page 42 is the investigation of the October 18th.
I'll find it, just a second.
Sorry, October 2nd.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Bailey. Were you aware of the fact that Mr. Self had sent out a memo to the district administration that said that if they had any issues with safety and security, that they were supposed to contact him?
I don't believe that's factual what you're saying on the memo. There is a transition email which I was copied on.
Right.
Being his supervisor, so I'm gonna be copying on all of them. It was a transition email to all the principals letting them know that he had taken I guess resigning at that point.
But he had also told and that was testimony.
You have that, you have a copy of that email?
No, well, I'm saying, you
Okay.
heard the testimony from Miss,
Yeah, I read the email while I was back there on my computer, so I know the email went out. So-
also, you have that email?
I do, yes.
Okay, but isn't it true, sir, that according to the Assistant Director of Safety and Security, Ms. Hoffer, I believe, testified that the district administrator, the building administrator were required to contact the Office of Safety and Security, as well as Jordan Eason, if there were any issues involving security. Were you aware of that fact?
They're not, I mean, that's on personnel facts, so.
No. You heard the testimony of the Assistant Director, is that correct?
I'm telling you, are you
No,
asking me
my
about?
question is, did you hear the testimony?
I heard the testimony. You
All right.
asked me a question, though.
Right, and so
What's the
and
question?
she testified that for serious issues, the building administrators were required, such as a student being abused, they were required to contact Ms. Eason, as well as to contact the Office of Safety and Security. You heard her testify about that, is that correct?
I heard part of testimony. I'm not sure if I heard that.
Did you have your ears closed to the other part?
You want me to answer that?
You
No, I
said you only
heard
heard
that
part
part,
of it. Okay, I guess you heard the part that you wanted to hear.
No, I wasn't in here for the whole time. I was actually in my office part of the time.
Okay, and so as it relate to, and of course, you did not work personally in the Office of Safety and Security, is that correct?
No, my office is in this building.
Right, and so you heard the testimony of Mr. Allen that said that even though he had the title of captain, he had no real responsibilities, is that correct?
I heard.
I mean, that's what you heard him testify to.
Yes.
And since you don't work in the Office of Safety and Security, then you would have to take his word for that, correct?
No, I wouldn't have to because it's one of my division that reports to me. I have job descriptions. I talk to my directors of safety and security. You don't pay a person $80,000 not to have any responsibilities.
Right.
So that would be the
But you
case.
understand, sir, that the job description was written some time ago. That job duties changes, correct?
What I think you've been provided a resume and job descriptions were updated. We had a whole MAG study.
And you do understand that the resume was some 15, 20 years
Well,
old?
you asked me a question, I'm answering this one. So job descriptions were updated when we did a MAG study district-wide. So everybody's job description was updated. So that's false to say that we don't have updated job descriptions within the last 5 to 10 years.
In your bullet point, sir, you mentioned that, going on page 4, you said you were informed by the Lieutenant of Safety and Security that the incident was serious in nature. Why you didn't question Mr. Green about why he didn't report it?
I didn't question Mr. Allen about it at that time, so.
All right. But you do recognize that, as you testified to earlier, that your lieutenants are part of the leadership, and if they see anything, that they are required to report it as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, Mr. Green didn't do that. He saw the video on September the 19th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were aware of the fact, sir, that based on Mr. Allen's testimony, Mr. Allen said that after the incident that occurred on October the 2nd of 2024, he advised Dr. Broadneck that he needed to contact Jordan Eason. Is that correct? You heard that testimony?
Repeat that one more time?
Yes. Did you hear the testimony from Mr. Allen where he testified that once he became aware of the incident that took place on October the 2nd of 2024, he advised Dr. Broadneck to contact Jordan Eason?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, Dr. Broadneck was the building administrator, and that would have been an appropriate thing for Dr. Broadneck to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because Mr. Allen doesn't have any supervisor. I mean, Mr. Allen could not discipline Officer Starr, correct?
Yeah, did you read on the investigation on page 38 what Officer Starr said he believed Captain Allen to be his direct supervisor along with Dr.
Well, I understand, sir,
So,
that's his impression.
Yeah.
But in reality, Mr. Allen did not supervise, Mr. Allen did not conduct performance evaluations of Mr. Starr, is that correct?
I don't know on that.
You don't know, but you just said you know the ins and outs of security, that they report to you.
I'm not looking at his evaluation because I'm not sure Mr. Starr
And you
worked
do
here previously. He just returned back, so I don't even think he probably had an
You said
evaluation.
right, and you're aware of the fact, sir, that Mr. Allen did not have any authority to discipline Mr. Starr? Were you aware of that?
No.
You weren't aware of that?
No.
And so that's been testified to both Mr. Allen as well as the Assistant Director of Security.
So when you talk
So do you believe their testimony? That Mr. Allen had no authority to discipline Mr. Starr?
So
Do you
when-
believe that?
so when you
My
talk-
question is, sir, do you believe the testimony?
No, I do not believe that
Oh,
testimony.
you don't, so you calling
No, I don't believe it.
your assistant director a liar?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well,
So if you want me to answer, I answer. So disciplinary actions takes
Overruled.
progressive
Let him ask his
steps.
questions.
When you get into actually suspending people, you have people from a verbal warning to a written reprimand. All those are disciplinary pieces.
where's
She
the
did-
written policy that Mr. Allen
She
had
did-
the
she-
authority,
Hold on,
had
still
the
down.
authority
She
to
did
issue any
test-
type of disciplinary action for Mr. Starr? Where is that written policy, sir?
Well, on the testimony
It's just
from
in
Ms.
your
Hoffman.
head because there's no writing to that.
You don't want to
Is
hear
that
the
correct?
answer, but on the testimony from Ms. Hoffman, she told you that they have the ability to do written reprimands. No one has the ability to suspend anybody or put anybody on administrative leave without it coming from HR.
It
Not
has to
even
come from
myself.
HR. It has to come from HR.
On administrative
And Mr.
leave.
Allen
But it's
testified-
more reprimand than
Hold
just
on.
going through that, so.
Right, Mr. Allen testified that he had no supervisory role whatsoever of Mr. Starr. And and also the testimony revealed that if there is any major issue, according to your assistant director, Ms. Hoffman, she said if there was any major issues that the building administrator had with any type of security issues, any type of abuse of a student, that administrator has the responsibility of getting in contact with the director, Office of Safety and Director, as well as Jordan Easton. You recall that testimony, didn't you, sir?
I recall it.
Is that it, Mr. Porter?
So your recommendation for termination is really based on what people said, correct? Because I even see some mistakes even in the investigation. If you go to the so-called investigation, if you go to Lieutenant Green's statement, it has a date that Lieutenant Green, it has a date that the investigator wrote that it was November the 1st, when in fact, it should have been October the 2nd. Let me direct, what page is that on?
34.
34? Thank you. If you go to page 34, sir. No, that wasn't the one, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you wanted Mike Green's. Who you looking for?
Mike Green, I think in the October, for the October 2nd incident.
Oh, that's further back.
Problem when I don't have stuff marked. I had it marked in my own. Yeah, on page 49. Page 49. You see Lieutenant Mike Green's statement? It says, on November 1st, 2024, Lieutenant Green reported receiving a call from the secretary. That should have been October the 2nd. Is that correct, sir?
I'm not sure.
Well, because it says,
The date of his interview.
Lieutenant Green reported receiving a call from the secretary of Hamilton Learning Academy. She informed him that Dr. Broadnax had instructed her to contact him to request a copy of the footage of an incident that had just occurred in the front office. And so, although the investigator has November the 1st, it really should have been October the 2nd, correct?
Most likely, yes.
So that's a mistake. And the principals, and you heard the testimony, sir, that the principals are the ones who are responsible for putting in the reports in the CSI. Is that correct?
They should, yeah.
Yes.
Multiple people have ability to put in.
And of course, reports were not found in the CSIs. Is that correct? Because the building principal had the responsibility of doing that according to Ms. Hoffman.
Yeah, for record, it's CIS.
CIS.
Yes.
CIS. Right. The building principal has the responsibility of doing that, correct?
Filling out a CIS incident report, yes.
Right. Okay. As a matter of fact, on page 52, it says Dr. Broadnax stated he completed a CIS incident report regarding the altercation, which is part of his responsibility. Is that correct, sir?
I would, think so, yes, sir.
Okay, but apparently it says that the incident report was not in the CSI, is that correct?
If that's what's, yes. Here, I'm not sure where you're gonna have to tell me where you're looking at.
That's on page 52 at the bottom.
That's the last paragraph.
This is the one for the second one, right?
I'm sorry?
This is for October 2nd?
This is for October
Yes,
2nd.
October 2nd incident.
Sorry, the reports look very similar. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to keep up.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, the board had pointed out the fact about Star supposedly have said that Mr. Allen reviewed the video. I thought I had that marked, and for whatever reason, I can't find
Do you
it.
remember what
I think it
page
was
that
maybe
was?
Should be on page
49.
38.
Oh,
38?
I think that's where it's probably,
Thank you.
somewhere in there. Maybe not. I just
It's
had it.
38.
38.
yes, it's at the next to last paragraph. Last sentence.
Thank you, uh-huh.
Oh.
And of course, this is Star's report, at least his statement that he gave to the investigator. And then it says on page 38, it says that Officer Starr believed, okay, he said he contacted Allen via telephone. Still not finding that video on page 38.
Oh, where he says he believed that he's seen the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the last paragraph
Oh, the last paragraph, I'm sorry.
on page,
It's on 38.
yeah, it says.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, here it is. Officer Starr mentioned that he believed Captain Allen also viewed the video footage, but he didn't refer to which incident on this, is that correct?
This was a September 19th video.
Well, but
I mean,
he
incident that they would,
he didn't make a reference to it. According to,
It's right in the
it's an
sentence.
investigation, yes. It's two different, I mean, you got two different, have. two
right,
different
I see it,
accounts.
okay. And so but he just saying that he believed, but he's not really sure. Correct?
I don't know, I heard earlier in the testimony that you all said.
No, my question is, Mr. Starr said that he believed.
That's what's written here, yes, sir.
He's not sure.
That's what's written in the investigation, yes, sir.
And Mr. Allen testified that he never saw the incident video from September the 19th, correct? Mr. Starr is saying he thinks, but Mr. Allen said he never saw it.
That's what was testified.
Mr.
yes,
Starr is
sir.
not here. Right. But I guess it's your assumption that Mr. Allen saw the September 19th, 2024 video? Is that your assumption? Did you ever talk to Mr. Allen?
I did meet with Mr. Allen.
All right? And so, but when you met with him, you were handing him his termination packet, correct?
We discussed.
Correct, sir?
We discussed this as well.
Right, but you were
Opportunity to
handing him his termination
No,
packet.
I didn't have, I can't hand them a termination package. I
Well, you were
can't
handing a recommendation for him to be terminated, correct, when you met with him?
I was handing them a recommendation that I was going to forward to the superintendent.
That he be what?
Terminated.
Gotcha, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Kazay, your final witness.
In light of my time, I don't have time for a final witness.
Okay. All right, so you've got 10 minutes left, Mr. Kazay, and Mr. Porter, you've got 14 minutes.
Okay, and I won't take all 14 minutes. My last witness, I will call Mr. Green, Lieutenant Green.
Okay. What? Yeah, you can release her. He's just going to call Lieutenant Green, and that'll be the final witness.
I'm clear to tell her.
That's what I'm hearing from Mr. Porter. He's only going to call Mr. Green.
No, I'm calling Mr. Green.
So you can release
Okay.
the other witnesses.
And for brevity, I'll be trying to be short.
I've just got my second win, dude. Stick along.
It's all those cuts.
That's all I've been drinking.
Just glad I'm not Mr. Walker. He'll be here about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
You know?
Yes. I'm sorry I brought him up. I love the man, but
That's my mentor.
I thought a lot of him. He didn't think a lot of me, but I thought a lot of him.
I can't wait to see how this is braided.
May I begin? Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Green,
And Mr. Green, where are you employed, sir?
Little Rock School District as a lieutenant.
And are you currently employed by the Little Rock School District as a lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And of course, you prepared a report, and I want to direct your attention, sir, to page 34 of the report. You have it? Do you see it? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so it shows here that apparently you gave an interview on October 14, 2024, and you were talking about an incident that occurred September 19, 2024. Do you recall the incident that involved a student on September 19, 2024?
Unfortunately, yes.
And you saw the video of the incident that happened on September the 19th, 2024, is that correct?
I would believe it was the 19th.
Okay. And so, and of course, it further down in your statement, it says that on October the 2nd, there was a second incident that occurred, and that Ms. Hoffman apparently was reviewing a video of the October 2nd, 2024 incident. Is that correct?
Well, now, if that's what the date says, I can't recall what date.
Yes, sir. I mean, if you want to refresh your memory by looking at your statement, you can do that.
Well, I mean, that's what it says. I guess that's right.
Okay, all right. And then it says, it indicated that, you indicated that Captain Allen had told you to save the video from the September 19, 2024 incident. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so that's pretty standard. In other words, if something happened that's questionable at a school, then you are supposed to save the video. Is that correct?
You're twisting that statement around. Can you ask that again?
Yes. Well, what part of your job responsibility, you were over the closed circuit TV monitoring system, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Well, not now, no.
Okay. At the time of September of 2024, you were over the closed circuit TV monitoring system, is that correct?
Nope.
What were your responsibilities at that time?
I was supervisor over maintenance, over the alarm systems, and I was supervisor over the individual that had taken over the camera systems.
Oh, the camera system, okay. And so you supervised the individual who had taken over the camera system, the closed circuit TV, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within your office, I guess you have various computer screens or monitoring screens where you're able to, is that not correct?
No, I have 2 screens.
2 screens, okay. Well, 2, okay. So you have 2 screens, and what do those screens allow you to see? Does it allow you to see activity that goes on in various schools?
I don't sit there in front of that thing all day long and watch what schools do what.
I didn't ask you that, sir. I understand.
Well, I answered your question,
You may be a little hostile, okay? But let me kind of go at it this way. You had some responsibility over the closed circuit TV monitoring system in September of 2024, yes?
In some manner, yes, sir.
Right. And apparently an incident happened on September the 19th, 2024 that you saw, is that correct?
After Don Allen contacted me.
So Don Allen called you and said, hey, look, I need you to make a recording of the incident that occurred on September 19, 2024. Is that correct?
And to save it until the parents made noise.
Right. Well, you said what now?
Until the parents made noise.
Okay.
Until they started to say something about it.
Right, okay. And I know that you use the word ruckus. Is that a word that you use often, ruckus?
I've grown up with that word.
You've grown up with the word. So this is a word that you inserted. Is that correct?
I said ruckus, yes.
I'm sorry?
I said ruckus, yes.
Right. It wasn't Mr. Allen who said ruckus. You put ruckus in there. Is that correct?
Well, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear on that. And when Ms. Hoffman was reviewing the tape from October 2nd of 2024, you apparently saw her viewing that tape, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you told her, hey, look, I got one that's worse than that, yes?
I was concerned after the
Is
statement.
that what you said, sir?
You want me to answer the
No,
question?
no, no. My
I was
question is,
concerned, yes.
No, my question is, did you tell Ms. Hoffman, hey, I got one that's better than that, that's worse
I
than that?
did tell her that, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And so, and when did you tell Ms. Hoffman about the incident that occurred on September 19, 2024? When did you tell her that?
As soon as she said that the parents were trying to sue the school district, I realized right then I could not hold that tape anymore.
Okay, who told you to hold it?
Mr. Don Allen?
What did he mean? I mean, he just told you, he just simply told you to make a copy and
That's right.
reserve the tape, is that correct?
He said to hold on to it.
Well, but he just told you, does Mr. Allen have any supervisory authority over you?
Yes, sir, he's captain.
Does he evaluate your work?
He has in the past.
No, my question is, in September of 2024, anytime in 2024, did Mr. Allen conduct any type of performance evaluations of you in 2024?
Not that I can recall.
In 2024, you reported directly to Ms. Hoffman, and, well, at some point you reported directly to Mr. Self, is that correct?
That is correct.
You were, in other words, you were a direct report to Mr. Self, yes?
At that time.
And so was Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen was a direct report to Mr. Self, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Allen did not direct your job responsibilities or duties, is that correct? In other words, he didn't tell you what to do as it relates to the performance of your job. That came from Mr. Self, is that correct?
That is true.
And eventually, when Mr. Self left, that came from Ms. Hoffman, is that correct?
No, sir, that's not entirely correct, because
So-
there was a time when Captain Allen was in charge before Miss Hoffman came on board.
Well, you're talking about before Ms. Hoffman came on board. We're talking about 5, 6, 7 years ago? Or what?
Well, you asked the question, sir, I'm sorry.
My question is, so was that what, 5, 6, 7 years ago?
No,
Okay, so when Mr. Self was the director of the Office of Safety and Security, you reported directly to Mr. Self, correct?
yes, sir.
And Mr. Self had been the director for some 15 years, is that correct?
I'm not sure it was that long, but he was director for a while.
And 12 years, 10 years, yes?
Okay,
And all during the time that Mr. Self served as the director of Office of Safety and Security, you reported directly to him, is that correct, sir?
that is correct.
All right, and so Mr. Self conducted your performance evaluations, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, it wasn't Mr. Allen, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay, Mr. Self. Mr. Self did it for some 12 years, ever since he assumed the role as the Director of Safety and Security, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so, now you're a mandatory reporter, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir, it is. I am a mandatory reporter.
And if you see anything that you think where a student is being abused by someone, then you're required to report that to the DHS hotline, is that correct?
If I believe that I was the first one to see it or that it has not been reported, yes, sir.
Right. And you never reported the incident that happened on September the 19th, 2024 to the hotline for child abuse, is that correct? When you saw it?
No, sir, not when I saw it, no.
Right. But you said it was bad, yes?
It was bad.
Right. And so your office is 2 or 3 doors down from Ms. Hoffman at that time?
Yes, sir.
And you often have conversation with Ms. Hoffman just about on every morning basis, is that correct?
At that time, probably not.
At least 3 or 4 times a week?
Most likely,
You had direct access to her, is that correct?
yes.
If you saw that there were any kind of concerns or any kind of issues, you were free to go to Ms. Hoffman and to report that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you never reported the incident that occurred on September the 19th, 2024 on that day, is that correct, to Ms. Hoffman?
Per my instructions, is that
No,
correct?
sir, my question is, you never reported it to Ms. Hoffman when you saw that video on September the 19th, 2024, you didn't report that to Ms. Hoffman on that day, is that correct?
As to what you're saying, yes, sir.
All right, you didn't report it on September the 20th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did report it to her?
Whatever date it was, you're getting the dates. I'm not,
Do you
I've
think-
been interviewed on this thing so many times, I can't remember what the dates are.
Well, do you think you reported it to her within 2 or 3 days of the incident
Oh,
happening?
no.
A week later?
Probably a little bit longer than that.
10 days later?
That's getting closer.
Okay, all right. And so, again, Mr. Allen asked you to preserve the video, and that was a good thing, is that correct?
That was a what now?
It was a good thing to preserve the video.
Sir, I didn't think so. That's why I called Don Allen that
No.
afternoon.
You don't think it was a good thing to preserve that video?
Oh, preserved, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It was a good thing to preserve it, because if you had not preserved it, a year later, we probably wouldn't have been able to see it, correct?
That is exactly correct.
Because how long do you keep those recordings?
About 2 weeks average.
2 weeks, okay. And so what Mr. Allen asked you to do was to preserve the video from September the 19th, 2024, because in case they needed to see it, then you would have access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, did Ms. Hoffman ever express to you her dissatisfaction over the fact that you failed to report that incident of September the 19th, 2024 to her?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive some type of disciplinary action as a result of that?
Yes, sir, but I feel it was unnecessary because I was obeying what the captain had requested.
Okay. And so you received some type, what, did you receive a 3-day suspension, 10-day suspension?
Received a letter of reprimand.
A letter of reprimand, okay. Didn't lose your rank, correct?
No.
Didn't lose any responsibilities, correct? You just got a letter of reprimand.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes to spare, Austin. Mr. Kazay?
Hey, Mr. Green.
Hello.
How long have you worked for the district?
20 some odd years.
How long have you worked with Captain Allen?
20 some odd years.
And has Captain Allen been the captain the entire time you've worked here?
Well, he's been captain since Bobby Allen was there.
Okay. So, a long time?
Yes, sir.
You follow his instructions?
Yes, sir.
He ever give you instructions?
Do I have a good impression of Mr.
No,
Allen?
I'm sorry. Has he ever given you instructions? Like, do
There
this.
have been times, yes, sir.
You ever tell him no?
Did I tell him no?
Did you ever tell him no?
No, he's the captain. I've got to do what he asks.
Okay. And if Captain Allen asked you to do something, are you going to do it?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you to save this video, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to save it, he had a condition on it, right? Like if the parents complain. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so you didn't tell him no.
Did I what now?
You did not tell him no, did you?
I didn't tell him no, but I advised him that 2 times, once on the phone and once in his office, that he really needed to take a look at that.
Do you know if he ever did?
Not with my video, not with the recording I made, no, sir.
Did he ever follow up at all about it?
I don't know. I did what he asked and I just left it alone.
Thank you.
Board members?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. That'd probably be a good idea. Go ahead and get yours knocked out.
Mr. Green, if Captain Allen asked you to violate the law, would you do that? You got to
Now,
think.
you
You
run
got to
it-
think about that.
Yes, sir.
If he
because-
asked you to violate the law, you mean you got to really sit and think about that?
Well, in some manners, yes.
you would violate the law if he asked you to do that?
Depends upon what strength of the law. No, I would not.
Okay. If Captain Allen, of course, you were a mandatory reporter, is that correct? You testified to that earlier.
We all are, yes, sir.
Yes. And so, in your mind, the September 19, 2024 incident was bad, correct?
That is correct.
And that it should have been reported to the hotline, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Allen just simply asked you to save the video, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. And you could have, and again, you could have taken it to Ms. Hoffman and told her about it, but you didn't do that until much later.
That's not what Captain Allen advised me to do.
Did he? I read your report, sir, and there's nothing in your report that you said Captain Allen told you not to tell Ms. Hoffman. You never said that.
He never said not to tell Ms. Hoffman. He said just don't say anything until the parents cause a ruckus.
Isn't it true, sir, that there are a lot of incidents where security officer may have some type of physical altercation with a student? And that happened quite often, is that correct? Within the Little Rock School District?
To some degree, yes, sir.
Right. And the protocol is if a parent files a complaint, then there should be some kind of investigation, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
That's the protocol. That's what's been done down through the years. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And if the parent doesn't really file a complaint about something, then that's just something that goes away. Is that correct?
My understanding, it kind of fades away, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Porter's finished. Board. Yes, ma'am.
Just really quick, so I think I understood you to say that you are, I know the answer to this question because I am a therapist, but you are a mandated reporter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as a mandated reporter, as the context indicates, you are mandated to report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so in that you failed to do that, was it surprising that there should be some disciplinary action taken against you? Because it seemed like you felt it as if there should not have been any disciplinary action.
Okay, ma'am, I respect your question, and I respected Captain Allen's authority to tell me to make the video, and I thought that had all been taken care of, or he would have told me.
So in that you learned that it was not taken care of, and that you failed to report, as you should, as a mandated reporter, do you feel that it was appropriate for disciplinary action to be taken against you?
Repeat that question again.
I don't know that I can. It's way too
Her question was, do you feel that the appropriate action to discipline you was appropriate because you failed to take appropriate action, which is reporting?
No.
No to which part?
I don't believe I was, at that time, I did not know that it was not reported. Captain Allen asked me, and he usually will not jeopardize my position. So I just took it upon what he asked me to do, and I did it.
Okay. All right. I have some questions. I want to lean in on what you said on the question about, and normally, just for the viewing public and you guys out here in the audience, normally when the school board asks questions, like the time is stopped. And so, and your time don't, it don't exhaust. So, but anyway, I just wanted to say that for the comment that was made earlier. Anyways, so you mentioned there was a question where you was asked whether or not you would break the law. Would you disobey the law? And there was this pregnant pause. So
Ma'am,
I want to know.
I thought that was a redundant question.
No, I mean, I'm no attorney, even though people might think so. But I was always taught if attorney asks you a question, you are never supposed to take it right as a joke. So my question to you, based off of your answer, is what laws are okay and what violations are okay to break and not report?
Yes, ma'am. There's really no laws that are okay to break.
There are really no laws, okay?
None, no.
Okay, and my other question is, as a safety and security lieutenant, because you know, I don't have much experience with security, but I do have experience with having people in law enforcement that have ranks, right? Both civilian and military, and those rankings are very important. A lot of responsibility comes with those certified law enforcement officers and our military police. My question to you is, when you're giving a report, when you're writing and giving an account of what happened, how important is it for you to be thoroughly honest and true and authentic in recalling what happened?
Well, I will say that was difficult for me, but I respected Captain Allen's request, and it as a part of the LEARNS Act, we're not supposed to make videos unless we're authorized or requested to make videos.
Okay, what part of the LEARNS Act, so I could look it up? I don't have the printed copy with me tonight. What part of the LEARNS Act are you referring to? Which section?
Mr. Ron Self could inform you that. He just told me that because of the LEARNS Act, we were no longer allowed to make videos simply by a principal's request or a teacher's request. It had to be through, at that time, it had to be through Ron Self.
Okay, so I won't belabor that piece, but I will look it up. Look up the sections after this, just for my own knowledge of that. My other question is really based on your response. What I'm hearing is, first of all, there was a different energy with the different attorneys that I noticed. When no one responding to their questions. But I'm curious to know, as I listened to you, first you were saying that you was very clear, you were very matter of fact on who you reported to, and it's clear to me that Mr. Allen did not supervise you in recent time. Maybe years ago or sometime before, he probably did supervise you. But I'm curious to know, why are you really leaning in on saying, I just thought Mr. Allen would, protect me and just know what to do. So what part of what Mr. Allen told you to do made you feel that you needed to not report it when it says to report to your direct supervisor, which is Ms. Hoffman?
What I said was, I don't think I said it, what you stated.
I don't know. I have to go back and watch it at some point. Maybe
What
not.
I stated was, Captain Allen always has had rank over me. Okay, if he asked me to do something, I have to do it. So Captain Allen asked me to make that video and hold on to it until the parents start something. Now, what I did say was, I do not believe Captain Allen would have asked me to make that video had he not thought that it was not turned into the proper authorities.
Okay, got it. Appreciate you answering the questions.
Any more questions, board? Mr. Gazay, last bite at the apple. Anything for this witness? All right. You're dismissed for the night, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, attorneys, are y'all prepared to make a closing statement?
We are.
Okay, so, Mr. Gazay, you have the burden, so you go first, then Mr. Porter, and then you can have the last very brief commentary of the night.
Not much.
Do what?
How much time do I have?
Well, I wasn't necessarily going to time your closing if you're succinct.
Well, I will be succinct. Nobody's more ready to go home than me. Board members, thank you for your patience and your time in hearing everybody out, interacting with the documents. We are here on, as the recommendation for termination says, in two parts, a 1 and a 2. The 2 is easier to dispose of, so I'm going to dispose of it more quickly. The recommendation for termination comes out of Captain Allen's failure to take any action, prevented a timely investigation, and compromised the well-being of students. Your actions constitute serious misconduct. You've seen the video. We have what the administration takes as a sacred trust with the children and their safety. There's never a situation where it's all right to manhandle children in the hallway. It's just not. The children have rights. The children are in our care and in our responsibility, and there are just certain things that we can't have people working here that do not equally take that seriously. Captain Allen knew of the situation that had gone on. He knew enough to request a video be made of it to save it in the event that parents complained. However, parents are not the driver of doing the right thing in this district. They're important partners, but parents should be able to count on us to do the right thing without them having to tell us to do the right thing because we get caught. So saving video as a firewall is a non-starter. Number 1, you failed to follow procedures and protocols and adhere to district policy following your awareness of a serious incident that occurred on September 19. Number 1 is mostly targeted at September 19. Captain Allen knew. Captain Allen asked for the video to be preserved. Captain Allen then did nothing. Didn't even bother to look at it. Didn't even bother to tell anybody about it. Didn't say, hey, maybe we ought to sit down and look at this video because there was something that happened over at Hamilton and we might ought to have it on our radar. Nothing. The A and the B failed to notify the appropriate individuals of the incident, warning and investigation, and then refused to cooperate in the investigations. You all have seen the exhibit and talked about it all night long in the file. There is the one email sent that Captain Allen's own testimony says that the text message he sent the day before is basically the same. The words may not be identical, but the sentiment is the same. When given the opportunity by the investigator, hey, can you just answer these direct questions? Nope, he couldn't. That is not cooperation. That is not meaningful participation. That is not helping anybody get to the facts of the matter. And the simple thing is that Captain Allen had some facts. Thank you.
Mr. Porter?
I want to thank the board for putting up with us, the lawyers. When you look at page 1 of the packet, it says, Mr. Allen is being recommended for termination because he supposedly failed to follow procedures and protocols. What procedures? What protocols? Have you seen any writing of any procedures or protocol? I have dealt with termination letters, notices many times, and they always point to a specific policy that the employee violated is written and spelled out. Failed to follow procedures and protocols. Apparently these procedures and protocols must be in somebody's head. Maybe Ms. Hoffman, maybe Mr. Kelsey Bailey, but we haven't seen any written, and the district has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Allen failed to do that. And the district has not met its burden of proof in doing that. And then it says, failed to notify the appropriate individuals of the serious incident. Mr. Allen testified in regards to the September 19th incident, as well as the October 2nd incident. He told Mr. Broadneck, you need to contact Kelsey Bailey and let her know. And the testimony was that he called Miss Bailey, I'm sorry, not Kelsey Bailey, but Miss Eason, Jordan Eason. That the testimony was that Mr. Broadneck called Miss Eason, text Miss Eason, sent an email to Miss Eason, but yet no response. But on October the 3rd, then of course Miss Eason then put Mr. Starr on administrative leave. Now, opposing counsel gave real good closing argument about why Mr. Starr should be punished. But again, we're here involving Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen didn't see the incident. He didn't witness the incident. He basically cooperated with the investigation. He told the investigator, said, look, I told Mr. Broadneck what he needed to do. And it's also interesting to note that when it says failed to notify the appropriate individual, Lieutenant Mike Green didn't notify anyone. He saw it on September the 19th, 2024. He saw that video that day and did not tell anyone. He is a mandated reporter. Did not tell anyone. And Ms. Hoffman said that September 19th incident made her sick to her stomach. And Mr. Green said, oh, September the 19th was real bad, but yet didn't do anything. And he wanted to just say, well, Mr. Allen told me not to do anything with it. Come on. Refused to cooperate. There is no evidence that Mr. Allen refused to cooperate. He did. He spoke to the investigator. He gave the investigator an email and told her. And so it is our position. Now here, interesting thing, Mr. Allen is a 32-year faithful, loyal, dedicated employee. He has done a great job. If you look at Respondent Exhibit A, there is a letter thanking him for his great service, the investigative work that he did. And Mr. Allen has been a loyal and faithful service employee for this district. It's also interesting to note that all of this stuff came down right after Mr. Allen got his right to sue letter. It's from the EEOC. Right after getting the right to sue letter, he get a bad evaluation for the first time by Mr. Sepp. And then he get his responsibilities and duties taken away from him. And then all of a sudden now he's being terminated. And of course they're saying, well, he was being defensive. Well, heck, he has justification for being defensive because he's here. This man had every reason to be defensive. And when you look at these questions, these were not questions of inquiry. They were accusatory type questions. And Mr. Allen was never given any type of allegations of being accused of anything. And that's part of his due process right. Once the investigation turned on him, then Mr. Allen should have been afforded due process by being notified what these allegations were. And that was never done. And just by that simple fact, you should vote against termination because Mr. Allen was not afforded due process. That violates his constitutional rights. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Kazay, the final 30 seconds.
The packet shows the policies. They're in there. The packet shows that Mr. Allen was given notice. It's in there. We've had hours and hours of hearing. Those are the requirements of due process. Board, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allen, I'll just briefly summarize this for your benefit because the board is fully aware of what they're going to do next, and Mr. Porter and Mr. Kazay. But the board will have a motion sheet, and they essentially get to do one of three things tonight. They can accept the superintendent's recommendation to terminate your contract. If they so choose to terminate, your pay and benefits will end immediately. They could reject the termination, which means you'll be returned to full duties immediately, or they could modify, and that's just anything they can legally do, and they could look like a demotion of some sort, an improvement plan, anything short of termination, but more than returning to your job. That's the sole decision of the board, which they will make in executive session. They'll deliberate. They'll only rely on the evidence that they've received here tonight, and they'll make that decision based only on what they've heard here tonight, and they'll return and announce their vote in open session, okay? Do you understand that, Mr. Allen? Okay. Mr. Porter, everything clear there on the instructions to the board? Mr. Kazay, everything clear?
Yes, sir.
Your president will have multiple motion sheets for you to complete. As always, I will not join you, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask me and I can answer them at that time. Thank you, ma'am. So we'll be in recess till the board returns. What's your Ask him, did you vote for Trump?
No, I know you do that, but, we could ask that, but, I know what, some of the questions I had to do. My last pretty nice, like, I would have kept it, but when you said that, I thought, yeah, he's got it.
So what's the last word? Did he have one since that $400,000 when we got in the summer of COVID?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just had the version in January. It was small, it was really kind of interesting, because my client was in court to testify with this guy, so it was like, and they told people that they were handling the case with ATJ. And the defendant was waiting, and my client walked out. Didn't have a place to sit down, it was so crowded. I was out of court, so we went down to the and then officer came out, this officer came out, and my sergeant said, can't be out here. Can't go inside. And he tried to find a place to sit. I was sat on some steps. There were people sitting on the steps, so he sat on the steps. He waited about 30 minutes, and then he got up and decided he had to go to business. Then the sergeant found out. I mean, you're not supposed to be in the courtroom. It's all on audio. You're not supposed to be walking home. You can't be outside. And my client said, well, look, okay, I understand.
What was he doing? Waiting to get his turn it up. Done it before?
Yeah, no, he was waiting to testify. This guy was coming.
Oh,
He was
okay.
for actual trial.
Oh, okay.
Just for actual trial. And so he was waiting to testify. So, then my client said, well, look, I understand. I'll do what you say. Well, I understand the conversation. You don't leave until I say you leave. Yeah. He put my client under arrest.
So your client was at a court?
He was a witness.
So where? Is that county court or?
District court.
District court. Where? A black guy?
Yeah.
A white
Don
officer?
King was.
Yeah. So you had a verdict on that?
Yeah.
On unlawful arrest?
Yeah. It's, they just gave her 25 hours. Yeah.
Who's been at that league?
Yeah.
They won't resolve anything.
where no decisions were made.
That's right.
Okay, so we're just returning. We're from executive sessions where no decisions were made, or what's the?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, where no decisions were made. The chair will entertain a motion. Oh, no, before we do that, I'm sorry. We do want to relay just a small statement. A lot has happened, and we just essentially want to communicate that we care. We care about our staff, we care about our students. Let's switch it. Students, our staff, and our faculty, and our administration as well. And so we want to really ensure that we do things that are reflective of that. And so we really put a lot of thought into what has occurred, as you can see at 12:36. And so I hope that that comes across with the decision that we made. So with that, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move that the Little Rock School District Board modify the superintendent's recommendation that the employment contract of Donald C. Allen be terminated, with the modification being as follows. He will receive a formal reprimand along with training on trauma-informed care.
He's returning to work.
Is there a second?
Yes, that is the extent of his punishment is a reprimand and training on trauma-informed care.
Is there a
He
second?
returns to work tomorrow.
So to be
And
clear,
he may return to work tomorrow.
Is there a second? Is that complete?
Is that reprimand a verbal written reprimand? What type of reprimand is that?
A written reprimand.
Okay,
Yes,
so
a written reprimand.
Okay.
can I see it in the strong?
Yes, it just says reprimand, sorry.
So the motion on
Yes.
the table is
Sorry.
to modify the superintendent's recommendation. Mr. Allen will return to work tomorrow with full benefits. He will receive a written reprimand and training on trauma-informed care to be provided by the administration. Is that the motion?
That's the
Yes.
motion, written
Is there a
reprimand.
second?
Yes. Can I add? Okay.
Second, and then
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
discuss. We can
second,
have discussion.
second.
Second. It's been moved and properly second that the Little Rock School District Board will modify the superintendent's recommendation that the employment contract of Donald C. Allen be terminated, with the modification being as follows: reprimand and a training on trauma-informed care to return to employment on tomorrow.
So point of clarity, just to,
Yes.
so it's clear, is that he's able to return to work without any changes in his position, duties, or anything of that nature, and that there's a written reprimand in the file, and there's some trauma-informed training, trauma-informed care training
Yes.
that will go forth. And so basically, you will return back to work. Did I understand that?
That is the motion.
Okay.
Now, we need to, and there has been a second.
second
She
that.
seconded, and I restated it.
Yes.
So now,
The discussion.
all in
part.
favor, any discussion?
I appreciate the statement.
Absolutely.
I do just want to, state that, we could see that there was flaws in this whole thing, so, and equitable treatment. And so we just want to make sure, that it's fair and that it makes sense.
I call for a division of the powers.
Okay, we will begin with Director Adams,
No.
Director Strong. I could be last. That's fine.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
I can be last.
Okay.
It's okay. I don't mind.
Yes.
Strong, yes. Director Hatter.
Yes.
Director, Lord, why, Rose. I don't know why it escaped me just like that. I'm sorry, it's too late. Director Rose.
This is the reason I wanted to be last. My vote is no. I realize the ugly appearance of the two white men on the board voting differently from the three women. But children were hurt, children were injured, and that should be one of our, well, it should be our second primary mission, to keep our children safe. And I did vote no.
And just to be clear, Mr. Allen did not harm a child.
I'm
And
sorry,
so
I wasn't
just-
saying that he did.
Right, for the
I wasn't
public
saying that
that
he
will
did.
go back and watch this later, Mr. Donald Allen did not harm a child.
And I didn't say that he did.
So I
but
just
there
want
we
to be
are.
clear. Amen.
Point of order.
You need to vote.
My vote is yes.
Right.
It's been moved properly second, and the
In a vote of
one
3
day,
to 2.
in a vote of 3 to 2, the ayes have it. Let's say that. Yes, the motion carries. And then,
We adjourn.
yes, with no objection, we are adjourned.